Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There is a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
Mr. President, I do. New resolutions LR 181 by Senator Dorn, 182 by Senator Colderman, 183 by Senator Geist. All three are interim study resolutions, will be referred to the exec board.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to the first item on the afternoon's.
I got a couple more.
Oh, more items.
Mr. President, in addition to that, legislative bills 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, and 464 were presented to the governor at 12 o'clock p.m. And finally, an amendment to be printed from Senator Wayne to LB 86. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will now proceed to the first item on the afternoon's agenda.
Mr. President, Senator Groney would move to place LB 147 on general file pursuant to Rule 3, Section 20B.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before beginning on debate on the motion, I wanted to let the body know I spoke with the Speaker. He will be here shortly, but he wanted me to remind the body of two things: that this motion is set for about an hour and 10 minutes. It's a standalone motion that's not amendable. And secondly, that near the end of the debate, since it's set for a specific period of time, the chair will likely find a motion to call the question in order. So the Speaker asked me to provide those at the outset of the debate. Senator Groney, you're now recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this stage of the legislative process, this pull motion is appropriate. As chairman of the Education Committee and primary introducer, Committee Priority LB 147, we have done the work. We cooperated with members of the committee and stakeholders to make the bill better, but at the end of the day, we came to an impasse along political ideological lines. This situation, I believe, is why the pull motion is in our rules. You will notice that I also filed white copy AM 1750 to replace the original language of LB 147. In exec session of our committee, AM 750 was accepted by the committee by a 7-to-1 vote of approval. I will speak to that, but before I do, I want to tell you more about LB 147 and how we ended up here today. LB 147 is about protecting our children and school personnel, and it is an affirmative statement telling our teachers that we support their efforts to maintain a learning environment in their classrooms. The intent of LB 147 is to protect students and others at school. It is common sense that when a student is physically harming another student, a teacher should be able to protect the child being harmed and the aggressive student from harming themselves without fear of losing their job or getting into a lawsuit. Unfortunately, our teachers feel they are not legally able to use physical intervention to protect their students. We need to make sure our teachers know they are permitted to protect students, that they won't lose their job or face legal ramifications if they protect students from being injured or worse by the actions of an aggressor. Now, some of you may have been told that this bill isn't necessary because it's already in case law. That is not the case. It's true that there is a 1990 Daly versus Board of Education Nebraska Supreme Court case that had more to do with defining what corporal punishment is and defining corporal punishment to be the infliction of bodily pain as a penalty for disapproved behavior. The court did not mention that they believed the present 1995 statute 79258 that covers school discipline they believed it contained vague language when it stated administrative and teacher personnel may take actions regarding student behavior other than those specifically provided in the Student Discipline Act, which are reasonable necessary to aid the student, further school purposes, or prevent interference with the educational process. That is what LB 147 is about, to define that. The court said it should also be interpreted as giving authority to school personnel to use physical contact as reasonable necessary to aid a student. Daly versus Board of Education interpreted this statute permits some physical contact. The court said, we determined that 79258, while obviously not authorizing corporal punishment, does provide authority for school teachers and administrators to use physical contact short of corporal punishment to the degree necessary to preserve order and control in the school environment. Nor in that statute in the Daly case does it say a teacher can physically intervene to stop violence in school. Nowhere in 79258 would a teacher, parent, or administrator reading that statute would know that the Supreme Court interpreted it to include physical contact. Consequently, most teachers actually do not know that they are legally allowed to use physical contact to protect students. You've all received emails from teachers telling you what is happening on the front lines of the classroom. If time allows today, I will read excerpts from those emails. After hearing outcries from parents and teachers about what is going on in our schools, this is the third year that I have introduced a version of LB 147. In 2017, Nebraska Teachers Association, NSEA, conducted a member survey. Over 7,200 members responded. It was the highest by double of any survey conducted by them in the past. 59% of surveyed teachers said they do not believe they are allowed to physically intervene to protect someone from a violent student. 82% replied in the affirmative when asked, have discipline and behavior problems in your classroom increased over the last few years? 61% agreed that unruly and disruptive students are the biggest problem they face in their classroom. Finally, 81% agreed when asked if a statute like 147 was necessary to authorize teachers to have a disruptive student removed from the classroom. LB 147 makes it clear to our educators which, when necessary, can they not only intervene when necessary, but they will be protected from administrative discipline and protected from civil legal action when they do the right thing. Parents expect their school staff should be able to and may protect their student while they are at school. It's common sense. The second part of this bill pertains to allowing teachers to have control of their discipline in the classroom and giving them authority to have a disruptive student removed from the classroom. Most citizens think this is common practice in our schools. The truth is that in many school systems, that authority has been taken from teachers. LB 147 reaffirms the teacher's authority in their classroom, but it still puts the final authority of the student returning to the classroom in the hands of the administrator. Third, it is clear in the bill that special education students are exempt from removal. Their IEP, Independent Education Plan, will be the teacher's guide on how these students' needs are handled in the classroom. This brings us to AM 1750. Senators Pansy, Brooks, and Walz came to me with an offer. They would organize a meeting with stakeholders. I agreed not to attend the meeting and instead have my committee staff attend. The first meeting included stakeholders from the NSEA, NCSA, the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, the school boards, and the Nebraska Rural Community Association. The first effort was drafted as Amendment 1803 that they could all agree to. I asked for 3 small changes to AM 1803, that the term physical contact instead of physical intervention be used, as it was in the Daly Court case, that parents are notified when their children are removed from a class. It used to be called a note home to parents, and that teachers can request a conference when the student is removed with a parent or an administrator. Teachers could request it. The administrators rejected my 3 small requests. Senators Pansy, Brooks, and Walz then added other organizations to the conversation, such as ARC of Nebraska, Education Rights of Nebraska, the ACLU, and Voices of Children. So we went back to the drawing board a second time. Again, we help with Senator Pansy, Brooks, and Senator Walz. My staff sat down with representatives of those organizations. I stayed out of it for the sake of the bill. The administrators left within 10 minutes of the meeting and would refuse to continue taking part. For the next 3 hours, the remaining group worked out terms to make the bill stronger and help with their concerns. The product of this meeting was AM 1750, which I filed with the poll motion. To be clear, the NSEA is in support of the amendment. The other groups are neutral with the amendment, and the administrators are opposed to AM 1750. The amendment changes the bill in several significant ways. 79-258 is amended to match the Daly case. The protection provision is significantly focused on protection of persons from immediate physical injury. It makes clear reasonable physical contact does not include contact intended to cause pain, corporal punishment, places a student in a prone restraint, or involve any mechanical restraint. Schools must adopt a policy on using physical contact, including a training requirement. The administrators didn't want the training requirement. Parents must be notified when physical contact is used. Common sense. The immunity provision was modeled after existing federal law. The removal part has been nearly completely rewritten. Schools must adopt a policy on when and how a student is removed from return to the class. Common sense. Teachers must follow school policy in requesting the removal. Administrators are in charge as to when the student is returned to the classroom. The removal can't last longer than the end of the school day unless suspension, expulsion, or exclusion is involved. Removals have to comply with the Federal and Individual Disabilities Education Act, including IEPs and 504 plans. When a student is removed, the goal is to return the student as soon as possible. When we went to exec on LB 147, LB the amendment 1750 again was voted to be adopted by a 7-to-1 vote. When it came to time to advance the bill, with no further discussion, we had a 4-4 vote. I want to reiterate that AM 750 was based off of AM 18.3, the administrator's AM. Everyone had input in 1750. This language from NSEA, NSAB, NCSA, NRCSA, ACLU, ARC, and Voices for Children, only a very tiny fragment of the language is still from my original 147. This is how the process is supposed to work, and we did it to the T. Our children need this bill. Our grandchildren need this bill. Our teachers need this bill. We need to protect our children while in schools, and we need to support a quality learning environment in our schools. So with that, I would ask that you please vote green to bring this bill to general file. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Groney. Debate is now open on the motion. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to support this full motion. I wish we'd gotten it out of committee. I've never, maybe I'm just naive. When I got the email with the film of Jenny Benson's granddaughter getting beat up, I was shocked. I know students fight. I mean, they fought even when I was a kid, mostly boys, not girls so much. But what shocked me about that film, or what video, I guess I should call it, was that there were a bunch of children, not young children, maybe junior high, high school students, sitting there watching it like it was no big deal, like it was an everyday occurrence. That's not okay, folks. I'm sure most of us were taught, and I certainly was taught, that when somebody is picking on somebody, beating them up, physically harming them, your job is to step in. You're not to sit and watch. So I'm very confused as to what's going on. And I want the administrators and the teachers union to work this out. But I want some pressure on them that it gets worked out now. And that's why I'm going to support this motion. I think if we get the bill to the floor, it won't be unlike when we did the reading bill 2 years ago. We brought it to the floor, which got everybody to focus, and in the end we had a bill that passed almost with 100% approval. I think maybe 2 or 3 senators didn't vote for it. So I think the same process, it'll work, it focuses everybody. They will have to sit down to the table and figure out what we're going to do. Because I frankly, if I had children in that school, I would have tried to figure out another school to send them to. Who wants to send their child to a school where that's going on? I've got grandkids in public school. I don't want them to have to face this. They're little now, but as we all know, time flies by. We'll turn around and they'll be in junior high and high school. I want this fixed for my kids, my grandkids, and every other child in Nebraska. And I would, Senator Groney, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Groney, would you yield?
Yes.
So the teachers union has been very supportive and asked you repeatedly for this legislation. Is that right?
Yes, when I originally introduced it, I think they couldn't believe it came from Senator Groney.
And then the survey, I remember, was the survey last year or 2 years ago? I forget.
It was 3 years ago when I introduced the original bill, version of this bill.
Okay. I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Groney, if you would like it.
Senator Groney, 1 minute 40.
Yes, as everybody knows in this state, that you don't burn bridges in politics. The teachers union spent a lot of money to defeat me in my last election. I understand politics, but I don't burn bridges. We are locked arm in arm on this bill. Teachers are parents too. Teachers are good citizens. The rank and file work hard, spend a lot of time in the building, and they want to teach. That's what they want to do. They want to take pride in what comes out of their classroom. But the trend has changed for some reason in our society.
1 minute.
We have allowed violence and anger in those who are enraged to dictate the demeanor of the classroom. And I'm not talking about special education children. I'm talking about the average child that has been taught no boundaries. When I grew up, the teacher was the one, if the parents failed, that taught those boundaries to those of us who had a little bit rough side. And by the third grade, we were students. We were not individuals. We have taken that ability away from our teachers. And we need to bring it back. This is common sense. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, this bill, people would have thought, why are you bringing this? We don't have a problem. Times have changed. We need to focus. We need to assure our teachers they can control their classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Groney and Senator Linehan. Senator Clements, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to support the motion. I believe students who want to learn should be given as much opportunity as possible to avoid disruption. This issue, Senator Groney brought it up 2 years ago, I believe, and the administrators and teachers have had 2 years to work out a solution, and they haven't. And so I think that's why we're back here again. Would Senator Groney yield to a question?
Senator Groney, you yield.
Yes.
I had an administrator write to me that he thought this bill would allow a teacher to exclude a student from a class indefinitely. What control over student attendance in class does a teacher have?
He has been misinformed. The bill originally said the teacher could remove a student from the classroom, and then the teacher was the one that had to agree to let them back into the classroom. Amendment 1750 completely changes that. It gives the teacher control of the classroom for that moment in time when they need to remove that student so that they can have a learning environment in their classroom. The administrator must remove the student if the teacher requests, and then after the child is settled down, been given a good lecture about he's not the center of the universe and he needs to help let people learn, then the administrator is in charge and can bring the student back into the classroom at any time after the period ends, but must be allowed no later than the following morning. But the administrator decides.
Thank you, Senator Groney. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Groney.
Thank you.
Senator Groney, 3 minutes, 5.
Thank you. I've heard this, and I'm going to disagree that we should, Department of Education and administrators and the teachers should come to a policy. No. This is the duty of the legislature. We have 244 school districts. When a family moves into a district, they should know the rules. They should know the statutes. They should know what is expected of teachers. It shouldn't be willy-nilly from one school district to the next. It should not be in a rule from the Department of Education. This should be a statute. Teachers teach 30 to 40 years. They should not be subjected to changes of policy from one administrator. Administrators come and go every 5 years. From one plan of an administrator to another one in 5 years. The law should be the law. The rule should be the rule. The teachers should have control of the classroom no matter who the administrator is, no matter what rules or policy is set up, and how that's conducted. Yes, the administration and the school board should set a policy, and the bill says that, guiding the teacher in the policy of how a student can be removed and the policy of when the student is removed. But it is the duty of the legislature. We are responsible for providing free instruction in our common schools. And instruction cannot happen if there is disruption in the classroom. It is our duty. We do not leave that to school administrators or government officials. The basis for this bill is already in statute in the school discipline bill, which I mentioned earlier, of 79-258. We are taking an existing court case, along with the legislation and the will of the people, and creating a statute. That's what we are doing.
1 minute.
There's no harm in that. That's what we do. And don't tell me about it's already in case law. Senator McAllister brought a bill on internet sales taxes. It was a court case that brought it. If all we need is the court case, we don't need the bill. Senator Lathrop, I could name a list of them. Kavanaugh brought bills to change our statutes from husband and wife to spouse. It's unnecessary. There was a court case that says marriage is between two adults. So why do we need the statute changes? To claim it's in case law, and that is enough, is, as you all know, an argument that doesn't stand in this body. We do it all the time. We change law to address what the courts have said. That's what LB 147 does.
Thank you, Senator Groney and Senator Clemens. Senator Howard, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in opposition to the poll motion, and that's just to the motion itself, not to the merits of the bill. I'm looking at Senator Groney because I don't know the merits of this bill. I rise with a concern about utilizing a poll motion to subvert the committee process. There's a reason why we have built the committees in this body the way that we have built them. We've built them with thoughtful legislators with particular backgrounds and interests who have experiences that lead them to be on the specific committees that they are on. Not only do I serve on the Committee on Committees, which helped put together the committees with Senator Groney, I also serve as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. And I think it's concerning to see another leader in this body try to subvert the work of his own committee. Let me tell you how we do things in HHS. In HHS, we have a week of hearings, and then the next Wednesday, we have a discussion on every single bill that we heard the week before. We have a discussion. Maybe we don't move it. Maybe we have questions. Maybe we have follow-up. Maybe we think this one's dead in the water. But it gives me the opportunity to go back to the introducer and say, here's what you can do to make sure that this committee feels comfortable with the direction that you're going in statute. Here's what you can do to make your bill better or stronger. And what that has produced is, even though I serve on a committee and I chair a committee that maybe ideologically and in numbers does not align exactly with my personal beliefs, we have a committee that I think for all but 2 votes has sent bills out unanimously. We understand what is in the content of the legislation. We can defend our votes here on this floor, and we are thoughtful about what we are sending to this body. And what that means is that I would hope that the body then subsequently trusts what is coming out of our committee. It trusts our expertise, and it knows that when something has the stamp of approval of the Health and Human Services Committee, that we have considered it fully. Doesn't mean it's going to move on the floor. Doesn't mean it's not going to have problems or questions or challenges here. But what it does mean is that there are 7 members who have really dug deep and considered this legislation fully. What I'm hearing is that there were 8 members of the Education Committee who couldn't come to an agreement. And because they couldn't come to an agreement or an understanding, we're looking at a poll motion. And mind you, this poll motion may have 25, but it doesn't have 33. And it would probably have 33 if there was some agreement in the committee. So what we're considering now is really working outside of that committee process, outside of the experts in the Education Committee, and saying, you know what, you guys don't quite know what you're doing, and so as a body, we're going to pull this bill out. I've got plenty of bills that I would love to pull out of committees, but it sets a dangerous precedent to say, oh, right, committees, you considered it, and I don't agree with you, so I'm going to pull it, right? I look at 209. 209 had the threat of a poll motion, and what that forced the committee to do was look at the confines of that piece of legislation and modify it so that it was palatable for the committee to send out to the floor, and now that bill is most likely going to pass. So I don't think that a poll motion is an appropriate move for this body at this time. I won't speak to the merits of the bill because I don't know them. I don't have a committee statement. I don't know what's in a committee amendment here, and I don't know what the committee would want because I haven't heard from them as a whole.
1 minute.
Thank you. And with my last minute, I will yield the balance of my time to Senator Williams.
Senator Williams, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Howard. I also stand in opposition to the poll motion, and I have had the opportunity to talk to Senator Groney about that. And my comments have nothing to do with the underlying bill. They have to do with the process. Senators, we have to trust the process in here. It's the only way it works. We had 739 bills introduced this year. None of us have the ability to analyze all of those bills, including our staff. That's why they're referenced to committees. Those committees do their work, and we have to trust that process. Is there a time that a poll motion would be in order? Yes, there would. I think that's the time when you simply have a situation where you have a committee chairman that refuses to bring something to a vote for the committee, and the committee wants to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams and Senator Howard. Senator Merman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I rise in support of the motion to place LB 147 from the Education Committee on general file. I was one of the 4 senators on the committee who supported the bill to advance out of committee. I am confident that LB 147 and AM 1750, otherwise known as the Student Discipline Act, will help our teachers across the state feel safe and in control of their classrooms. This bill enables school staff to intervene when a student's violent actions are endangering the safety of others, the teacher, themselves, with less likelihood of endangering their license to teach, and assisting them in maintaining a classroom environment. Currently, yes, we have case law interpreting a broad statute to mean teachers can protect students, but the statute does not explicitly permit physical intervention. A teacher would not know by reading the statute. Senator Groney shared with me that 2017 survey of teachers that affirms this. The majority of surveyed teachers did not believe they could physically intervene if necessary. I have had multiple teachers from across the state reach out to my office and mention that they feel helpless and vulnerable at times in their classrooms because they aren't equipped to help students in situations of violent or disruptive behavior. A teacher in Grand Island Public School System emailed me detailing a situation that she dealt with in her classroom. She said, "In the past few years, my school has had several students that have safety plans. With these safety plans, students were allowed to threaten, hit other students, destroy the classroom, and run away from the classroom. My only solution as a teacher was to evacuate the classroom, let it happen, and call the office and hope someone could come to de-escalate the student, or have someone come to remove the student if they would leave voluntarily. Then we were supposed to have a meeting about the behavior with the parents, but it happened almost daily, so we never really had meetings, and the behavior always continued and intensified. I had no way of controlling the student or protecting my other students. More than once, the safety officer had to be called. As a teacher with 20 other students in the classroom, the only safety I felt at school during these couple of years was the time when I went home, and even then it was hard to sleep knowing what awaits at school the next day. I cannot imagine what my other third grade students felt during the school year or what they learned. As a teacher, I am not equipped to help these students learn and keep the other students safe when being disrupted by violent behavior. Having something like the Student Discipline Act would help put in place more plans to help these students who are coming with trauma and violent behaviors. In the classroom, we need more help to create plans or have school supports that actually do something to help these students, so teachers can focus on helping students learn and not just put a Band-Aid on the traumatic situation. One thing that I want to stress about what she had to say was that she could not imagine what the other third grade students felt during the school year. Our students are very attentive, thank you, and know what is going on, and some of them are probably very affected by these situations. It's important that we stress that a majority of the students in these classrooms are attending classes and are ready to learn. It's only a small percentage of students in schools that are being disruptive and causing incidents. One teacher from Omaha Public Schools mentioned that teachers and administrators are being bombarded by incidents that they do not sign up for, and as a result, fewer people are choosing the profession. The very least our unicameral can do is give those professionals some protection as they navigate through the profession. We need this bill so we can protect our students and staff from a very small number of dangerous individuals who have no place to go. Today, we have the opportunity to provide for our school professionals protection when dealing with these problematic and traumatic situations. I urge you to support Senator Groney's pull motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Blood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Proxy President Hilders. I stand today not to speak on the bills and the amendment, because what we are here today to talk about is the actual poll motion. I would echo what Senator Howard and Senator Williams have said, that it's not about the merit of this bill. The merit of this bill has been made clear, as people obviously are going to continue to read information on the bill itself and not actually talk about the poll motion. So we'll get to hear a lot about that in the next hour. But I have some grave concerns. Senator Groney is absolutely right that this is a tool that we are able to use, but as Senator Williams pointed out, this is a tool that we are able to use when the process does not work. And I am not hearing that the process is not working in this case. The other concern I have is that we are in a biennium. So the fact that Senator Groney's bill was still in committee does not make it a dead pill unless it was IPP'd, which it was not. So I don't understand the urgency when it sounds like from many parties that there's still that much that can and could be done. But again, I don't want to digress and talk about the bill itself. I want to talk about the precedent that is set by a poll motion such as this. I think of all the really bad bills that have come across in just the 3 years that I have been here, and I'm sure there's going to be more to come. And once we open this door, it's going to be hard for us to stand and say, hey, there's a process, and we need to respect the process. And the reason we have this process is because we respect the bipartisan nature of our one-house system. To push for a poll motion when a committee has had issues where the person carrying the bill is actually the chair of that committee, to me, has a lot of red flags. I have a lot of bells going off, and I have grave concerns. I applaud Senator Groney's enthusiasm for this. I have constituents on both sides on this bill. I look forward to the debate, but not in this fashion. With that, I would ask that Senator Groney would yield to a couple of quick questions.
Senator Groney, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Groney, and I mean this very respectfully, and so I ask that you understand that I'm not trying to be snarky to you in any fashion, all right? So, yes or no, did your committee vote this bill out, just for the record?
It's 4-4.
Okay, so the committee did not vote it out.
That's when a poll motion happens.
Thank you for that explanation, sir. Can you tell me, please, can you tell me, please, who the committee chair is for this committee that did not vote it out?
It's myself.
It is your committee. And again, I mean this respectfully, sir, would you say that your committee is dysfunctional in nature if it can't vote a bill out and come to terms?
No, it is politically balanced ideologically.
Okay, so if it's balanced ideologically and nobody came to give it that one more vote, what message do you think that is saying?
What message is that the amendment that replaces the bill was voted 7-1, and then no more comment was made, and we went to vote it out of committee, and the vote changed to 4-4. We worked with the committee.
Can I ask you, sir, why you wouldn't just hold on to it and bring it up next year?
Because violence is happening in our schools today. It is in high demand by the public and the teachers, and it is a committee priority for this year, not next year.
Sir, are you aware that you can also go through the state school board to make changes like this without legislation, if it was very important to you?
The state school board, everything they do is guided by legislation by this body. It's not vice versa.
I'm going to talk to you off the mic on that because I think we disagree on part of that. Thank you, Senator Groney, for being so respectful to the questions. So again, I stand against the precedent that this is going to set. I have no issue with the bills and their merit at this time. My concern is that if you're willing to open this door, especially for the people that aren't truly listening to this debate, and there's quite a few of them, they're going to be speaking in favor of the bill and not the poll motion itself. If you got your head down and you got only one thing on your mind, remember what this is going to do to the body. Be concerned about the body and not one bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Senator Groney. Senator Hunt would like to welcome 50 fourth graders from Adams Elementary in Omaha. They are seated in the north balcony. Please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska legislature. And Senator Dorn would like to welcome Amber Bogle and her daughter Annabelle Bogle. They are seated in the underneath the north balcony from Bennett, Nebraska. Please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska legislature. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand today and I will not be voting for the poll motion, but I do want to acknowledge that Senator Groney has tried hard to work on this issue. Senator Groney has a bill that, as it is, in my opinion, is not ready for prime time to come out here. The process of bringing groups together has been important, but I think it's been too late in the process. Some of the people here are talking about the process of just bringing a bill out, but I also want to just briefly speak about what's in the bill that causes concern for me. There are many issues that are brought into play by LB 147, school bullying, safety at school for students and school personnel, juvenile justice, mental health and behavioral health, best practices for conflict de-escalation. So legislation like LB 147 must be construed in a way not to create negative consequences because these issues can't be looked at in a vacuum. When I saw in the hearing that opposition to LB 147 was so fierce, the testimony at the hearing was overwhelmingly against. I devoted hours of my time to help Senator Groney reach compromise. I worked with Senator Walz, and we brought in various groups to see whether we could do something that would help this bill go forward. We brought in the stakeholders together in a big meeting 2 weeks ago to work with Senator Groney, including the NSEA, the school administrators, and then after that, advocates for children. I want to thank all of those groups, the NSEA, the teachers, the school administrator, all the advocates, ACLU, Voices for Children, Disability Nebraska. I want to thank them for their earnest efforts to find a good solution here. Senator Linehan just talked about sending a message. I believe that they have heard loud and clear that something needs to be done. These groups made progress and had good dialogue and found some common ground. I also want to thank Senator Groney's staff, particularly legal counsel Amara Block, for her excellence in legal knowledge and drafting. She worked very hard to help on this compromise, and I want to thank her. Unfortunately, the deal wasn't reached that suited the various parties who all had legitimate concerns. The stakeholders should have been brought together sooner, in my opinion. So I'm bringing an interim study so that we can continue this dialogue. I am more than willing to work with Senator Groney over the summer to implement best practices to address school safety. In fact, I believe we must do this. I believe I have demonstrated an ability to bring people together to address these issues where compromise seemed impossible. This year, LB 155, Senator Brewer's bill on wind energy and eminent domain, Senator DeBoer and I worked hard and found a compromise that could work. Senator Linehan and I last year worked on third grade reading and dyslexia. And we both cared about reading, but we had some different ideas on how to go forward on those goals. We slowed it down, brought an interim study, toured the state, and by working together, we came up with even stronger legislation than either of us had, in my opinion. We came up with good legislation that was working with the Nebraska Department of Education that would help them provide some rules and regulations and move forward on these reading issues. We dispelled the notion that interim studies cannot lead to good practices. I thought we were going to get there this year on LB 147, but we need more time. Important policies cannot be made without deliberation. If we want compromise, we have to go back to shared values, and there we will find compromise. If the goal is to keep children safe and school personnel safe, there are lots of things that we can do. If the goal is to reduce conflicts in the classroom and give our teachers the resources they need, again, there are lots of things that we can do. In my experience, compromise only can be reached when people listen to the concerns that others have. I agree that the study sends a message loud and clear that the Department of Education groups need to come together and solve these issues and give time for them to come back. The best way forward is an interim study. I have it on my desk. It's being signed by numerous people. And all the education groups, teachers, administrators, school boards, advocates have all signed off on this study as written. I've sent it out to everybody. I hope that what we will do is go forward with this study, and then we can work to address the teachers and others' needs in the schools. Thank you for the time that Senator Groney worked on this. Thank you for the time Amara Block worked on this, and all the various others. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansing-Brooks. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The poll motion. It's been used before, so this is not anything new. This is not new precedence. And it's worked well before. Matter of fact, it got the whole floor to almost vote unanimously on a bill because of the poll motion, because it made it out of committee. So the poll motion does work. I'm in favor of motion 93 and LB 147 in theory. I do believe that the administrators and the teachers need to work this out themselves. I believe that's where it should have started, and it should have been done a long time before now. We don't need classrooms that are in chaos. When I went to school, we respected our teachers. If they said to calm down, we calmed down because there was the Board of Education in that classroom. I support motion 93 to get it here to the floor. So with that, I yield the rest of my time to Senator Groney.
Senator Groney, 3 minutes 40.
Thank you. I got a note sent in from Senator Pansing-Brooks said we need to study this, we need to work on it. From the president, I believe she's Maddie Fennell, president of NSEA. We have worked on this bill for 20 years. Since it never reached the floor, no one has skin in the game and really works in collaboration. Senator Pansing-Brooks, could I ask you a question?
Senator Pansing-Brooks, would you yield?
You mentioned that you worked with Senator
Yes, I
Linehan
will.
on the reading bill, right? You worked with her?
Yes.
Did you know that bill was pulled from the floor, from the committee?
I do know that, yes.
Did you know you voted no
Yes.
to pull it? Did you know you worked with Senator Linehan, and then when it was amended, when I allowed it, its chairman to be amended onto the committee bill the next year, that you voted for it?
Yes, we worked
Thank you,
over
thank
the
you.
summer
Well,
on an interim
that would have
study.
not, excuse me,
Exactly.
it's my time.
Exactly what I...
Excuse me. This process has been used and been used many times. I have talked to the clerk who's been here for, I don't want to date him, but he's been here many years. And he said the poll motion was used many, many times before term limits. It was used every single year because of this same situation, where certain bills were certain committees were mismatched on the ideological lines, and the people of Nebraska wanted action done on, and bills were pulled out of committee. It is a proper action. It is not setting precedent. It has been done over and over again. It is following the rules. And yes, I respect the committee process. I went through the committee process to get where we're at right now. The amendment 1750 was approved 7-1. That committee amendment came from Senator Walls and Senator Panzenbrook's efforts. I accepted it verbatim because the teachers' union said it was fine. It wasn't exactly what they wanted, it was fine. A majority of that amendment was language brought by the administrators. You want collaboration? Then administrators give a little. It's not your schools, your employees. In a small community, the teachers are more of the community than you are. You come and go. Give us back our schools. Let our teachers do what we expect them to do and get out of the way. We've allowed you in charge of their schools for too long. You sweep things under the rug. You want to give the perception to the community all is fine. Most of you have seen that video. That was just down the road in the small town of Crete, Nebraska.
1 minute.
One of the main lobbyists for the administrators was a superintendent there for years. Those kids were trained to be indifferent to violence by him, by his policies. We can't have that, folks. We need our youth to stand up when evil is going on, when violence is going on. They cannot accept it as normal behavior by some. We need our teachers to be solid and to set the tone in the classroom. We rely on them to teach virtue, to teach manners, to teach discipline. I trust them to do so. The people of Nebraska trust them to do so. Untie their hands, and this bill gives them back control of their classroom. That's all we are doing. That's all we are doing. This is not regressive. This is not mean. This is not out of the 1960s.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Groney and Senator Lowe. Senator Moorfeld, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to the motion to place on general file for a few different reasons. First, there is a committee process for a purpose. There's a reason why we sit in committees for hours upon hours, and I'll tell you that as somebody who serves on two of the heaviest load committees, Education and Judiciary, there is a reason why we sit on those committees, and there is a reason why we have a committee process. When we start making exceptions to that process is when we start to dilute the purpose of sitting on those committees. Because then why do we have committees at all? We should just have every bill go to a floor vote and decide the merit there. Colleagues, there's a reason why this bill is still in committee. And this comes from a member of this body who voted this bill I think address a critical problem that impacts my constituents.
a motion to pull bills out of any committees this year, and not one of my bills has made it out of committee. That's the way it goes here. I understand that I'm in a hostile environment, but I keep in the back of my mind that little megaphone that magnifies Joseph Kennedy's voice from the grave. Don't get mad, get even. Don't get mad, get even. I said, don't get mad, get even. And I know what that means because I watch white people do it. I don't have anything against Senator Breezy's bill, but we're going to talk about it a while today. However, a promise being made must be kept. So when I am given that 1 minute warning, before that minute elapses,
1 minute.
I would pull this motion. But let me explain something else to you all about the rules. If a motion is made and it's withdrawn without a vote being taken, it can be offered again. It wasn't resolved. So I can keep my promise to Senator Breezy and do what I want to do. I can pull it and let Senator Breezy say a thing or two, then offer it again. You think I'm as dumb as some of you all are. Senator Groney mistakes being angry with being intelligent, being loud with being logical. And you see how he knows how to tone his voice down when he's talking to me or with reference to me, don't you? Not like he's yapped at Senator, I'm not going to call her by her name, but by the title I've hung on her, my granddaughter. Not my granddaughter, you weren't paying attention, my goddaughter. I will withdraw that motion, Mr. President.
Motion's withdrawn. Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, the next amendment for consideration from Senator Breezy, AM 1828.
Senator Breezy recognized to open on AM 1828.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Chambers for doing as he said and pulling that motion. I appreciate that. I rise to introduce AM 1828, which I briefly mentioned earlier. AM 1828 is the result of discussions with several interested parties, including public health advocacy groups, the Attorney General's office, the Winnebago tribe, and various senators. And I want to thank everyone involved in this amendment for their willingness to work through these changes and find compromise here. AM 1828 amends two provisions of LB 397. The electronic nicotine delivery system, or ENDS, definition found in Section 2, and secondly, the non-participating manufacturing bonding provision found in Section 16. The ENDS definition is amended by removing the requirement that a device be sold in combination with nicotine, tobacco, or tobacco derivatives to activate the ENDS licensing requirement. All other aspects of the definition remain the same. The amended definition provides statutory flexibility while maintaining consistency with the requirements of the Master Settlement Agreement and in line with definitions for similar products and substances in other states. The amendment addresses concerns over products and substances that may be utilized in these devices, which may have health risks, by making certain the devices themselves are covered by the law, regardless of whether or not the device is sold with nicotine or tobacco. The second provision of the amendment addresses is the Section 16 bonding statute. This change was requested by the Winnebago tribe to ensure that the bonding provision language is clear, that a non-participating manufacturer is not considered an elevated risk under the bonding statute for bringing a good faith claim or lawsuit against the state. I believe this is a good compromise amendment that includes language recommendations and addresses concerns by all interested parties while remaining true to the intent of the bill to provide the AG's office necessary tobacco enforcement tools and protect our MSA funding. And I do note that by changing the definition of cigarettes to include little cigars in the green copy, it will result in a decrease in tobacco products tax collections and an increase in cigarette tax collections. From the fiscal note, it appears essentially to be a slight tax decrease. And again, I note these changes in the amendment were arrived at with the help of the Attorney General's office and it's my understanding Policy Research agrees to these changes, and the health organization we dealt with supported this change. I'd ask for your support and your green vote on the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Brazee. Is there any discussion on AM 1828? I see none. Senator Brazee recognized to close on your amendment. He waives close and question for the body is the adoption of AM 1828. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
37 ayes, 1 nay on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1828 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1569.
Senator Kavanaugh, I recognize to open AM 1569.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I will start by saying that my intention is to pull this amendment, but we did have this discussion about whether or not my original amendment, AM 1528, was germane on May 1st. And before I pulled this amendment, I wanted to return to that discussion. I was disappointed by the vote that was taken to rule that my amendment is not germane. It is my belief, my firm belief, that this amendment is germane, and if those in the body did not agree with my amendment, that they had the opportunity to vote against the amendment on its substance, not its germaneness. And I think we heard from several in the body that this was a dangerous move and a dangerous precedent to set as to whether or not a bill that opens up the same statute, the same section of statute, is germane or not. There are so many other amendments that we see here that do not meet that threshold as well. And it's disappointing when we can't debate a bill on its merits or an amendment on its merits, and we find ways to get rid of it without having that discussion about the merits of the amendment. So I brought this amendment again. I made some changes to it actually to make it more germane than the previous amendment was. I took out all things within the amendment that did not open up the same statute, but I do not intend to move forward with it today. That said, I would like to speak to why I have brought this to begin with. I initially brought my bill, LB 710, because we are currently facing a public health crisis. Every year, Nebraskans spend $737 per household. So the 49 households in here, we each spend $737 a year. That's almost a month's salary for each of us on smoking-related medical expenses and loss of productivity. This body talks a lot about property tax relief. If we're truly serious about property tax relief, cutting spending, tobacco tax and my tobacco tax amendment would drastically cut state spending while also increasing revenue and improving healthcare outcomes for tens of thousands of Nebraskans. Increasing the tax by anything less than $1, as proposed in LB 289, does not result in a decrease in smoking, and therefore the healthcare outcomes necessary to see a cut in state spending. A $1 increase to $1.64 would keep Nebraska competitive with our bordering states and would not result in border bleed. While it would be my hope that we would raise the tax by $1.50 to $2.14 so that we can do more to address this healthcare crisis, it's important to keep in mind that at least a $1 increase is essential to public health. Any tobacco tax increase less than $1 is simply a tax on the economically disadvantaged to subsidize property tax relief, and I do not support tax cuts on the backs of the working poor. So, with that, I will close my remarks. I will wait to withdraw in case anyone else would like to speak on this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Is there any discussion on AM 1569? I see none, Senator Kavanaugh.
I withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
AM 1569 is withdrawn. Is there any further discussion on LB 397? Senator Breezy, you recognize to close in advance of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Kavanaugh for her courtesy in pulling her amendment. And I appreciate her passion for the issue that she described there. And Senator Kavanaugh, your point on germaneness is well taken. I will keep that in mind next time I consider a germaneness challenge. And back to LB 397, this legislation is necessary to preserve and protect our MSA dollars. It's important legislation. I'd ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Members heard the debate on LB 397. The question for the body is the advance of the bill to ENR initial. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
Thirty-nine ayes, no nays on the motion to advance the bill, Mr. President.
LB 397 advances. Items for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment to be printed by Senator Wayne to LB 657. Reports on various gubernatorial appointments from the General Affairs Committee. Series of interim study resolutions. 184 by Senator Quick. 185, Senator Crawford. 186, Senator McDonald. 187, Senator Lowe. 188 by Senator Hansen. 189 by Senator Hansen. 190 by Senator Quick. 191 by Senator Arch. 192, Senator Bowles. 193 by Senator Bowles. In addition to that, amendment to be printed to LB 288 from Senator Linehan. Your Committee on Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs reports Legislative Bill 436 to general file with committee amendments attached. The Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee reports on appointees to the State Personnel Board, the Nebraska Tourism Commission, additional study resolutions, LR 194 by Senator Hilgers, 195 by Senator Hilgers, 196 by Senator Vargas, 197 also by Senator Vargas, 198 by Senator Wishart. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, pursuant to the agenda, we're going to move back to the final reading bills shown on page 1 of your agenda. It's the second block of final reading bills. If all senators could please be at their desks for final reading. Now proceed to final reading, LB 300E. Mr. Clerk.
In Legislative Bill 300, introduced by Lathrop 12 with the request of the governor, bill for inoculated judges' salaries, amend section 24201, change judges' salaries by an operative date, repeal the original section, declare an emergency. Be enacted by the people of Nebraska 1, section 2420101. On January 1, 2019, the salary of the Chief Justice and Judge of the Supreme Court should be $170,200 $296.38. On July 1, 2019, salary should be $181,588.36. On July 1, 2020, the salary of the Chief Justice and Judge of the Supreme Court should be $187,036.01. Chief Justice and President will no public office, profit, or government in this term is not accepted in public as more than the authority of the government of the United States, which they receive compensation for their service. Such as hours to be paid in equal monthly installments. Section 2, this act shall become operative July 1, 2019. Section 3, original section 24201 is hereby repealed. Section 4, since emergency exists, this act shall take effect and pass and approved according to law.
All provisions of the law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 300E pass with the emergency clause attached? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted carried to? Record, please.
Voting aye, Senators Albright, Arch, Blood, Bosselman, Brandt, Brewer, Breezy, Kavanaugh, Chambers, Clements, Crawford, DeBoer, Dorn, Friesen, Geis, Gregor, Groney, Halloran, Ben Hanson, Matt Hanson, Hilgers, Hilkeman, Howard, Hughes, Hunt, Kolowski, Colderman, Legrone, Lathrop, Linehan, Lowe, McCollister, McDonald, Moser, Merman, Pansy, Brooks, Quick, Shear, Slama, Vargas, Walls, Williams, and Wishart. Voting nay, none. Not voting, Senators Bowles, Erdman, Lindstrom, Morfeld, Stinner, and Wayne. Vote is 43 ayes, no nays, 4 present, not voting, 2 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 300E passes with the emergency clause attached. Next bill is LB 300AE.
Goes to Bill 308, Legislature will vote for not appropriation, appropriate funds to carry out the brutal on 300 business service session and the prime opportunity to declare an emergency. Be enacted by the people, Senate President, over 39,007 general fund fiscal year 1901 and 81,320 general fund 2021. The Supreme Court program 3 to carry out the provisions of 106 legislative for session 2019. They said that list of 37,000 fiscal year 2021. Thereby appropriate 32,000 from the general fund for 1966,000 with the purpose of Supreme Court program 4 to carry out the provision level of 306 level for session 2019. Total expenditure for 63,000 provisions 61,999 fiscal year 2021. Is hereby appropriated 350 from the general fund for fiscal year 2019, 37 the general 20 the Supreme Court carrying out the level of 2019. Total expenditure determined size retained for this 332,607 for 2019, 2675 334 fiscal 2021. Section 4, there is hereby appropriated 298,400 from the general fund. We will bring into some of the general fund for some of the carrying out the program term 300 for some of the 2019. Total expenditure for 2,000 was the one that's not exceed 7 2021. Hereby appropriate 36,000 of those companies doing some of the compensation work compensation program from the carrying out the 300 first session 2019. Total expenditure of 34,246 and 37,121. Section 3 is July 1, 2019. Section 7, since an emergency exists, act shall take effect and pass approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 300AE pass with the emergency clause attached? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted carried to? Record, please.
Voting aye, Senators Albright, Arch, Blood, Bostelman, Brandt, Brewer, Breezy, Kavanaugh, Chambers, Clements, Crawford, DeBoer, Dorn, Friesen, Geis, Gregor, Groney, Halloran, Ben Hanson, Matt Hanson, Hilgers, Hilkeman, Howard, Hughes, Hunt, Kolowski, Colderman, Legrone, Lathrop, Linehan, Lowe, McCollister, McDonald, Morfeld, Moser, Merman, Pansy, Brooks, Quick, Shear, Slama, Vargas, Walls, Williams, and Wishart. Voting nay, none. Not voting, Senators Bowles, Erdman, Lindstrom, Stinner, and Wayne. Vote is 44 ayes, no nays, 3 present, not voting, 2 excused, not voting. Mr. President.
LB 300AE passes with the emergency clause attached. Our next bill is LB 460E. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, motion on the bill. Senator Howard would move to return LB 462, select file for specific amendment.
Senator Howard, you recognized to open on your motion to return the bill.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm moving to return this bill to select file because we have to make one technical change at the request of the Governor's Policy Research Office. As a reminder, LB 460 codifies new fingerprinting and background check requirements under federal law for both staff of child care providers and staff in residential facilities serving wards of the state in our child welfare program. Currently, the state is out of compliance with federal law, and we need to pass this bill in order to come into compliance and avoid significant financial penalties. Late last week, the Nebraska State Patrol was informed by the FBI that the required search of the National Crime Information Center's National Sex Offender Registry, referenced on page 11, lines 13 and 14 of the final reading copy, is improper. That registry is used solely for justice purposes and may not be used for licensing homes in the child welfare system. As a result, the FBI has indicated that they would not be able to run any of the required background checks unless the reference to that registry is removed. Again, we do need to pass this bill to come into compliance with federal law and to avoid significant financial penalties. And I would urge your support of this motion and this amendment so we can bring the bill back to select for this minor change. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Howard. Is there any discussion on the motion to return the bill to select file? I see none. Senator Howard, you recognize closed. Your waives closed, and the question for the body is return LB 460E to select file for a specific amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
42 ayes, no nays on the motion to return the bill.
The bill is returned to select file. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Howard would offer AM 1891.
Senator Howard, recognized to open on AM 1891.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 1891 is merely the clarifying amendment that I described previously. It addresses the FBI's concerns about the National Crime Information Center's National Sex Offender Registry, which is on page 11 of the final reading copy, and it removes it and clarifies the language. This was brought to our attention by the Governor's Policy Research Office, and we believe that this will bring this bill into full compliance and give us and help us avoid our federal financial penalties. I would urge the adoption of AM 1891. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Howard. Is there any discussion of AM 1891? Senator Lowe.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Would Senator Howard yield to a question?
Senator Howard, you yield, please.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
There seems to be a new fiscal note on this bill for quite a bit of money. Can you explain the fiscal note?
Certainly. So LB 460, just to sort of remind you of what we had done previously, brings us up into compliance for our child care block grant and our 4E funding for child welfare. Both of these require fingerprints as part of the background check process for child care facilities, as well as for group homes, essentially, for our child welfare system. The reason why there's a fiscal note is because the State Patrol believes that they'll have to have additional staff to process the fingerprints in order to do it. If we do not do this bill, we will lose all of our 4E funding, which is in the double digits millions. And then for the child care block grant, if we do not do this bill, it's a 5% penalty, which is about $2.5 million out of the block grant. And so the cost, the State Patrol cost for the fingerprinting, we believe outweighs the small cost, outweighs the burden of having to lose all of our 4E funding, which pays for our child welfare system, or a portion of it. And so that's why there's the fiscal note.
Thank you, Senator Howard. I appreciate that. We've got a pretty tight budget here in Nebraska. Our money's pretty tight, and we've dispersed almost all of it out. Anything with a fiscal note was not supposed to come out because we don't have the money. And now we get this, where we have to do it, or we lose our funding. I think we need to start thinking about what we're actually giving our money to, and not our wants. We may lose our funding because of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Lowe. Any further discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Howard, recognize close on your amendment, 1891.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Lowe for drawing the body's attention to sort of the cost-benefit analysis that the HHS committee did when we were considering this and the bills that are attached to it, because the burden is so great and the loss to the state would be so great if we choose not to pass 460. We do feel like the sort of small fiscal note that the State Patrol incurs is certainly worth the benefit to the children of our state and ensuring their safety by ensuring that the people who are around them are appropriately background checked through a fingerprint system. So I would urge the adoption of AM 1891 today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Howard. Question for the body's adoption of AM 1891. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
44 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1891 is adopted. Senator Slama for motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 460E be advanced to for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 460E advances. Pursuant to that action, we'll pass over the A bill and move on to LB 675E. The first vote, Mr. Clerk, is to dispense with the at-large reading. Those in favor of dispensing the reading vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
31 ayes, 10 nays to dispense with the at-large reading.
The at-large reading is dispensed with. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Engrossed Bill 675, introduced by Groening 42, a bill for national aid in education, and Section 77, 34, 46, 79, 11, 42, 45, 11, 47, 48, 49, 79, 11, 54, 11, 55, 56, 11, 57, 57, 58, 59, 77, 11, 59, 01, 11, 60, 79, 16, 11, 79, 11, 62, 11, 63, 79, 11, 64, 77, 167, 77, 13, 02, 77, 13, 04, 79, 22, 02, 83, 121, 83, 12, 25, reissue by statute Nebraska, Section 79, 318, 79, 1003, 79, 1005, 79, 1007, 100709, 79, 108101, 79, 101701, 79, 1144, revised statute Cume Sub 2018, Section 79, 1022, revised statute Cume Sub 2018 is amended by Section 1, Legislative Bill 430, 111 for 2019. Change the base limitation for school districts. Authorize length for specified contracts. Change basic skill competency requirements as prescribed. Define and redefine terms. Change related to Tax Equity and Educational Support Opportunities Act. Clarify state aid calculations. Change provision related to the certification distribution of state aid. Change provision of the Special Education Act as prescribed. To eliminate obsolete provision for special education. To adopt updated federal laws and regulations. Change grant provision as prescribed. Change duties as prescribed. Change distance education terminology. To implement a report requirement of state aid provisions for residential airplanes requirements, special education provisions, narrow due educational service fund, funding provisions for the interstate compact for education support of military children, harmonized provisions to repeal the original sections, to repeal section 79527, 791004, 79100717, 100723, 77100725, 79102803, 791152, 1153, 791188, 792206. Reissued by statute Nebraska, Section 791008.02, by statute Cume Sub 2018, and to declare an emergency.
All provisions of law relative to procedure have been complied with. The question is, shall LB 675E pass with the emergency clause attached? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
Voting aye. Senators Albright, Arch, Blood, Bowles, Bostman, Brandt, Brewer, Breesky, Kavanaugh, Chambers, Clements, Crawford, DeBoer, Dorn, Erdman, Friesen, Geis, Grigert, Groney, Halloran, Hanson, Hilders, Hickelman, Howard, Hughes, Hunt, Kolowski, Coulterman, LeGrone, Lathrop, Lindstrom, Linehan, Lowe, McAllister, McDonald, Morfeld, Moser, Merman, Pansy, Brooks, Quick, Shear, Slama, Vargas, Walls, Wayne, Williams, Wishart. Voting nay, none not voting, Sir Stinner. 48 ayes, no nays, one excused, not voting.
LB 675E passes with the emergency clause attached. While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose the senator to hereby sign the following three bills: LB 300E, LB 300AE, and LB 675E. We'll now proceed to select file 2019 priority bills.
Mr. President, with respect to the select file bills 492, Senator, I have E&R amendments first of all.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 492 be adopted.
Members, you heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that LB 492 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We're going to take a machine vote on this. Those in favor of advancing LB 492, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
29 ayes, 7 nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 592 advances.
Mr. President, 592, Senator, I have E&R amendments first of all.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 592 be adopted.
Members, you heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendments to LB 592. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that LB 592 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance LB 592. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 592 advances.
Mr. President, 690 has an amendment. Senator 323, I have E&R amendments first of all.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 323 be adopted.
Members, you heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendments to 323. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted.
I have nothing further on 323, Senator.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that LB 323 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance LB 323. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 323 advances.
323A, Senator, I have E&R amendments first of all.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 323A be adopted.
Members, you heard the motion to adopt the E&R amendments to LB 323A. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted.
I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator Slama?
Mr. President, I move that LB 323A be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance LB 323A to E&R for engrossing. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 323A advances. Members, pursuant to the agenda, will now move to general file 2019 Senator Priority Bills, LB 481. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, 481 was a bill originally introduced by Senator Bowles. This bill for not relating to appropriation states intent relating to appropriation. Bill was introduced in January, referred to the Appropriations Committee. The bill was advanced to general file. I do have committee amendments pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Bowles recognized to open LB 481.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 481 creates the Brain Injury Trust Fund with the amendments proposed by the Appropriations Committee. The fund is to be utilized to provide grants to community providers of brain injury resource facilitation and other services, data collection, and community and provider education. The source of the grant funds will be the Healthcare Cash Fund. These funds won't flow out of the Healthcare Cash Fund until the second year of the biennium. The Appropriations Committee does think that with the additional returns under the good stewardship of Michael Walden Newman and the Investment Council, the Healthcare Cash Fund can sustain this expenditure. This is actually Senator McDonnell, his LB 642, and so I will yield the remainder of my time to Senator McDonnell.
Senator Bowles, I didn't hear who you were yielding time to.
Senator McDonnell, please.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Senator McDonnell, you yielded 9 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Before I get into the merits of the legislation, I would like to again thank Senator Bowles for allowing me to utilize LB 481 as a vehicle for this amendment. I'd like to thank Speaker Scheer for his support in allowing me to be drafted to his personal priority bill, and I would like to thank Senator Stinner and the members of the Appropriations Committee for working with me to advance this important legislation. AM 1815 to LB 481 is comprised of LB 462, an amendment by Appropriations Amendment 1501. LB 642 proposes to adopt the Brain Injury Trust Fund Act by creating the Brain Injury Oversight Committee and the Brain Injury Trust Fund. AM 1501 reduces the annual dollar amount being appropriated from the Nebraska Healthcare Cash Fund from $1 million to $500,000 beginning in fiscal year 2020-21. LB 642 does not have a general fund impact. Brain injury can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time. It is not an occurrence that anyone plans for, and far too often the extent of the injury can go undiagnosed for days, months, and even years, leaving the victims and their families or caregivers with profound consequences ranging from medical care and employment issues to financial burdens and emotional distress. Traumatic brain injury is unfortunately a common occurrence. It happens when least expected, and it comes with many disguises. A wide range of accidents to include a blow or a bump to the head, a fall, an assault, or a traffic accident can cause brain injuries. A sports-related injury diagnosed as a minor concussion can lead to a much more substantial injury in the brain without proper care and follow-up treatment. Additional causes which can result in brain injury include stroke, aneurysms, tumors, cancer, and infections. According to statistics provided in today's handout, there are more than 36,000 Nebraskans living with an invisible disability due to a brain injury, and based on the 2016-17 data, someone in Nebraska will sustain a brain injury every hour of the day, every day of the year. It is likely that each one of us here today can relate to a personal brain injury experience which has affected someone we know and or love, a family member, a friend, a neighbor, a colleague, a classmate, or even perhaps yourself. The purpose and the heart of this legislation is to provide Nebraskans who have fallen victim to a traumatic brain injury with much needed support for both patients and their families through the resources, facilitation, training, education, public awareness, prevention, and research. LB 481, as amended by AM 1815, establishes the Brain Injury Oversight Committee, which shall consist of 9 public members, and the following directors are their designees: the Commissioner of Education, the Director of Behavioral Health and Department of Human Services, the Director of Public Health and the Department of Health of Human Services, and 9 public members shall be appointed by the governor to include individuals with a brain injury or family member of individuals with a brain injury, representative of the public or private health-related organization, a representative of the Developmental Disability Advisory or Planning Group within Nebraska, a representative of service providers for individuals with brain injury, and a representative of a nonprofit brain injury advocacy organization. The bill further establishes the Brain Injury Trust Fund with the legislative intent to annually appropriate $500,000 from the Nebraska Healthcare Cash Fund beginning in the fiscal year 2020-21 for purposes of carrying out the Brain Injury Trust Fund Act. Again, there is no impact to the general fund. The Brain Injury Trust Fund would be administered through a contract with the University of Nebraska Medical Center for administrative, accounting, and budgeting purposes. It would also be utilized to pay for contracts with the outside sources that specialize in this area. These outside sources shall operate statewide and also in targeted areas with individuals who have sustained a brain injury. Such outside sources will additionally work to secure and develop community-based services, provide support groups, and access to pertinent information, medical resources, and services, referrals, and education professionals who work with brain injury victims. As outlined on page 3 of the amendment, expenditures from the fund may also be utilized for resource facilitation, voluntary training for services providers, follow-up contact, promotion of awareness, support research, providing the monetary quality improvement process, as well as data collection and evaluation. Each of these critical components serve as a stepping stones towards treating and assisting current and future recipients of traumatic brain injuries. I will point out that no more than 10% of the fund shall be used for administrative purposes. Furthermore, it shall be the responsibility of the Brain Injury Oversight Committee, 1, to provide financial oversight and direction to the University of Nebraska Medical Center in the management of the fund, 2, to develop criteria for the expenditures made from the fund, and 3, represent the interests of individuals with brain injury as well as their families through advocacy, education, training, rehabilitation, research, and prevention. I will reiterate that brain injury can happen to any one of us, anywhere, at any time. It only takes a split second to change our lives. I can't do justice to what these families have gone through, but I can ask for your support of this bill, LB 481, as amended to AM 81815. Takes a substantial step in educating, assisting, and supporting current and future brain injury victims, as well as their families or caregivers, in an effort to provide the best recovery possible. With that, I would greatly appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. As the clerk indicated, there are amendments from the Appropriations Committee. Senator Bowles, if you could handle that committee amendment for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the content of the Appropriations Committee amendment has been well described by my introduction and Senator McDonald. I would note that one of the major differences between Senator McDonald's bill as introduced and the committee amendment is the fiscal impact. It is $500,000 from the Healthcare Cash Fund in the second year of the biennium. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Debate is now open on LB 481 and the pending Appropriations Committee amendment. Senator Bowles, you're first in the queue.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise in praise of Senator McDonald and his good work here. The one thing that I wanted to add as a personal comment on this piece of legislation is that while we have a brain injury waiver, that waiver is very narrow and it doesn't support people who don't qualify for nursing facility level of care. And so those folks who have a very severe brain injury that doesn't meet the need of institutional level of care are grappling with their needs and demands in the community. And they don't always have the supports that they need. There's been plenty of research that has shown through surveys of those individuals that one of their greatest needs is information and assistance with navigating the resources that are available to them. And so I applaud Senator McDonald. I support this bill wholeheartedly and ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Senator Howard.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McDonald yield to a question?
Senator McDonald, yield, please.
Yes.
Is this a one-time use of the Healthcare Cash Fund, or is this going to be an ongoing expenditure out of the Healthcare Cash Fund?
Ongoing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for you. We have got to stop taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund, all right? It funds our disability services, it funds Medicaid, it funds healthcare, it funds a lot of preventive stuff that we don't want to take out of the general fund. We have got to stop taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund, all right? $500,000 annually out of the Healthcare Cash Fund that is not solvent. We are already eating the principal. Come on, we can do better than this. But every single year, this is the second Mike McDonald bill that we are considering that is taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund. We are eating the principal. It will not be there into perpetuity. We are one of the last states that still has a Healthcare Cash Fund using these tobacco settlement funds. We have got to stop taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund. It will not be there when we need it most. And if you want property tax relief, you want to make sure that the Healthcare Cash Fund continues in perpetuity. So stop taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund. This is ridiculous. This is the second time we've talked about it this year. Ridiculous. I have no beef with the Brain Injury Trust Fund, none whatsoever. But when you're taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund and then what, taking money out of our developmental disabilities funds, taking money out of Medicaid, taking money out of healthcare, taking money away from the federally qualified health centers? Where's that money going to come from? This doesn't live forever. Money doesn't grow on trees. John Lowe knows that. Senator Lowe, I apologize. I'm a little hot right now. We have got to stop taking money out of the healthcare cash fund. It will not be there for the senators who follow us in the future. All right? And that is as firm as I can get on this floor. I have no beef with LB 481, but we have got to stop taking money out of the healthcare cash fund. I will not be supporting this appropriation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Salama. She waives the opportunity. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment or the bill? Question for the body's adoption of AM 1815 Appropriations Committee Amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Senator Bowles.
I think, given the current circumstances of this afternoon, I'd like a call of the House and a roll call vote, please.
Thanks, Senator Bowles. There's been a request to place House on a call. The question is, shall the House go on a call? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
20 yeas, 6 nays to place the House under call.
House on a call. All members, please return to your desk. Check in. The House is under call. Senator Groney, could you check in, please? House on a call. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is on a call. All senators, please check in. Senator DeBoer, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is on a call. Senator Bowles, we're lacking Senator DeBoer. We could proceed or wait.
We can proceed, but I don't believe I was offered an opportunity to close on the amendment.
Senator Bowles, I apologize. That's my error.
May I close?
I'm informed by the clerk that we're in the middle of a vote, and I can't recognize you for that purpose. I apologize again. Thank you, Senator Bowles. Members, the question for the body's adoption of the Appropriations Committee Amendment AM 1815. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Those in, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, not voting. Senator Blood, not voting. Senator Bowles, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, not voting. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breese, not voting. Senator Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Chambers, voting no. Senator Clements, not voting. Senator Crawford, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, I'll get you in just a moment, please. Senator DeBoer voting yes. Thank you. Senator Dorn voting yes. Senator Erdman voting no. Senator Friesen voting no. Senator Geist voting no. Senator Grigert voting no. Senator Groney voting yes. Senator Holleran, Senator Holleran voting no. Senator Ben Hansen voting no. Senator Matt Hansen not voting. Senator Hilders, not voting. Senator Hickelman, voting yes. Senator Howard, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Kalowski, voting yes. Senator Coulterman, Voting yes, Sir LaGrone. Not voting, Sir Lathrop. Voting yes, Sir Lindstrom. Voting yes, Sir Linehan. Not voting, Sir Lowe. Voting no, Sir McAllister. Voting yes, Sir McDonald. Voting yes, Sir Moorfeld. Voting not voting, Sir Moser. Voting no, Sir Merman. Voting no, Sir Pansing Brooks. Not voting, Sir Quick. Not voting, Sir Shear. Voting yes, Sir Slama. Voting no, Sir Stinner. Sir Vargas. Voting yes, Sir Walls. Voting yes, Sir Wayne. Voting yes, Sir Williams. Voting yes, Sir Wishart. Voting yes. Sir Moorfeld. Voting yes. 20. Sir Blood, are you trying to vote? How would you like to vote, Senator? Not voting, excuse me. 20. Sir Pansing Brooks. I'm having trouble seeing you, members, so please. Sir Pansing Brooks voting yes, Senator? Thank you. 23 ayes, 15 ayes on the adoption of committee amendments.
The committee amendments are not adopted. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Matt Hansen would move to reconsider that vote.
Senator Matt Hansen, you recognized to open your reconsideration motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I was not voting on that last vote and would have been the 25th had there been an opportunity, mainly for just the process and procedure. It's my understanding that there was kind of a mistaken process and Senator Bowles did not get a close on her amendment. So I filed this reconsideration motion by being not voting. And with that, I would yield the balance of my time to Senator Bowles.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Bowles, you yielded 9.5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Hansen, for the reconsideration motion. I do appreciate the committee's thoughtfulness regarding use of the healthcare cash fund. I do think it's perhaps worth reiterating that we are seeing better returns on investment through the good work of the Nebraska Investment Council, and the Appropriations Committee did vote out this amendment in order to try to support the important purposes of creating resource facilitation for individuals who are suffering from brain injuries. I will ask you to support the reconsideration motion and the Appropriations Committee amendment. I do think that this is good legislation that helps individuals with brain injuries. And I do think while the caution is appropriate for use of the healthcare cash fund, people with traumatic brain injuries, if they have escalating needs, are at risk of reaching institutional level of care and can be more expensive. So I would ask for your support of survivors of traumatic brain injury, your support of the reconsideration motion and the amendment as well as the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Debate is now open on the reconsideration motion. Senator Slama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to yield my time to Senator Howard if she would like to just reiterate the importance of the healthcare cash fund.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Howard, 4 minutes 50.
So, the healthcare cash fund was originally created after the tobacco settlement. Every state in the country who participated in a lawsuit against the tobacco companies was given a certain settlement amount in perpetuity. And a lot of other states took that settlement amount and immediately spent it. Nebraska, on the other hand, took that settlement amount and said, no, we are going to make sure that we have some type of fund to pay for healthcare services and specific needs for vulnerable populations into perpetuity. So we do get about $32 million into the fund every year, and then we are sending out more than $32 million out of the fund every year. And so we are spending more out of the healthcare cash fund. We are eating the principle of the healthcare cash fund. So I'm doing this off of memory because I don't have my healthcare cash fund report with me right now. I need to find it again. But some of our biggest items or expenditures, one goes to the University for Research. That's one of our biggest expenditure items. One of them actually helps pay for developmental disabilities, for individuals with developmental disabilities. So these are people who are on the wait list. For those of you who will be here for several years, you will often hear about individuals who have developmental disabilities and they are on the wait list and they are waiting for services, and we don't have enough money to pay for them to get those services. And so we allocate money out of the healthcare cash fund for individuals with developmental disabilities. We allocate money to the federally qualified health centers, to our public health departments, which P.S. in Nebraska, our public health departments are actually quite new. And so the fact that we have public health departments at all is because of the healthcare cash fund. And so if that healthcare cash fund goes away, not only will we be looking at, I don't know, somewhere upwards of about $40 million every year that we would have to find money for out of the general fund if the healthcare cash fund goes away, but we would also have no public health departments, a significantly longer wait list for developmental disabilities. We would have FQHCs who weren't able to serve as many people. And so, yes, when I get on this floor and I talk about preserving the healthcare cash fund, that's what I'm trying to preserve, is healthcare for our most vulnerable. This is an appropriate allocation from it. When we were talking about 311, that maybe wasn't, but we let that one go. We came to an agreement. We came to an understanding. No one spoke with me about LB 481. I had no idea that $500,000 was going to come out of the healthcare cash fund in perpetuity when we are already eating the principal. Colleagues, if you want to make sure that we continue to fund healthcare services in this state to the level that we would like to see them at, the best way to do that is to preserve the healthcare cash fund, not continue eating the principal. We are stewards, we are fiscal stewards in this state. And the senators who came before us were thoughtful enough to create a fund for healthcare, and we are eating the principal. And these enormous allocations eat the principal to the point where the burden of ensuring that these services continue, because gosh, we need them. People with developmental disabilities need them. Healthcare entities need these services. Patients need these services. All of the burden of what is coming out of the healthcare cash fund will subsequently fall onto the general fund if the healthcare cash fund goes away. So colleagues, I implore you to reconsider LB 481. We can do it next year. We can look at other sources of funding. Shoot, I'm interested in increasing the tobacco tax so that that can go into the healthcare cash fund. I'm very interested in that. We can talk about that more. We could up it to $1. We could put a portion of it into property tax, and we could put a portion of it into the healthcare cash fund. And then you can have all the brain injury trust funds that you would like. But because we have not considered that, I do not support LB 481, and I do not support taking this money out of the healthcare cash fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Howard, you're actually next in the queue. You may continue 5 more minutes.
Oh, I feel like my colleagues has probably heard enough from me on the healthcare cash fund, but just know that this fund, with term limits, people forget why we did things in the past. This fund was created for healthcare. This fund was to make sure that we could pay for public health and healthcare and disabilities and research at the university. And when that fund goes away, either all of those things go away or the burden falls to the general fund. So if you're interested in property tax relief, you want to keep the healthcare cash fund going, solvent, in perpetuity. We can talk about tobacco taxes. That would be super fun. I'm interested in that. But really, what I am asking you to do today is consider whether $500,000 coming out of the healthcare cash fund in perpetuity until that healthcare cash fund is completely depleted is what we would like to be doing as a body today, especially when, gosh, we have a lot of other things to talk about. We've got property taxes, we got Imagine Act. We've got plenty to do without trying to take more money out of the healthcare cash fund today. So, colleagues, I would implore you to not support LB 481. And I really enjoy, Senator McDonald and Senator Bowles are two of my favorite people here, but I disagree with them wholly on where these funds are coming from. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. As usual, Senator Howard was right on target. We can't continue to deplete the health care cash fund. Simply not good policy. I understand that. I think she's, as I say, absolutely right. Another topic. It may well be that Senator Breezy's LB 183 will be the last property tax relief bill in the hopper this year. It is the last train leaving the station, I think. So, how can we kill two birds with one stone? What I suggest we do is simply raise the cigarette taxes, use that revenue and put that in the healthcare cash fund. Then we could actually fund 481. We should do that. Everybody wins. Consider that, if you will, colleagues, when the Senator Breezy's bill comes up, maybe we can persuade him that we can bring enough people on board this bill by raising the cigarette taxes and using this money to finance this very worthy project, LB 481. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator McAllister. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howard, even though I totally disagree. If you look at what we worked on in appropriations and looking at some of the funding that is going to be dropping off with the cannabis study, that was $250,000. We had a total with the ADRCs dropping off, and that was $953,000. But let's talk about the principle. Let's talk about the health of this healthcare cash fund, which comes from the tobacco settlement. And if you look at the last few years, and this is going back approximately 20 years, but we're at currently, and I'm not touching the principle, this second year of using the healthcare cash fund for this bill would be based on 2020-21, not this year. But right now we're currently at $451,866,000. We increased between 2017 and 2018, again on the principle, from 7.89% to 17.37%. That's how much we increased. Going back an average, looking at it from 2001 to 2018, we've increased on an average of 15.28%. So I am not looking at touching the principle, but let's also make sure we understand we're spending money out of this healthcare cash fund for a number of things, and right now we're spending it at a tune of $65 million. $65 million. So that cigarette tax at $1.25 million with the current transfer amount, and also so everyone knows that we're averaging between $35 and $40 million continuous a year on top of the $451 million that we have right now. So with the idea of discussing this, working on it with Senator Stinner as the chair of the Appropriations Committee, running the numbers and making sure that we're looking out for the financial health of the healthcare cash fund, that's what we did. Now we're talking about a citizen, one every hour in the state of Nebraska, that's going to have a traumatic brain injury. One every hour. So since we've been here today, we've had 8, 9 citizens on the average that have suffered a traumatic brain injury. We're talking about not this year, but next year, $500,000 for this program that I haven't heard anybody say it's not a worthy bill. It's not a worthy program. We just want to make sure that we leave $451,866,000 in the account right now for the principal, and I'm not even touching that. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the additional money we receive yearly, plus the investments off the money, plus the cigarette tax. This is not hurting the health of the healthcare cash fund. And if she wants to talk about, as Senator Howard mentioned earlier, the number of great things, I have absolutely no issue with any of the great things that are being spent, all 23 items that this money's going to throughout the year, and as of a total of $62,397,000. But the idea this is worthy. There's things that are going to be funded and then going to drop off. So we had discussed this in appropriations that there's well over $1 million dropping off. There's well over $1 million dropping off, and we're not talking about the principal. We're talking about the amount of money going up every year and the investment. We are not hurting the health of the healthcare cash fund at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Senator LeGrone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that often there are long-term financial obligations or purchases that we do well to set up more things like the healthcare cash fund on. For instance, election technology is a recurring purchase that we're going to have to account for that is a large amount of money that we're going to need to figure out how to budget for on a recurring basis. Now, admittedly, I don't know a lot about the healthcare cash fund, and for that purpose, would Senator Howard yield to a question?
Senator Howard, you yield, please.
Yes, I will.
Senator Howard, can you kind of walk me through a little bit of the history of how, I know you mentioned it briefly, but I was wondering if you could go a little more in depth. You said other states spent this money and we didn't.
Yeah, so in 1998, Nebraska joined with other states to sue tobacco companies for the health impacts and the cost to the state in particular in regards to health impacts, because obviously when somebody smokes, we know that that has an impact on their overall health status, and that has had an ongoing cost to the state through, say, our Medicaid program. And so we joined with 40 other states in 1998. We won, and then as part of the Master Settlement Agreement, we receive a portion of tobacco proceeds annually. Every other state essentially uses this money as a pass-through. So they get their allocation and they spend it right away. In Nebraska, we created the Healthcare Cash Fund with the idea that we would not use the principal, but have programs run off of the interest from the Healthcare Cash Fund, and then the additional funds that we get through the settlement.
So that actually answers my question perfectly. And so one more question I do have, though, is, so what kind of costs are we incurring that the interest pays for?
When you're thinking about the programs and services that are coming out?
Correct.
Oh gosh, there are a lot of great programs in here. Gamblers assistance, tobacco prevention, respite care for the regions, our EMS technicians, Parkinson's disease, our behavioral health providers and their rate increase, emergency protective custody, which is EPCs. I know Columbus has a really big issue with EPCs when somebody is sort of unruly and we don't have anywhere to place them. This helps with that. Children's health insurance, developmental disabilities age to help with the wait list. I apologize, I'm taking your time.
No, that's fine. I was honestly, here's what I'll do is that ended my questions. I was kind of getting where it's going to. But Mr. President, I'll yield to Senator Howard the remainder of my time if she has anything else to say on the topic.
Thanks, Senator LeGrone. Senator Howard, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Senator LeGrone. I'll be brief because I do want to talk specifically about the sustainability projections. And I'll just read directly from the report. In the 2018 Investment Council report to the legislature, it showed the sustainability of the fund to be at risk at the current expenditure levels. LB 969 passed in the 2012 session, amended the transfers to the Healthcare Cash Fund, decreasing the amounts by 5% each year, starting in fiscal year 14 through 16, and then remaining at that level thereafter. The bill also stated legislative intent that no new programs be funded through the Healthcare Cash Fund until all programs with an appropriation in fiscal year 13 are restored to their original funding levels. So essentially in 2012, everything that was taking money out of the Healthcare Cash Fund took a haircut so that the Healthcare Cash Fund would remain stable and we wouldn't be eating the principal. And then they recommended that we not have any new programs come out of the Healthcare Cash Fund. Essentially, colleagues, we need to really consider our priorities out of the Healthcare Cash Fund and whether or not this is one of our priorities, and if so, if the $500,000 will be taking from the principal the way we currently are, if this is what we want to spend our $500,000 on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has kind of had us with some weird partnerships just because it's different than most of the bills in that we each have our particular reasons for supporting or not supporting. And I understand the budget issue that Senator Howard has, but I guess the challenge I have is that because I had a traumatic brain injury and had to go through a process through Madonna, and it took most of a year to get to where you were as close as you were ever going to be to the way you used to be, it gave me a special appreciation for it. And a traumatic brain injury is an invisible injury, and more than anything, it just affects your ability to remember and communicate. And that process that I went through gave me a whole new appreciation because some of the folks that you work with in there are some that have strokes and other injuries. So it's hard to walk away and not support Senator McDonald and what he's trying to do here because I've got a very personal issue with this, and my injury was obviously overseas doing things that are a little different than most brain injuries, but the way to work through that and get treatment, and the idea that we have a program that could help, and we're discussing whether or not it's worthy of part of a very, very large nest egg, I guess I'm troubled with. But with that said, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Senator Brewer. Senator McDonald, been yielded 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Thank you, Mr. President. Some of the areas that we were talking about, and I want to overly emphasize, this is not going to come out of the principal. It is not. Some of the other areas that we're taking out in 2019, we took out $62,855,000 was the Legislative Council for $75,000. Attorney General Tobacco Settlement Enforcement, $500,000. The Gambler's Assistant, $250,000. There's a total of 23. And the Tobacco Prevention Control for $2.5 million. EMS Technicians Regulations for $13,000. There's a lot. There's nothing on this list. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the cannabis study is dropping off, and the ADRCs that was scheduled for 2 years at $935,000 is dropping off. So I don't have a problem with any of the money that we're currently spending based on the tobacco settlement. Now remember, this came from the tobacco settlement, and we are still adding between, on the average, $37 million a year without looking at the investment of the money. But also, we are not touching the principal of $451,866. So, which has increased, and I just want to make sure everyone understands this. Over the last 20 years, there's been 3 years that we took a step back on the investment of the money. We decreased 3 years. And the last one was 2016 at 2.87. But 2017, we increased 7.89, and 2018, we increased 17.37. We are not hurting the financial health of the healthcare cash fund. We're talking about next year, we're talking about 2021, $500,000 for people with traumatic brain injuries. I want you to understand that this is what we're spending the money on. This is a need, this isn't a want. 1 every hour on the average, we have a citizen in our state that is suffering a traumatic brain injury. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's 1 minute, Senator.
Oh, 1 minute, thank you. Trying to make sure we focus, and as the Appropriations Committee and discussing this, again, there's not a dime of this coming out of the general fund. At first, we were talking about $1 million per year. We reduced that to $500,000 starting 2021, looking out for the health of the healthcare cash fund. We are doing this for people in this state that need help. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Senator Hilkeman.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I rise to support this motion to reconsider, and also to talk just a little bit about the Brain Injury Trust Fund and why I'm supporting it. And while I think it's also a good fit to take it from the Healthcare Trust Fund. When you go look at, if you have a few moments, just go online and look what coming out of the Healthcare Trust Fund. You can find that on the internet. There are a number of allocations that come out of that trust fund. When Senator McDonald brought this to the committee, one of the big things, and I looked at it and I thought, this $500,000, it's not that much, and we're not certainly going to be treating very much for brain injuries. Brain injuries are very, very expensive. But when the people who came to testify on it, this is just a beginning as far as for education on the importance, if you have a head injury, that you need to consider even the most minor of head injuries can have traumatic results. And it reminded me of my own brother, who a little over 5 years ago, riding his bicycle on a trail in Illinois, hit some leaves, went down, was wearing a helmet, hit his head, and got a little gash on his knee. He called me. He was planning to come out and do some door-to-door with me. And he called me. He said, Robert, he said, I took a little fall on my bike today. And he said, I got this knee. And he said, I kind of got a little bit, I may have blacked out for a little bit and so forth. And so at either rate, I said, well, Larry, I said, the last thing you need to do is to drive back to Omaha, Nebraska. And I said, I think we're doing okay. We're going to keep on going. And you need to be back there at home getting better on this injury. And a couple of days later, he did go get some medical check. Scan was done. I thought everything was okay. Week after my election to the District 4, we were all together in San Antonio as a family. We had a wonderful time. My brother was having some difficulties with his memory. He'd had a little bit of memory loss prior to this injury, but at either rate, it was worse. I said, you need to get this checked out. And I said to him one of the last time I come, I said, what are you looking forward to? He said, I'm looking forward to preaching next Sunday. And he did his sermon. He was a guest pastor at a sermon. And if you ever wanted to hear a final sermon of someone, it was my brother's. And the next morning, he had difficulties getting up out of bed. His wife took him to the hospital, and indeed, he'd had a small brain bleed that had been in there for over 6 weeks. And surgery was done, but it was too late. And my brother died about a week later. And folks, brain injuries are, what we don't know about them is just incredible. And so I think it's important that we start this process. We're not the only state that has, or we don't have this. We want to start it. And it's going to begin mainly with an education process to people who've had these type of injuries. And these occur all the time. In recreation, in just normal falls. And so I think it's an important avenue that we do it. And I think that taking it from the Healthcare Trust Fund is an appropriate fund to do it. And therefore, I suggest that we reconsider this motion. And I would say, let's do a green vote on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Stinner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I guess Senator McDonald took us through the numbers, and I will say right off that I have a high regard for Senator Howard and what she's trying to do and what she's trying to protect. I, too, am trying to protect the health care cash fund. When this bill came up, first of all, it was one of the few bills we had. My email exploded. I read the bill, I listened to the testimony and read the testimony over again. It's a worthy bill. Certainly Senator Brewer can speak to that probably as best as anybody here. But I'm going to say I've had a running battle since I showed up here in the legislature about the report that's issued by the investment officer. And he and I actually had a discussion over the summertime, not only a discussion, but a hearing over sustainability of this fund. Now, the key to this argument is what is sustainable. He readily admits over the long-term period of time that 6.6% can be used as an average rate of return. Now, every year that I've been here for the last now 5 years, we have added to the corpus of the healthcare cash fund. So that's kind of my definition of it, but that's not his definition. His definition is you have to use a 4% rate of return, figure in an inflation factor into this so that we can move those balances up every year to keep up with inflation. We have never done that. We've never done that. We haven't increased it, to my knowledge, maybe a few times, but since I've been here, we've never increased any of those asks, any of those balances in there. When I work the math, and it's purely a math problem, we get from the Tobacco Settlement Fund anywhere from $35 to $40 million a year. So I use 37, and then I take 6%. I didn't use 6.6%. And it still leaves a balance. Now, in order to be careful about this, we included the $500,000 only in 1 year. And then our intent is obviously to bring it back out of the healthcare cash fund and either put it into the general funds mix or eliminate it or do something along those lines. I guess it depends on the legislature at that point in time. But a serious discussion needs to happen, and I think Senator Howard would be the perfect candidate to lead that. Should this be an endowment where we don't touch the principal? Should it be? Because it is not an endowment today. It is not a trust today. It just has that name on it. So that's probably the better part of the debate. I can assure you just numerically, if it pushes the principal back in any fashion, it's not going to be material. It'll be a small amount. The chances are better with what we have today in rates of return. The chances are better we're going to add once again to the corpus of the healthcare cash fund. So I would say this, that from the definition of 4% plus an inflation factor, if that's sustainability in your mind, so be it. But that's not what we're doing. We are trying to provide a source of funds to finance brain injury trust fund. And I think that's a worthy cause. We have room for it, and I think that the encroachment on principle will be either very minor or that more likely we're going to add $3 to $4 to $5 million to the corpus balance. So we do have room in this thing. It is a math problem, and it is a problem in terms of terminology between myself and what I'm putting out there for you in historically what has happened in the trust fund versus what indeed Michael Newman has indicated is his definition. So two different definitions. That's on his report. I've assailed him on his report every year. I've had this conversation with him every year. I've talked to him about the fact that, hey, we've added $10 million, $20 million to the corpus. Well, you know, yeah, the rate of return was more than we took out, but it's every year. And now we're into a balance that will support a little bit more. Do we need to continue to look at it? Sure. But do we need to look at what the definition of this is? Yes, we do. And I would probably task Senator Howard to come back next year with a bill that says, do we want to endow this or do we not want to endow this? Then we get into a long-term sustainability question, and then we have that inflation factor. Do we want to include the inflation factor? Do we not want to include the So far, that has not been the case. So the math works. In my estimation, the math works. It's a good bill. I think it should be passed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Stinner. Mr. Clerk for announcement.
Mr. President, the Executive Board will have an executive session at 4:30 underneath the south balcony.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Continuing discussion. Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. So I wanted to talk about tobacco tax yet again. Seems like a great opportunity when we're talking about the Traumatic Brain Injury Trust Fund, because my bill, LB 710, which increases the tobacco tax by $1.50 to $2.14, would have funded this program. Traumatic brain injury is something that those who smoke can suffer from. Smoking causes stroke, which is a traumatic brain injury. And yet again, we are faced with a fiscal problem, and we are continuing to ignore a very important opportunity for a solution, which is to decrease state spending on healthcare costs by hundreds of millions of dollars by increasing the tobacco tax. And not only would we decrease our healthcare costs and rates of traumatic brain injury in this state if we increased our tobacco tax, we also would create revenue to fund things like the Traumatic Brain Injury Trust. I have concerns, I share concerns about dipping into the healthcare cash fund, and I'm going to continue to listen to everyone today, but I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Howard to hear more from her on this very important issue.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Howard, you've been yielded 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to be really clear that my issue here is not with the merits of LB 481 or the merits of creating a brain injury trust fund. am probably the person who has had the most recent experience with a brain injury because my father-in-law had a subdural hematoma. And then he passed away from it 2 days after his diagnosis. He was on blood thinners, so the blood was very thin. It could go a lot of places, and he had dementia, so his brain was smaller than a normal person's brain, so it could just bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed. So I'm very familiar with the effects of a brain injury. I'm very familiar with that. What I don't want to be familiar with is the state not having enough money to pay for their healthcare priorities because we have depleted the healthcare cash fund. Now, Senator Stinner has an ongoing dispute with the Legislative Investment Council. That's not for me to decide. I have to trust that when I get a report from the Legislative Fiscal Office and the Investment Council, that they're telling me the truth and that I can make policy off of it. Now, there are several times where I have disagreed with reports that come out, but in this regard, when I'm being told by the Investment Council that this fund is not sustainable at the current allocations, I've got to believe them. If there's a dispute with them, well, gosh, I mean, I would suppose you should take it up with them. But in my opinion, if I read the report, it's not sustainable at the current allocations. We need to reconsider the allocations. I appreciate what Senator McDonald is trying to do. We are discontinuing funds from the ADRCs. And then those available funds could go to this purpose. However, when the Investment Council says that we're already over allocating out of the healthcare cash fund, what we should do is let the ADRCs fall out and then have those funds go back to the principal. Until the Investment Council tells me otherwise, tells the legislature in their report from the fiscal office otherwise, that we're not using the principal, then I have to believe them. It's not just a dispute, it's not just an opinion. This is their one job, is to make sure that this fund
1 minute
continues and that this fund is accurately represented to the legislature. The other point that I want to make is that the funds that we are getting in our master settlement agreement are going down. As tobacco utilization goes down, those funds are going down. I look at Senator Breezy's bill that we just moved right before this, and that expands the definition of the things that can be included in the master settlement agreement so that hopefully those funds won't continue going down. But it's not just that we're eating the principal, we're not getting as much in our master settlement agreement as we used to. So the healthcare cash fund, if we're thinking about, gosh, I would love to turn it into an endowment, I'd be happy to do that. But we really need to be thoughtful about how we're spending this money. I disagree with utilizing the healthcare cash fund for this purpose, and I worry that the things that we're currently spending healthcare cash fund dollars on will go away or have to be reconsidered because we're spending more money out of the fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. Part of the things we looked at in appropriations was because of a lot of the conversation out here on the floor and a lot of the conversation Senator Howard had earlier. When we went through the healthcare cash fund, when we decided whether or not to have bills allowed to spend out of there or not, we looked at every aspect of this. As Chairman Stinner pointed out, we looked at the funding, we looked at every thing that is used in here, every entity that is now getting funding out of the healthcare cash fund. In our orange book on page 67 and 68, if anybody wants to look at it, it talks about the healthcare cash fund, this bill here, and how it is affected. In there, it talks about that, and then it lists all of the things that are funded. On the second page, page 68, if you look at it, in the 2017-18 fiscal budget, it was $62,397,000 was spent due to the fact that we did not allocate others than this and the fact that some are dropping off. In the year 2021, the appropriations will be at $62,147,000. Thank you, and I'll yield my rest of my time to the chair.
Thanks, Senator Dorn. Senator Groney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to give a shout out because the conversation seems to hear if the government don't do it, it don't happen. I have a very strong Brain Injury Alliance group in my community. They work really hard. They always want me to come to their meetings. I've not made one yet, but they've inundated me with information. They do it with donations and grants. They go from, they knock on school doors, force themselves in, they talk to sporting coaches, and they meet with them how to identify brain injury. It's not always government. Things do happen without government creating something. I admire Senator McDonald's efforts here, and I voted the first time around for it. But let's not always think things don't happen unless government's involved. Brain Injury Alliance does a great job. The staff is already there. The volunteers are already there. Maybe we ought to consider helping them get some grant money and let them do what they do. I don't know whether the University of Nebraska needs to be involved at all. They should be doing their research and expanding it across the state anyway. So, but when you got that strong of volunteers and family members who have members of their family with brain injuries doing all this work and volunteering all the time, this seems like a little bit of duplication. And if we're trying to start from scratch when these folks have a long history of doing the work and spreading the education on identifying it, look them up. Talk to some of these folks. It's a very strong organization, and I just wanted to give them a shout out. So I'm on this trust fund. I don't know. I know more people with brain injuries from alcohol than anybody I ever met with smoking a cigarette. So maybe you want to go after some alcohol tax. I don't know if you want to put it in the brain injury or in the health fund. So thank you, but I'm not going there. This is a great organization, and tell the folks out there, if you do know somebody or family member having problems, look up the Brain Injury Alliance. They're good people, and they'll help you. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Senator Kavanaugh.
Sorry, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, thank you. Senator McDonald, would you yield to a question?
Senator McDonald, would you yield, please?
Yes.
So, Senator McDonald, I'm trying to get creative here, problem solving on the fly. You and I talked way back when about the tobacco tax and how it made sense to put funding towards this traumatic brain injury fund through the tobacco tax because people suffer, one of the things that you can suffer from is a traumatic brain injury, correct?
Yes.
So I would really love to have the opportunity to do that, to honor that conversation with you and to fund the traumatic brain injury through an increase in the tobacco tax. Would you still support that?
Yes, and you had asked me you were going to drop
Yes.
the traumatic brain injury from your tobacco tax, and I agreed with you. So,
but I'd be happy to not drop it from that.
You mean re-add it?
Yeah.
Add it back
yes,
to it.
Add it back in.
So I appreciate the help, but I'd like to stick with the idea that the healthcare cash fund is there for these kind of reasons.
Right.
And as was pointed out by Senator Dorn and others, Senator Stenner, we are not taking anything from the principal, and we have looked out for the financial health of the healthcare cash fund.
Correct.
And this is a great opportunity for us to do that starting in 2021.
But an additional way to help stabilize the healthcare cash fund would be interjecting new revenue into the fund.
Of course, I appreciate any help. Thank you.
So that's what I'm looking to do. Thank you, Senator McDonald, and I will continue working on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh and Senator McDonald. Senator Mann-Hansen, you recognize to close on your reconsideration motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. Just procedurally, so my motion is a reconsideration motion to the Appropriations Amendment, which failed by 2 votes. And I think this was an interesting situation and a very appropriate situation to reconsider because we had a committee amendment, and I know we've spent some time this session talking about the importance of committee amendments. We had a committee amendment fail by just 2 votes, really just 1, because I know I would have voted for it, with 11 people either present not voting or excused. Now that we've had a little bit more debate and a little bit more discussion, I feel like hopefully people have made up their mind, and some of those present not voting, some of those excused, are able to share their votes in the Appropriations Committee amendments. So with that, I would ask for your approval of my reconsideration motion, which would allow us to go back and re-examine the Appropriations Committee amendment and ultimately let Senator Stinner close on that committee amendment as committee chair. So with that, I would ask for your green vote for my motion 99 to reconsider the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. The question before the body is the reconsideration motion. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
26A, 7 A's, Mr. President.
The reconsideration motion is successful, which takes us back to consideration of AM 1815. Is there further discussion on Amendment AM 1815, Appropriations Committee Amendment? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I rise again to talk about the tobacco tax because I think that this is very, very important and timely, that this is an opportunity for us as a body to fund something that is clearly very near and dear to many in the body's hearts, as well as it should be. The tobacco tax, again, would not only save the state hundreds of millions of dollars, there's your property tax relief, hundreds of millions of dollars. It would also generate revenue for things like a traumatic brain injury trust fund and Medicaid expansion and expanding health care benefits. I would really encourage this body to think about that as we're moving forward in these final days with our revenue streams and our revenue proposals, that increasing the tobacco tax by $1 could flush new revenue into the healthcare cash fund, something that we've been taking money away from for various things, and it's not about the merit of things, but we are taking money away from the healthcare cash fund, and we have an opportunity to replenish those funds so that we can continue to do great things for the people of this state. And I just really hope that this body will take that seriously and will consider it in these coming days. Again, hundreds of millions of dollars in spending that we could cut by increasing the tobacco tax by $1. That would be an amazing thing for the future of this state. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Stinner, you're recognized to close on the AM 1815.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, just a little bit of a reflection. There is no we did try in appropriations to find some offsets for this. Things will be going away. ADRC will go away and a few other ones. So the fund will be about the same in terms of asks. I will point your attention to 2016. Both funds combined were $439 million. Today they're $477 million. That's an indication of what I've been trying to say. Yes. The investment person who puts this together, who actually is in the top 25, if you can imagine that, of people who invest pensions, and kudos to him for that. But the long-term rate of return is about 6.6. That's what he reports. We've used 6. We think we'll add to it. Tobacco funds have been fairly stable, interestingly, and I agree with Senator Howard. At some point in time, I was looking for those actually to go down. There are lawsuits that are happening that could actually generate additional funding for us for this. I think the longer-term discussion has to be endowment versus non-endowment. But first of all, this is a good bill. Appropriations did work to make sure that there was sustainability within this fund, the sustainability in terms of the investment yields versus the principal balance and the principal ask. So with that, I would ask for your green vote.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Members, you heard the debate on AM 1815 Appropriations Committee Amendment. The question for the body is the adoption of the committee amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
26A, 7 A's on adoption of committee amendments.
AM 1815 Appropriations Committee Amendment is adopted.
Senator Bowles, I have 2 amendments, Senator, from you with notes that you wish to withdraw, AM 614 and AM 1125. Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
Further discussion on LB 481. Senator Howard.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is probably a good learning moment. I'm comfortable losing, right? I don't feel like I need to take it to 33. I don't feel like we need to go to cloture. But I do feel as though we had a good discussion about the healthcare cash fund. We had a good discussion about our priorities, and that's what we're supposed to do. Sometimes, and we're going to have this opportunity over the next couple of days, it's okay to just vote against something and not take it 3 hours and feel satisfied by the discussion that we had, because we don't have a lot of time. And so I feel satisfied by the discussion that we had, and I want to make sure that everybody who's going to be here for 4 more years or 8 more years really thinks about the healthcare cash fund and remembers this moment when we're taking more money out of it, when I'm not here to bang my fist on the desk. But I do appreciate what Senator McDonald and Senator Bowles were trying to do here. And it's okay if you want to take the money out. It's okay for me to lose. But I want us to be really mindful about how we use the healthcare cash fund in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Howard. I see no further discussion. Senator Bowles, you recognize to close on the advance of LB 481.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a few closing comments. The first is I do want to say that there was a great interim study hearing this summer regarding the healthcare cash fund, and I do think the Appropriations Committee has done some due diligence in terms of analyzing the information that was provided to us from the Investment Council and using our own budgeting strategies to not just take in that information, but use that information and use it to help inform our decisions, which were not only to use some funds from the healthcare cash fund, but to counterbalance them with moving some other projects into general funds, as well as to avoid taking away the principal and to look at the return on investment. So I do think that this is a reasonable and thoughtful fiscal strategy. All of that said, I do want to take a moment on this closing to apologize to my friend and colleague, Senator Howard. Senator Howard has been a good steward of the healthcare cash fund over time. Our committee should have given her the due diligence to run through some of these changes with her. I was under the understanding that that was happening. That did not occur. So I think that is a good lesson learned, that each of us have projects and priorities that are important to us, and those collegial conversations are pretty important to making sure that things go smoothly on the floor. My final comment on LB 481 is that I'm so proud to represent Madonna Rehabilitation Center, which is in District 29, which my older sister Kelly works at, and I am so pleased to be able to go home to District 29 and tell my sister and Madonna Rehab that when they do that incredible work to put a brain and a body back together, that there will be more supports in the community for those survivors to go live and thrive and succeed. So please push your green light and advance LB 481. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Bowles. Question for the body: the advance of LB 481 to ENR initial. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted here too? Record, please.
32 A's, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the advancement of the bill.
LB 481 advances. LB 481A, Mr. Clerk.
481A by Senator Stinner appropriates funds to implement 481.
Senator Stinner, you recognized open on LB 481A.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Legislature, LB 481 is the A bill to LB 481 as amended by AM 1815 to LB 642, which incorporates the Brain Injury Trust Fund into LB 481. As set forth in the budget and subsequent to LB 481 as amended, the A bill would appropriate $500,000 from the Healthcare Cash Fund beginning 2020 to 21, the second half of the biennium. With that, I would ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Is there any discussion on LB 481A? I see none. Senator Stinson, recognized to close. Who waives closing? Question for the body is the advance of LB 481A to E&R initial. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
31 ayes, 2 nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of 481A.
LB 481A advances. Our next bill is LB 593.
Mr. President, Senator Wayne, I understand you wish to withdraw motion 41. Senator? Thank you. Mr. President, Legislative Bill 593 was a bill introduced by Senator Breese relating to medical assistance recovery. It changes and eliminates provisions relating to medical assistance reimbursement claims and liens, provides for retroactivity, and harmonizes provisions, declares an emergency. Introduced on January 23, referred to Judiciary, advanced to general file. I do have committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Breese, you recognized open on LB 593.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Here to present LB 593. LB 593 was a result of a collaborative process between the Department of Health and Human Services and the Bar Association. The bill serves to clean up some statutory language that is creating problems in estate administration. I'd like to thank Senator Slama for prioritizing this bill, and I'd like to thank Senator Lathrop and members of the Judiciary Committee for their work on this bill and voting it out 8-0 as amended. At issue is language intended to provide the state additional layers of recourse to prevent Medicaid fraud. The statutes at issue have given rise to unintended consequences for Nebraskans affected by them, and they have not resulted in significant benefit to the state. Generally, Medicaid provides medical assistance to low-income Nebraskans, and including seniors and nursing home care. Obviously, there are some rules involved to ensure that those with an ability to pay for their own services are not a burden on our taxpayers. In other words, to prevent folks from hiding assets or disposing of assets in order to access Medicaid coverage. And there are federal rules relative to much of this. One example is the 5-year look-back that provides that transfers made by individuals prior to 5 years before accessing care are not considered part of the patient's estate or otherwise recoverable by the Department of Health and Human Services. A transfer made within that 5-year period is considered an asset of the individual and recoverable in a Medicaid assistance reimbursement procedure. And again, this is a federal rule, federal law. And so what we're dealing with here is medical assistance reimbursement, or MAR. And this bill cleans up some problems in that area. First problem, Nebraska Revised Statute Section 68-990 currently provides for a lien in favor of the department in the event of a transfer of an interest in real estate to a related party for less than fair market value, where the transferor retains an interest. This lien applies to the transferee's interest, not the transferor's interest, and this lien would then apply to a remainder interest when a life estate is held by the transferor. The original intent was to prevent someone from transferring to a child, for instance, retaining a life estate and keeping that remainder interest away from the department. It was found to be problematic as it clouded title and was serving no useful purpose as the department wasn't enforcing those liens. One concern was that the liens essentially violated federal law as they reached back prior to the federal 5-year look-back. Plus, title insurers were having real stress with these. They didn't expire until the death of the spouse. Plus, it's for an unknown amount. One testifier said that the overwhelming majority of the use of these life estates has nothing to do with Medicaid planning. This lien would come into play even if no medical assistance is involved. LB 593 in Section 8 eliminates this provision. One of the second issues was another provision of statute found in Section 3880 to 3882, where it provides that a trustee of a trust that has become irrevocable on death is prohibited from distributing trust property unless a waiver is obtained from DHHS. And DHHS has 60 days to grant the waiver. And this really interfered with a family's right to distribute property where medical assistance was never even used. It was also burdensome for DHHS to have to address all these requests for waivers, and it adds to the legal fees for these families. So it really is onerous and burdensome for families, and DHHS doesn't support it. and it comes into play even if no Medicaid assistance was used. And one testifier pointed out that you can't really have a refundable trust and be on Medicaid. His opinion was that the old statute deals with a problem that doesn't exist. Testimony indicated it did, quote, almost no good in collecting additional revenues for the state. LB 593 eliminates that provision in sections 2, 3, and 4. It does several other things, one of which deals with the authority of the county attorney to seek MAR recovery. Our statute currently authorizes the county attorney to do that. It's my understanding DHHS considers this contrary to federal law, and part of the reason is the lack of training on the part of these attorneys. So this provision is eliminated in section 6. Another provision, the current statute delays issuance of a certified copy of a death certificate until DHHS has done a medical assistance reimbursement search. And that's really another burden on grieving families, and the bill eliminates that provision also, and it does a handful of other items that are essentially cleanup language. And I do note the judiciary has an amendment to the bill. Again, I note it was voted out 8-0 as amended, and there was no opposition testimony. And then the words of a representative from the Department of Health and Human Services, quote, "The removal of these provisions will in no way hinder the ability of the Medicaid Estate Recovery Program to recover taxpayer dollars." So I would ask for your support on LB 593. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Breezy. As the clerk indicated, there are amendments in the Judiciary Committee. Senator Lathrop, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good afternoon once again. LB 593 was heard by the Judiciary Committee back on February 21, and the bill and committee amendment AM 996 were both advanced on 8-0 votes. As mentioned by Senator Breezy in his opening, LB 593 makes several changes to the Medicaid reimbursement process. AM 996 has two major components. The first is it strikes Section 7 of the bill. This section removed language requiring leases between related parties to be commercially reasonable. With this section restored, it would restrict leasing property to relatives for, say, just enough to cover the taxes in order to make the owner eligible for Medicaid assistance. The second portion rewrites current language on reimbursement when a third party has caused sickness or injury that has resulted in Medicaid coverage for the injured person. In 2006, the United States Supreme Court ruled in a case entitled Arkansas Health and Human Services versus Alborn that Medicaid can only impose a lien and recover a portion of the insured's award that is related to medical damages. Accordingly, in the case of only a partial recovery of medical damages, a prorated portion of the award for medical damages is subject to liens and recoverable by Medicaid. Failure to make a full recovery can be a function of questionable liability or inadequate resources. The Alborn case was followed by another Supreme Court case in 2013, Voss versus EMA, that was decided with a similar reasoning. In that case, the court said the state cannot enact a formula for determining the amount of reimbursement. In response to those two Supreme Court cases, Congress passed a provision in 2013 Budget Act that allowed recovery beyond just the medical damages. In other words, Congress attempted to abrogate those two Supreme Court cases. Last year, in the 2018 Budget Act, Congress reversed course and struck the changes made in 2013. As a result, we're back to the rule established in the two Supreme Court cases of Alborn and Voss. The amendment codifies these two Supreme Court holdings, which are existing law and controlling law. I would urge your adoption of AM 996 and urge you to advance 593 to select file. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Debate is now open on LB 593 and the pending Judiciary Committee amendment. Senator Slama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to rise briefly and thank Senator Breezy for bringing this bill and allowing me to make it my priority bill. LB 593 and the accompanying committee amendment, AM 996, required many discussions to get it to where it is today. And I appreciate and want to thank Senator Lathrop and the Judiciary Committee staff for their extensive work on this bill. I encourage you to vote green on AM 996 and green on LB 593. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Salama. Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too support the committee amendment 996. And again, I thank Senator Lathrop and members of the committee for their work on this. As Senator Lathrop pointed out, Section 7 eliminates provision requiring an establishment of what is commercially reasonable rent of the recipient's property. So if the recipient rents out their property for a third of the fair market value or little or nothing, DHHS can look to that as property of the recipient. And I can support striking this language. A rental agreement for a rent that is far less than fair market value, really can deprive the state of needed assets in a recovery process, and it can be a workaround in efforts to circumvent provisions designed to protect the taxpayers. And as far as Section 2 of 996 is pointed out by the Supreme Court, the Medicaid anti-lien provision prohibits a state from making a claim to any part of a Medicaid beneficiary's tort recovery not designated as payments for medical care. And the court went on to say the statute does not sanction an assignment of rights to payment for anything other than medical expenses, not wages, not pain, not suffering, not inheritance. Our current statutory language of 68-919 suggests the department can recover medical assistance dollars, quote, from any amounts that the beneficiary may recover from a third party. The amendment makes clear that the department will be fully compensated only in those instances in which the beneficiary is fully compensated. And the amendment makes clear if the beneficiary is not fully compensated, the department's recovery is reduced by the same proportional amount that the recovery bears to the full compensation. In other words, the department recovery is reduced pro rata to similar to the individual's recovery. It's quite likely that the old statutory provision would be preempted by the current interpretation of the federal Medicaid anti-lien provisions. And I think that, well, in Wass versus EMA, the court indicated states could employ mechanisms for allocating medical and non-medical expenses, provided these criteria are backed by evidence suggesting they're likely to yield reasonable results in the mine run of cases. And I think this pro rata type allocation can yield those reasonable results to ensure we don't run afoul of federal law if someone would ever contest that. And so I think this is a needed adjustment to our current scheme, and I thank Chairman Lathrop and the committee for bringing this forward. And some might ask, does any of this impair our ability to ensure taxpayer dollars are protected? And does this impair our ability to enforce Medicaid assistance recovery, any of this bill and amendment? And I would say not. DHHS and Policy Research, they support the bill. And there's several provisions still remaining in statute that protect the taxpayers, and is simply a needed adjustment to streamline estate administration and protect families from onerous and burdensome regulations in these situations. So I would ask for your support of AM 996 and the underlying Bill 593. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Breezy. Senator Lathrop, you recognize to close on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to tag on to what Senator Breezy said. I think he gave a fair assessment of this amendment. The one thing I will say, having been involved in this in my other life, is that we don't always designate when you enter into a settlement which is which, and in the Alborn case, the court talked about how that process might be undertaken either by agreement between the person that's the Medicaid recipient or in some kind of a court proceeding to establish what that division or what that pro rata amount would be. With that, I would encourage your support of AM 996 and LB 593. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Members, you heard the debate on AM 996 Judiciary Committee Amendment. Those in favor of the amendment, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
39 ayes, no nays on adoption of committee amendments.
AM 996 Judiciary Committee Amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill as amended? I see none. Senator Breezy recognizes closing and advance the bill. He waives closing. Question for the body's advancement, LB 593 to ENR initial. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. If you all voted care to. Record, please.
44 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of the bill.
LB 593 advances. Speaker Scheer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Colleagues, in relationship to what we're going to do the rest of the evening, we are now to select file, and if there's not a lot of angst on that, I would hope to be done with that hopefully by 6 o'clock, other than LB 209. And so after 5:32, we will go back to Senator Grone's pull motion. There were 23 people in the queue. We will run through that queue. That will have then spent 3 hours of discussion on the pull motion. I think that's more than appropriate as far as making a decision on the pull after those 23 speak. If that's the case, that's about 2 hours, and so I'm hoping if we don't break for dinner, we should be out of here sometime at 8 or a little after would be my target, but you folks determine that ultimately. So just a heads up what we're planning on doing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Items to the record, please.
Mr. President, bills spread on final reading this evening we present to the governor. Communication from the governor regarding the withdrawal of a gubernatorial appointment and a series of study resolutions 199 through 209. Those will all be referred to the executive board. That's all that I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Proceeding on the agenda is to select file 2019 committee priority bills, first of which is LB 511.
511, I have ENR amendments first of all.
Senator Howard.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President, I make a motion to advance LB 511.
ENR amendments.
The ENR amendments to LB 511.
Members, you heard the motion to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Brewer, I have AM 1113, but I have a note you wish to withdraw. Mr. President,
withdrawn?
Senator Ben Hansen would move to amend with AM 1843.
Senator Ben Hansen, you recognized to open on AM 1843.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm introducing this amendment to withdraw my LB 381 from Senator Brewer's LB 511 due to some discrepancies about the cost-neutral nature of the bill. I would like a little more time over the interim to make sure that we are introducing a sound, fiscally responsible bill, and I do not want this to impede the progress of the underlying bill. So I ask you to vote green on my amendment and green on the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Debate is now open on LB 511 and the pending amendment. Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this bill again just authorizes state employees to adjust their work schedule to participate in youth mentoring programs. 511 does not allow for paid time for the volunteer. And 511 allows the state employees to seek approval from their supervisors for the adjusted work schedule to support youth mentoring. There should be no negative impact on productivity or the budget. And if you remember right, the committee amendment to this bill, AM 672, addressed earlier concerns, which were primarily around the background checks that we addressed and also what approved programs there were. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Brewer. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Ben Hansen, you recognize to close on the amendment. He waives close, and the question for the body is the adoption of AM 1843. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
35 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Hansen's amendment.
AM 1843 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 511 to ENR for engrossing.
As you heard the motion to advance LB 511 to ENR for engrossing, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. LB 511 advances. Our next bill is LB 334.
334, Senator, I have ENR amendments pending.
Senator Howard.
I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 334.
The motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Linehan would move to amend with AM 1283.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on AM 1283.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 1283 adds a new section to LB 334. The new section specifically states the intent of the legislature regarding the elimination of the funding for the Angel Investment Tax Credit Act. The amendment states that the $4 million saved by eliminating the Angel Investment Tax Credit Act will be used to increase the appropriation to the military department for the governor's emergency program for fiscal year 2020-21. On page 11, line 31, the fiscal year is changed from 2021 to 21-22. This amendment is brought to provide additional disaster relief due to the flooding this spring. Thank you, and I will try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Is there any discussion of the amendment? I see none. Senator Linehan, you recognize the closing of your amendment. She waives closing. The question of the body is the adoption of AM 1283. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted, care to? Record, please.
37 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Linehan's amendment.
AM 1283 is adopted.
Nothing further in the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 334 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance LB 334 to ENR for engrossing. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 334 advances. Next bill is LB 334A.
334A, no ENR, Senator Linehan, AM 1281.
Senator Linehan, recognized to open on AM 1281.
I'm sorry, I was confused. Excuse me. I'm trying to move along here. Thank you, Mr. President. With amendments we adopted in LB 334, we also need to adopt an amendment to LB 334A. On page 2, line 11 of AM 1281, we need to strike the Department of Economic Development Program 603 and insert Military Department Program 192. Additional language is added to indicate expenditures from this program shall not be restricted to state aid if other expenditures are necessary to fulfill the goals of the governor's emergency program. This additional language was recommended by the Legislative Fiscal Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Linehan, you recognize closed. Your waives closing. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 1281. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
33 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Linehan's amendment.
AM 1281 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 334A to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance LB 334A to ENR for engrossing. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. LB 334A advances. Proceeding to LB 468.
468, Senator, I have ENR amendments, first of all.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance the ENR amendments to LB 468.
The motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted.
Senator Bowles, AM 1678.
Senator Bowles, you recognized to open on AM 1678.
Thank you, Mr. President. Between general and select file, a new issue was brought to my attention by the Department of Health and Human Services that in respect to Senator Walls and the department, I would like to remove the language regarding the family finding and address that next year. Senator Walls' underlying bill is the priority, and I will take that time over the interim to sort things out. If you support LB 468, which I do, and you should too, please vote to advance the amendment as well. I won't take any further time unless someone has a question for me. This is, I think, trying to support the Walls bill and to work in good faith with the Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Is there any debate on AM 1678? I see none. Senator Bowles, you recognize closed. She waives closing. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 1678. Those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Bowles' amendment.
AM 1678 is adopted.
Senator Crawford would move to amend AM 1855.
Senator Crawford, recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. AM 1855 includes the original language of LB 566, advanced from the Executive Committee with all positive votes from those present. LB 566 requires a notification and a legislative hearing if the administration submits a 1332 waiver to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. AM 1855 also includes an amendment to LB 566 that was worked out by Senator Moorfeld and Senator Hilgers and was run by PRO. This is in Section 8 of the bill. This requires notification and a legislative hearing when the administration submits an 1115 waiver to the Federal Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services during the public comment period for that waiver. I discussed this process with the Speaker, and he agreed it would be acceptable to bring this as a single amendment to LB 468. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Crawford. Debate on the amendment. Senator Arch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wanting to comment on this particular amendment because the two different waivers here, the demonstration waiver of Section 1115 and the innovation waiver of Section 1332, slightly different. And as I understand it, that in the 1115 demonstration project waiver, there's actually CFR that requires a public hearing, whereas in the 1332, does not require a public hearing, and I guess I just wanted to confirm that. And Senator Crawford, can you confirm that? Is that
Senator
your?
Crawford,
I'm sorry,
please.
Senator Howard.
Senator Howard, you please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, so the CFR for the 1115 waiver recommends that a legislative public hearing. The CFR for the 1332s is silent on that point, but the exec board voted out a 566 with the 1332 public hearing.
And the language here says that in the 1115, it's during the period for public comment. So there's a process there. In the 1332, would that prevent the submission of the 1332? Is it prior to submission of the 1332, or is it just it's silent on that as well?
It's silent on the 1332, and that was the agreed upon amendment out of exec board.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Ben Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to reiterate the importance of 468 and the importance it is not just to make sure that things are done right, but more for long-term healthcare facilities to make sure that the rollout of the managed care organizations taking over long-term healthcare facilities in the state of Nebraska is done right. I think that's one of the reasons that we decided to push back the date to 2021 is to make sure that, and this is something that I mentioned before, a lot of the hospitals, a lot of the larger healthcare organizations, when they had the rollout with the MCOs, I think we're a little more financially stable and a little more able to handle some of the problems that we had with the rollout when MCOs took over. And I think, which would be like delayed payments. And I think our long-term healthcare facilities this is a lot of the feedback that I got from my district, which I'm sure some of you have had as well on this bill, is that they are not as financially able to take a lot of the problems that might happen with the rollout, such as delayed payments, such as inequities in payment. They are running on a very tight budget, a very thin line, and any kind of disruption to their budget could result in the closing of facilities based on just this rollout. So I want to make sure that things are done right, and with the rollout of Medicaid expansion, along with other things, I think the MCOs and HHS already have their hands full on trying to get a lot of those things figured out. So I think 468 is a good bill to make sure that things are done appropriately, to protect our long-term health care facilities, make sure things are done right. And so, I just encourage the green vote on 468. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of AM 1855. Echoing largely the comments that Senator Crawford mentioned, the second part of this bill is identical to the bill that an amended version of the bill that Senator Crawford introduced in front of the Executive Board, and that we passed out unanimously from the Executive Board. And then the second part is modeled similarly. It's the 1332 process in the first section is a little bit different from the 1115, and I defer largely to Senator Howard's expertise in that particular area. But the goal of the first section is to mimic what we're accomplishing in the second section. So the second section, which we passed out of the Exec Board, the purpose of that is to ensure that as these waivers are applied for, that the legislature just simply gets notice, and that the legislature then holds a hearing based on that notice. It's meant to work in parallel with the process and not create any or put any specific conditions on the administration for when they provide those applications, but to allow the legislature to have notice and then have a hearing. Similarly, we try to build in a similar structure with the 1332 process because that has a different notice and comment period. What we try to do is build that notice that the legislature receives in that notice and comment period. So in other words, it's meant to sort of work in parallel, consistent with, harmonious with the process as I understand it currently works. And so I do support the amendment. I appreciate the work that Senator Howard has done, Senator Moorfeld, Senator Crawford, and I would urge your vote on AM 1855. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hilgers. Senator Crawford, you recognize to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the supportive words by my colleagues. I urge your green vote on 1855. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Crawford. Question for the body, adoption of AM 1855. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
31 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Crawford's amendment.
AM 1855 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 468 to E&R for engrossing.
Members, you heard the motion to advance LB 468 to E&R for engrossing. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. LB 468 advances.
You're welcome.
Next bill is LB 686.
686, Senator, I have E&R amendments, first of all.
Senator Howard.
I move to adopt the E&R amendments to LB 686.
The motion is to adopt the E&R amendments. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Lathrop would move to amend AM 1902.
Senator Lathrop, you recognize to open on AM 1902.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good evening once again. AM 1902 contains changes to LB 686, which was amended by AM 1737. Based on feedbacks from the courts, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Correctional Services. The underlying policies in the bill are still included, but the amendment makes some changes related to the implementation of these policies. Section 3 contains the new offense of bringing a cell phone into a correction facility. AM 1902 would add a new exception to allow the Director of Correctional Services to permit certain people, such as staff, to bring electronic communication devices into the facility. Section 5 is related to restoring competency to defendants that are found incompetent to stand trial. Under the amendment, this section will become operative July 1, 2021, to give the Department of Health and Human Services additional time to develop a network of private providers and facilities. The changes to post-release supervision are clarified in Section 8 to ensure that offenders receive credit for time served in jail on custodial sanctions. This change will avoid an ambiguity and avoid unnecessary litigation to settle this issue, a point brought to us by the district court judges. The process of deferred judgments in the committee amendment is streamlined and included in Section 9. The process in AM 1902 is simplified and more closely resembles the current process judges use to put a defendant on probation. In Section 13, the operative date of the prohibition on placing vulnerable populations into restrictive housing is moved from October 1st of 19 to March 1 of 2020. In Section 14, the voting members of the long-term restrictive housing work group would continue to be appointed by the governor. AM 1902 resolves any implementation concerns that have been raised and should eliminate any fiscal impact in this biennium. Colleagues, I'm happy to answer any questions. I do want to talk about the deferred judgment piece, if I might. This deferred judgment is going to be an important tool for the courts in imposing sentences on defendants that have been convicted of or been found guilty of, rather, certain offenses. The criteria for placing someone on probation resembles or matches the criteria used to put somebody on probation. We're not going to see people charged with murder placed on deferred judgment, nor do I expect that this will impair in any way the good work and the important work of the specialty or problem-solving courts. If I thought that were the case, I certainly wouldn't be doing this. I would encourage your support of AM 1902 to LB 686. I'm happy to answer any questions relative to the bill or the amendment. And with that, I would encourage your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Debate on AM 1902. Senator LeGrone.
Thank you, Mr. President. With AM 1902, I am in support of LB 686. I want to thank Senator Lathrop for being willing to work with myself and Senator Hilgers to make this bill workable for everyone, and also Senator Vargas and Senator Wayne and Senator DeBoer as well. I did want to put on the record one thing that I'm going to be working with Senator Wayne on over the interim and into next year is a deferred judgment piece as it relates to exactly what crimes it relates to. But we didn't have enough time to look into that for this bill, but it is something that Senator Wayne and I have both agreed to look into for a fix to it next year. So with that, I would encourage your support of AM 1902, and with that, I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator Hilgers.
Thanks, Senator LeGrone. Senator Hilgers has been yielded 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator LeGrone. I want to echo what he said with Senator Lathrop and the work that he's done working with us, Senator DeBoer, and others working on this amendment to try to address some of the concerns. I just wanted to put on the record, and I told this to Senator Lathrop before this bill came up, that my understanding of the restricted housing piece in particular, I had some individuals in my district contact me over the last couple days sort of suggesting or asking, does this mean that everyone in restricted housing is going to be put into the general population? And the answer to that question is, that is not my understanding of what's going to happen. With the March date in this amendment, that'll give the corrections enough time to be able to have some alternative means of addressing that particular population. And so what it didn't mean is just that you're going to eliminate restrictive housing and then just have everyone in general population. This gives the appropriate runway so that the corrections Department of Corrections have the tools that they need to be able to address that population. And so in that way, I thought it was a sober and responsible response. And so I do support the amendment. I do support the underlying bill. And I appreciate all the various stakeholders working on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hilgers. I see no further discussion. Senator Lathrop, you recognize to close on AM 1902.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we're doing important stuff here. This deferred judgment is going to be an important tool for judges in sentencing those that have been found guilty of criminal offenses. The criteria has been simplified and the process simplified as well to accommodate concerns expressed by several members of the judiciary. And the work on placing vulnerable populations in restrictive housing, while this is going to this is a small step in the right direction in addressing difficulties that the state is experiencing with restrictive housing, and I'm looking forward to this bill being passed and vulnerable populations no longer being subject to restrictive housing in this state. With that, I would encourage your support of 1902.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Members, you heard the debate on AM 1902. The question for the body is adoption of the amendment. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Lathrop's amendment.
AM 1902 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 686 to E&R for engrossing.
The motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 686 advances. LB 686A.
I have no amendments to 686A, Senator.
Senator Howard for motion.
I move to advance LB 686A to E&R for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 686A advances. Proceeding to LB 690.
690, I have E&R amendments, first of all, Senator.
Senator Howard.
I move to adopt the E&R amendments to LB 690.
The motion is to adopt the E&R amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Kavanaugh would move to amend AM 1919.
Senator Kavanaugh, I recognize to open on AM 1919.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. AM 1919 is a technical amendment to clarify how the Corrections Department shall communicate with the medical facilities or those that are dealing with the pregnant inmate who is being transferred. Just a reminder that LB 690 is the Healthy Pregnancies for Incarcerated Women's Bill, and this technical amendment is just a couple of sentences that clarifies how the communication will happen as to why an individual has been restrained when restraints are used. And with that, I encourage everyone's green vote.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Is there any discussion of the amendment? I see none. Senator Kavanaugh, I recognize close. She waives closing. Question for the body, adoption of AM 1919. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
31 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Kavanaugh's amendment.
AM 1919 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 690 to E&R for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. LB 690 advances. Proceeding to LB 512.
I have E&R amendments, first of all, Senator.
Senator Howard.
I move to adopt the E&R amendments to LB 512.
The motion is to adopt the E&R amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Erdman would move to amend AM 1755.
Senator Erdman, recognized to open on AM 1755.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I want to start out by thanking Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee for allowing me to attach this to their bill. I want to thank the NACO people, John and Larry, for working on this and bringing these amendments back. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Senator Chambers for his guidance when he sent this to the Attorney General's office for his opinion on the constitutionality of this. This amendment has changed some since we last voted on it, and I want to walk through those changes. It is exactly what I think we need to do to make it constitutional. One of the provisions that the Attorney General said, the language should be added that excluded destroyed property from the January 1 assessment, and that's what it does on the first page of 1755. It says, unless the property is destroyed real property as defined in Section 15 of this Act, in which case the assessed value of the destroyed real property shall be adjusted to provide as provided in 15 through 17, sections 15 through 17. So that's exactly what we're doing. And so then if you turn the page and look at the second page, it gives a description of what destroyed property is, and we have described those. And then we went into defining how much damage must be sustained by a property before it is declared destroyed. And so what will happen, let me give you an example. Let's say that Senator Hunt has a home and the house is flooded and it has a 20% damage, the house is unlivable, it's been determined that it's uninhabitable. The county assessor will come and assess the property and make a determination that that is a fact, and then that property will have that assessed value for that year. And so, as I wanted to do earlier, I wanted to make it so that it would be a zero. That's not constitutional according to what the Attorney General said. So what will happen is the property will be reassessed on the date of destruction, and then that will be the present assessment for that year only. And so that's the change that we made to make that part constitutional. The other issue that we had was I wanted to make it up until October 1st, but because of the time of filing and for the time of setting the mill levies, that was not appropriate for the counties to accomplish that. So we changed the date to July 1st. So any property destroyed between January 1st and July 1st will be eligible, and after July 1st, they will pay for the whole year. So those were the changes that we made to this. I appreciate working this through. It's been a long time. It's been an arduous process. When I visited with Senator Chambers after he read into the record the Attorney General's opinion, he said, this is a very complicated bill. I knew that it was, but I wanted to make sure that it was constitutional when we passed it. And so that's what we've done. And so if there's any questions, I'll try to answer those. But it's a very straightforward bill that'll help alleviate some property tax problems for those people who have destroyed property. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Is there any discussion of the amendment? I see none. Senator Urban, you recognize the closing. Your amendment waives closing. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 1755. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
34 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Erdman's amendment.
AM 1755 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Howard.
I advance LB 512 to ENR for engrossing.
The motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 512 advances. Proceeding to LB 610.
610, I have ENR amendments, first of all, Senator.
Senator Howard.
I move to adopt the ENR amendments to LB 610.
The motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Wishart had AM 1554. I understand that's to be withdrawn. Senator Wishart would move to amend with AM 1771.
Senator Wishart, you recognized to open on AM 1771.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment incorporates Senator Linehan's Meadowlark Scholarship Act into LB 610. The Meadowlark Scholarship Act ensures that any child born in the state of Nebraska will have a Nest 529 account opened in their name by the state treasurer. Senator Linehan can go into more details on the specifics of that bill. As a quick reminder, already in LB 610, we have Senator Lindstrom's employer matching contribution plan and my low-income matching scholarship program. Together, these bills combined are moving Nebraska towards being one of the most competitive and supportive states for 529 college savings. This amendment also includes changes brought to us by Senator Patty Pansing Brooks to ensure that these funds will only be used for college savings. I would like to thank her for her due diligence on working with us on this bill, and I will yield the rest of my time to her so she can discuss her additions to LB 610.
Thanks, Senator Wishart. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Senator Wishart. I'd like to thank Senator Wishart, Senator Lindstrom, and Senator Linehan for working with me on this. I do want to get some things on the record, so I may be able to get it done in this 9 minutes, so I'm going to try. I am not filibustering this bill or extending the debate on it. I am merely trying to get some things on the record. I wanted to talk through the amendment just a little bit. I will be voting for the amendment and the underlying bill. So I just want to be clear that on general file, I had a number of concerns and mentioned them in the Education Committee, raised issues about funding for K through 12 private education. And on general fund, I specifically asked Senators Wishart, Lindstrom, LaGrone, Linehan, and they all agreed that the intent of these bills was not to use it for K through 12 private education. Since general file, I have found significant information. I spent 2 weekends. We created flow charts on this whole thing. Part of a summary of the flow chart is before you. I'm sorry, I had it passed out once before, but I wanted to refer to it, and I don't think some of you have it still on your desk. First, we found that there was other legislation that relates to these 529s that no one mentioned, no one understood related to the 529s, and no one discussed. And I have talked to both, we have passed these bills. One is LB 406, Senator Gregert. I have talked to him about this. It is the unclaimed escheat fund, and what that fund used to do, it used to be a life insurance demutualization trust fund. And so the money from the county courts and the money from the district courts that come in on claims would go to this fund. Now we're raising the access to the money in that fund from $500,000 to $1 million. That money comes from abandoned property and from cases. And it is now going to be used to pay off abandoned property first. Second, funding the employer and low-income matching programs of Senator Wishart and Senator Lindstrom. And then operating the escheat fund, and it's in this order. And then finally, it's going to pay the permanent school fund. So basically, we're taking money out of the K through 12 school fund to pay for post-secondary. I went through all of the hearings, and I went through all the discussions on the floor and read everything. There was no mention of the 529s and the fact that the escheat fund is going to be used in this bill with these funds. I don't have a major problem with it, and I've talked to the counties. The counties didn't have any idea this was happening either. This was a very complicated effort of about 7 bills where we didn't realize how they all tied together. And maybe that's fine. I don't feel comfortable voting on bills that I don't realize are tied together and making changes to things and relating off of one another. Senator Gregert was told that this was basically just a technical change. Well, it's a technical change that's going to affect these 529s. So then secondly, Senator Stinner's bill, LB 52, again, a quote-unquote technical change. It's on page 6 of my flow chart. It eliminates the legislature's ability to transfer funds from the expense fund to the general fund. That may be fine. Senator Stinner's okay with that. I've talked to him. But again, it's all related to these 529s. And there was no discussion of it in committee or on the floor. So it's for investment purposes and expenses now. Previously, it was for investment expenses and not for programming. Now it's going to be used for programming. Again, that may be something we're okay with, but where was the discussion on that so we could understand the full scope of what was happening in this? It gives broad and expansive powers to the treasurer to use and manage the funds. So my question is on some of these, why not the Department of Education? Why not give that money to the Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund, which goes to all schools, public and private? I don't get why this is necessary to put it all in the treasurer's hands. Next, I want to talk about the federal changes. And not one of these really has talked about the federal changes that have occurred that make this a big deal. So if you look at page 1 of my outline, it shows the qualified higher education expenses definition. And both 25 IRC 529 C5 and Nebraska Revised Statute 85-1802 subsection 4 are the same under eligible education institution. You get to the qualified higher education expenses, and 26 IRC 529 E3 is similar to Nebraska Revised Statute 85-1802, but the federal version has been amended in 2017. And in that one, in 2017, the federal government has decided that any reference in this subsection to the term, quote, qualified higher education expense shall include a reference to expenses for tuition in connection with enrollment at elementary or secondary public, private, or religious schools. So people thought I was crazy last time. I had people saying, oh, she's making this up. There's no connection to this. Look at the direct connection. So the only difference is that Nebraska Revised Statute 85-1802 subsection 1 has not amended that quote that the tuition may be used for at an elementary or secondary public, private, or religious school. And what I was concerned about and talked to Senator Wishart and Senator Lindstrom about is it could very easily be done in the scope of everything that's going on by just saying, referring to subsection, or just saying as happens in section 529. And it could just be a very innocuous amendment. So what you will see in the amendment that we brought, we put not for K through 12 private schools. And that's because it will be much harder for, if the next legislatures want to take that out and start funding the private schools, it's going to have to cross out that language. And so people will recognize that's what we're doing rather than just some reference to a federal law. So again, it is an easy amendment to change this. I also wanted you to look at page 6, 3, 4, and 5 of my flow chart if you want to. Sorry, it's handwritten, but it's been wild. Anyway, page 6 talks about the fact that how the infrastructure is being developed and the need for additional amendments. And so, again, it's an easy amendment to just add as provided in 26 Internal Revenue Code 529 due to the federal changes this year. But again, none of this was mentioned in any of the hearings. It's pretty clear, I think, that the national intent, I did distribute an article with a Washington Post article and a Heritage Foundation article saying this was the goal. And as you remember, I also passed out before we adjourned a couple weeks ago that a picture of the treasurer's website where where it said the goal is to work on this to get K through 12 funding. Time? Oh, I'm sorry. To get K through 12 funding. The response was that was never intended, but it's been up since he was elected. And again, he has taken it down since, but that was on the website, and I believe part of the plan. But I will continue to be a watchdog of diverting public dollars to private schools. I think the private schools do add value to our state and to our economy and to our children.
That's not time.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Thanks, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Linehan.
Did you call me?
You're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the treasurer and all the people that have worked on this bill. I'll go back to my original, my part of the bill. Every kid that's born in Nebraska will have a college savings account set up in their name. And studies have shown, and this is just, if you think about it, it makes common sense, that if a child has a savings account in their name that's for college, they will think they're going to college. and when you think you're going to college, and that's in your future, it gives you hope. And I don't know a more important thing for a youngster to have and for their parents to have than hope for their future. These accounts are used widely by people of wealth, the people who have tax problems, people who have enough money to think down in the future. They are not widely used by people who can't figure out how to pay next month's mortgage, if they're lucky enough to have a mortgage, or next month's rent, if they're not. I think it's a pretty simple and very, very important piece of legislation, and I'm very proud to be from a state that is putting this first and foremost about children, young students' future, and their ability to go to college. And with that, I would yield any remaining time to either Senator Wishart or to Senator Lindstrom.
Senator Wishart, you're on the floor.
Senator Lindstrom, I think, waved.
Senator Lindstrom, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. I do want to thank everyone involved in this, the treasurer and Senator Pansy Brooks working through this. And I want to get this on the record because we talked about it, and it is in here probably 5 or 6 different times, but these new programs are not to be used for K through 12 education. This is strictly for higher education purposes, and like I've said before, the intent all along was for this. With regards to the website, I believe that was originally up when Don Stenberg was the treasurer, so I just don't think Treasurer Moranti got around to changing that in a timely manner. But I do appreciate it, and if Senator Pansy Brooks wants to get other things on the record, I'd be more than happy to answer it, but I do appreciate all the work that's been done and would urge your support of the underlying amendment and LB 610. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Lindstrom. Senator Pansy Brooks, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, and thank you, Senator Lindstrom, for working on this. So again, I was talking about how I intend to continue to be the watchdog on public money to private schools. And meanwhile, I know that my friend and colleague, Senator Linehan, is pretty adamant about helping the private schools. And what I would say to that is that, you know, our daughter went to a private school, and we're so proud of her. She just graduated, and we're really excited about that. But I don't think that the state should be, even though I'm a taxpayer, the state shouldn't be using its money to help pay for my child to go to school because I'm choosing to take them out of state. And that's choice. I guess if we're all into choice, that is a choice. So I don't know where we set the barrier, where we set the limits. I never thought that the state should be helping to pay for my child to go outside the state to a private school. Another concern is, of course, and it isn't just that, it's the fact that the private schools that we've dealt with do not want to have any kind of authority or review by the Department of Education. So they're not willing to meet the same requirements and regulations as the public schools. That's very concerning to me. One other concern that is also concerning is in the bill, there's an employer tax credit at 25%. The earned income tax credit that we're trying to get for people who are poor and struggling, we're being told that we better be happy with moving it from 10 to 13%. 10 to 13%. But the employer tax credit's at 25%. The added protections that clarify the funds and programs are to make sure that it cannot be used for K through 12. And I really appreciate Senator Lindstrom and Wishart for helping me to assure that that is not happening. I feel like there has been a lack of some transparency in the production of all of these bills. It took 7 bills to do this, and people were not aware of what was happening. To me, that's a lack of transparency that's being foisted upon our body. I don't like it. I don't. I want to be told what we're voting on and why and what it relates to. I got into the whole thing and I'm looking it up and going, where in the heck is the escheat fund? And so we're looking it up and finally Google it, and there it is. We passed it under Senator Gregert's bill. Well, that's not open, transparent government, friends. So these are complex funding mechanisms. It's systematically done through a host of bills. It's unprecedented. We've never had this kind of thing before on a very complicated issue. And I've gotten a little pushback as I've brought this amendment saying, well, you're being redundant by putting K through 12 in about 6 or 7 different places. Yeah, I'm purposefully and intentionally being redundant because I want people to have to strike that language so the legislature in the future knows what's happening. So it isn't just a little reference to a federal law and everybody goes, okay, well, that looks good. I purposefully want it to say K through 12, so we are striking it so that if somebody decides at some point to use this for private education, that we all know it and that we can deal with it front head on. Because this has not been, in my opinion, not due to the senators, not due to, I don't know what it is. But to have 7 bills, 2 of which passed without a reference to 529s, and yet they're totally mentioned within this bill, that's not being forthright or transparent. Thank you, and I will vote for AM 1771 and Senator Lindstrom's LB 610. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Groney.
Thank you. 2 of the bills came out of our committee, Education Committee, LB 544. It came out 5-2-1. That was Senator Linehan's Meadowlark Scholarship. And then Senator Wishart's bill also came out of committee. It was, as you can see, there was a conservative and the other side came out of our committee, 2 bills. We thought they were good bills, and they came out. This is a good plan, folks. This is private money. It has nothing to do with government tax dollars. Once it's private individuals wanting to help poor kids. I'm glad Senator Pansy Brooks is in the financial situation that she can send her children to a private college outside of the state because the American dream, she's lived it, her and her husband. But there's a lot of people still trying to achieve the American dream. And they are poor. And they are bright young kids. Hit a wall when they get to be in high school and realize they can't go to that college they want to because they don't have the financial means. What LB 610 does is give them hope. And people who have achieved the American dream can donate money to these funds to help these kids. They can leave a legacy. There's no conspiracy here. This is good, common sense government. This is helping kids who find themselves in financial straits because of nothing they did on their own or their family's fault, but they want to live the American dream and achieve that through a college education. This is good. This makes me glad I'm here. Bills like LB 610, because that's why I came here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Groney. Further discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Wishart, you recognize to close on AM 1771.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to again thank Senator Patty Pansy Brooks for being a watchdog on this issue and working with us. Again, I want to thank Senator Lindstrom and Senator Linehan for working with me. Passing these bills will make us the most competitive state for college savings. We talk all the time about the importance of financial literacy. This is a great opportunity for us to build a system that supports young kids and their families saving for college. So thank you again, and I please encourage you to vote green on AM 1771 and LB 610.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. The question for the body adoption of AM 1771. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
Forty-five ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1771 is adopted. Further discussion of the bill, Senator Ben Hansen. He waives the opportunity. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator Howard.
I move to advance LB 610 to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 610 advances. Proceeding to LB 610A.
I have no amendments to the bill.
Senator Slama for motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 610A be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Motion is to advance LB 610A to ENR for engrossing. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 610A advances. LB 443.
433. I have ENR amendments first of all.
Senator Slama.
Mr. President, I move that the ENR amendments to LB 433A be 433 be adopted.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Debatable motion, Senator LeGrone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise and thank Senator Hansen. Would you do a question?
Senator Matt Hansen, would you yield, please?
Yes.
Am I mistaken? Is there an amendment on this bill?
Following the ENR amendments, yes.
I'll wait until then. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator LeGrone. Senator Ben Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I feel like I should wait, but I'm not gonna. But I do have a couple of questions for Senator Hansen, if he would yield, please. Senator Matt Hansen.
Senator Matt Hansen, would you yield, please?
Yes.
Okay, just a couple of questions for myself after reading through the bill, and maybe even a couple of questions in particular. I just want to make sure I get my thoughts clear on this bill. How does the change from a 3-day notice to a 7-day notice affect the court dates and the expediency of an eviction process for non-payment of rent?
It does not change any of the other timelines for court dates, such that the court dates would still be required to have 10 to 14 days following the notice.
Okay. And so currently by the time an eviction notice is served, the court process takes place and a tenant vacates the property. The timeline can result in landlords being out of a minimum of 2 months' rent. How will this extension of the notice for non-payment of rent not result in landlords being out 3 months' rent?
So under the current timeline, there is, we've designed it so it actually is still possible within 1 month's rent. Under my understanding of all the timelines, if a landlord's going over into 2 months, it's because they delayed the initial notice. If the landlord provides the initial notice the day that rent is late, they could still get the unit evicted and cleared by the sheriff within 30 days.
Okay. And just one more question.
Yes.
So I see that the remaining security deposit, if the landlord is unable to locate the tenant, is to be remitted to the state treasurer.
Yes.
What happens to the unclaimed funds if they are never reclaimed?
They stay with the state treasurer pursuant to all the other regulations of the Unclaimed Property Act. And I apologize, I can't tell you off the top of my head what the Unclaimed Property Act ends them with.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Pansy Brooks.
I'm waving right now. Thank you.
She waives the opportunity. The question for the body is the adoption of the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Matt Hansen would move to amend with AM 1729.
Senator Matt Hansen, you recognized to open on AM 1729.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. AM 1729 is a white copy amendment to my priority bill, LB 433. It incorporates compromise language that removes the opposition from the 2 largest landlord groups, but making 2 changes. 1, it clarifies for landlords that the timeline and procedures for the automatic return of security deposits balances, if any, at the end of a lease. And 2, it adds clarifying language that the new and liquidated damages section would apply only if the security deposits were withheld in bad faith. Otherwise, the current standard of actual damages would apply. I want to thank all the landlord and renters groups who have worked together to come to this compromise. As a reminder, the underlying bill makes key changes to Nebraska landlord-tenant law. We had a lengthy meeting a few weeks ago, and I appreciate that we were able to come together and work on this amendment so we can move forward with these issues. Since I've already had a couple questions, I would just say part of the landlords staying neutral, one of their big concerns was the being able to turn over a unit and only lose the month of non-payment of rent, and that was something they felt comfortable with the 7 days notice because many landlords do a grace period already, and this would essentially encourage them to shorten that grace period or have the grace period run concurrently with the 7-day notice. This would be a primarily change for landlords who don't have a grace period. It would essentially be codifying that. It was the recommendation of one of the largest landlord-tenant attorneys in Douglas County that he recommended that you always do 6 days, so the change from 6 to 7 days. But when we started discussing what we actually intended with it was not a substantial change in their mind, which is why they agreed to it and didn't feel it would move the eviction procedures past 30 days and into the next month. With that, again, this is a compromise with some of the largest landlord groups in the state. I would encourage you to adopt AM 1729 and advance LB 433. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Debate is now open on the amendment. Senator LeGrone.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hansen outlined pretty much what I wanted to say on the amendment, so thank him for that clear explanation. I do want to thank him for his work on this compromise amendment. I outlined on general file some of my concerns with the bill. This doesn't satisfy all of my concerns, so I'm still going to be not voting on the bill, but I did want to thank him for his work on this. I think this makes this a much better bill, so I will be supporting the amendment. With that, I encourage your green vote on AM 1729. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator LeGrone. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Matt Hansen, you recognize your close on your amendment. He waives the opportunity. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 1729. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted?
I'm good with that.
Record, please.
43 ayes, 1 nay on the amendment.
AM 1729 is adopted. Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further.
Senator Salama.
Mr. President, I move that LB 433 be advanced and for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 433 advances. LB 470.
.470 E&R amendments, first of all.
Senator Salama.
Mr. President, I move that the ENR amendments to LB 470 be adopted.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. That's a debatable motion. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you. I just wanted to rise and make a statement about this as well, that this is part of the 529s, and just for the record, if anyone's confused about trying to set the stage for not funding K through 12 private education, I want to refer in this record to Senator Lindstrom's LB 610, which we just went over, and so again, just to make the record clear, and I think I talked to Senator LeGrone and he was fine clarifying that, again, this is not to be used for K through 12 private education. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Question for the body is adoption of the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ENR amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Senator LeGrone, I understand you wish to withdraw 1849. Mr. President, Senator LeGrone will move to amend with AM 1932.
Senator LeGrone, you recognize to open on AM 1932.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I'm sure many of you probably remember, when we had the A bill for this bill up last week, I told you that there would be an amendment coming to address that issue. So on general file, we had a issue from the Department of Revenue regarding with the fiscal note. As it turns out, there was no way to address, on my portion of the bill, there's no way to address both the impact and the OCIO fee at the same time. So what this amendment will do is it will have the cash transfer for the OCIO fee on Senator Wayne's portion of the bill, since his bill would go into effect sooner than mine would have, and it pulls my part out of there, and we can attempt to do that next year if we can find a solution to that. So that's what this amendment does. It simply takes that part out of the bill and does a cash transfer for Senator Wayne's bill, which the A bill will have an amendment to achieve that as well. So I'd encourage a green vote on 1932 and 470. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator LeGrone. Debate on the amendment. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you. I'm just seeing this amendment for the first time. Would Senator LeGrone answer a question,
Senator
please?
LeGrone, yield, please.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Here's a brand new fund, the Department of Revenue Miscellaneous Receipts Fund. Could you please explain that fund, where it comes from, who holds it, who has power over it? Does it use general funds? Does it come in and out of, is the treasurer in control of this? Please answer some
No,
questions.
so this is the Department of Revenue's fund that the funds that they pay the OCIO fees out of. So in order to have the cash transfer for Senator, I just got this amendment, probably maybe 30 minutes ago or whenever I forget when that was. But so what this does is it gives that fund the authority to take in the money from the fund that's paying for Senator Wayne's OCIO fee. So it's a technical amendment to allow that transfer to happen.
I've heard about technical amendments. So I just want to clarify, you agree that this is not for K through 12 private funding?
Correct. This
of
absolutely
education.
has nothing to do with that.
Okay, and I'll try and look at it better between now and final. Thank you, Senator LeGrone.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply removes Senator LeGrone's portions of the bill. That's all it does. So let me reiterate what my portion of the bill does so there's no conspiracy theory here. We have a cliff effect for those who are working right now $10 or $11 and have a family. If they are to get an increase in their pay, two things happen depending on the amount of increase. They lose their child care or they lose their food stamps, SNAP. So what happens is an employee in my district and across this state, because everybody has them in each district, has to make a decision, do I want a $1 raise or a $2 raise and lose my child care? It's called the cliff effect. This is a creative way, and this is something that I thought of, no other conspiracy, and I approached the state treasurer and say, let's try this as an example of a way to end the cliff effect. So now what we are going to do is an employer, particularly two in my district who have this problem down by the airport, they can say, I know you're at $11 an hour, but we really believe you're a good worker. We want to bump you up to 13. And after 2 years, you can go up to 18. Well, at $18 an hour, they can afford their child care. And their SNAP benefits go away and they can still survive. But it's that gap. And if the state has taken the position that child care and SNAP and food is for the children, then let's figure out how to still invest in the children by closing that cliff gap. So this employer now can say to this individual, or the individual can say to the employer, I want the $13 an hour raise. I want to keep progressing in your company, but take my $2 and put it in a 529 plan for my kid. And that won't count against me for my state aid. I won't lose my SNAP. I won't lose my child care subsidy. So when that next promotion comes and they can get out of the poverty and go to 18, 20, not only do they spend that time building their 529 plan, but then they can tell their employer, I need the entire raise to pay for my family. This is a way for our state to lower the cliff effect. And I've been studying the cliff effect for actually longer before, because we've been dealing with an OPS. This is one way that I approached the state treasurer and said, here goes a creative idea around 529 plans that I've seen done in other states to help limit the cliff effect. That's all my bill does. It is about limiting the cliff effect. And it may not work. We may be here 5 years from now and say, okay, that didn't work, won't count. But we have got to do something as a body if we are going to move people out of poverty to middle class income or middle income by saying you have to get over this cliff, and this is one option. If anybody else has more ideas of how we can do it, I'm all in favor. But that's how this bill originated, and that's what this bill does for my portion. And then Senator McDonald still has his portion that he discussed at length last time we had this conversation. So this amendment simply removes Senator LeGrone's bill. So his priority bill is now Senator McDonald's and my priority bill. Think about that. But we are trying to solve a problem. So I really do appreciate a green vote and a green vote on the underlining bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator LeGrone, you recognize to close your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Senator Wayne for that explanation of how, in true nonpartisan fashion, I am passing his and Senator McDonald's bill and doing nothing of my own. So with that, I encourage your green vote on AM 1932 and LB 470. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator LeGrone. The question for the body is adopted for AM 1932. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
40 yeas, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1932 is adopted.
I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Salama.
Mr. President, I move that LB 470 be advancing or for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 470 advances. Proceeding to LB 470A.
No ENR, Senator Wayne would move, I'm sorry, Senator LeGrone would move to amend the bill, AM 1896.
Amendments withdrawn.
Make it private, it's not publicized. I have nothing further on that bill, Senator.
Senator Salama.
Mr. President, I move that LB 470A be advancing or for engrossing.
Motion is to advance LB 470A to ENR for engrossing. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 470A advances. Proceeding to LB 583, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, 503. ENRs, first of all.
Senator Salama.
Mr. President, I move that the ENR amendments to LB 583 be adopted.
Motion is to adopt the ENR amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. ENR amendments are adopted.
Senator Bowles, I have AM 1454, but I understand you wish to withdraw.
Amendments withdrawn.
Mr. President, Senator Bostman will move to amend AM 1556.
Senator Bostman, you recognized to open AM 1556.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Senator Hilders for allowing me to amend LB 583 with AM 1556 after expressing my interest in allowing all counties to be included in this bill, not just those that meet a certain population requirement. What this amendment removes is the language that an eligible county is only those with a population exceeding 150,000 people as determined by the federal decimal census. This bill will help projects working on roads and bridges all across the state. This amendment also cleans up the bill further, stating that a political subdivision shall not use a design-build contract or construction management as outlined in the bill under the Political Subdivisions Construction Alternatives Act for a project, but instead shall use the Transportation Innovation Act. Although this wasn't the main motivation in wanting this amendment after the flooding experience in our state most recently, I believe this amendment and bill will largely assist our state's productivity and efficiency in future disaster efforts, especially in major build reconstruction. I therefore request your support, a green vote on LB 583 and on AM 1556. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostman. Debate is open on the amendment. Senator Hilders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I just rise very briefly to say that I support AM 1556. I appreciate Senator Bostman's work on this and the conversations that we've had. I think it makes a good bill better, and I'd encourage your green vote on 1556. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilders. I see no further discussion. Senator Busman, you recognize closing amendment. He waives closed. And the question for the body is the adoption of AM 1556. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
38 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1556 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Nothing further to bill.
Senator Slama.
Mr. President, I move that LB 583 be advanced to for engrossing.
The motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 583 advances. Proceeding to LB 149.
I have E&R amendments, first of all.
Senator Slama.
Mr. President, I move that the E&R amendments to LB 149 be adopted.
The motion is to adopt the E&R amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The E&R amendments are adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Quick would move to amend with AM 1679.
Senator Quick, you're recognized to open on AM 1679.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 1679 will address a couple of items that we worked on with the Attorney General to clean up LB 149 and keep it in line with other bills that are advancing this session. The first item addresses an issue that was missed during drafting and keeps consistent treatment between licensing standards for tobacco and ENDS products. Second, this amendment changes the definitions of ENDS products, or electronic nicotine delivery systems products, just slightly to capture components of ENDS devices, whether they contain nicotine or not. With that, I would urge you to vote green for this amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Quick. Is there any debate on AM 1679? Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know I wasn't here earlier. I was in a meeting for the infamous hemp bill with Breezy's bill, but I'm against this right now, and I'm probably on final going to go all the way with this bill and maybe Senator Breezy's bill around one definition. I don't understand why the definition of non-nicotine items for vaping is included in the definition, in this definition. To me, that makes absolutely no sense. If the issue is tobacco, if the issue is the chemicals that are in tobacco, not nicotine, nicotine doesn't cause cancer, then why are we taking other things that have nothing to do with nicotine and including them in this definition? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I have more issues on the fact that the first round we negotiated, the second round we negotiated again, and now here's another amendment that, quite honestly, the people who were negotiating the first two rounds weren't a part of. So I know it's on select, and I didn't think we were gonna get there today, and I'm still, my bandwidth with a couple other bills have been going, but we're gonna have to go the full distance on final round. And we're gonna have to go the full distance on both of them because this is government overreach at its best. We're including things that are not even a part of tobacco in this definition, and in the definition we passed earlier with Breezy. That makes absolutely no sense. If there is some type of CBD oil can be vaped, has no nicotine in it, nothing, it would fall underneath this definition. A hemp product can be vaped, has no nicotine in it, nothing, but it falls underneath this definition. Water can be vaped. Simple water can be vaped. It falls underneath this definition. That makes no sense to me. We are lumping all these products underneath one thing, and we're disguising it as tobacco and nicotine, but it's not. It's anything that can be vaped. Anything that can be vaped. And for my colleagues who think it's that government shouldn't be, in a lot of the businesses that they're in, this is an open definition of anything that can be vaped now falls underneath this. And there's no scientific proof. That makes no sense. So there's two reasons why I'm a little upset. And I say little because I'm working on a lot of other bills. One, we negotiated the first round to get out of committee. I think my committee remembers that, the committee we're in. Then we came on the floor and that tried to get a runaround. Then we had another negotiation going on during that debate, and we passed the bill from first round after a lot of debate on something we all agreed on. And now, with the Attorney General and whoever else, there's another negotiation coming on that at least I, who've been a part of 2 negotiations, have not heard from. So to me, if we're voting this bill forward, what we're saying as a body, in my opinion, is no matter what agreement we come up with, I can go negotiate with somebody else who we've already had 25 or 26, if you remember how this passed, and say it doesn't matter anymore. Every round is a brand new round, and maybe that's what we're going to do. And every round, if I negotiate something, it doesn't matter. I can come back and negotiate with somebody else. The only reason why is because on my hemp bill, which is hopefully it will be up tomorrow, I spent night and day pulling everybody who was in the room and who was negotiating on every aspect back in the room every time there was a change. And that's how I thought this was done here. But if it's not, if we vote green, we're saying it's not on this amendment, then that changes the game for me. Because I'm going to operate, as Senator Chambers say, under the rules in which you all operate. I've bent over backwards on my bills to make sure everybody else back who had negotiated with me is back involved on every change. And to sit here and find out another change comes on select file, is the process matters, and I've said that from day one. Process matters. So to me, I'm not going to speak a lot on this bill. I'm going to see how this body votes, because it's clear the committee had one agreement, backed out of. First round, we had one agreement, backed out of.
That's time, Senator. Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Quick?
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing I want to remind people, LB 149 is just for the sale of vaping and tobacco products to children under the year of 19 years of age. So that's all this would affect. The reason that we put in, or the reason that the second part of the amendment was put in, was to address the fact that children could still buy a vaping device even if it didn't include nicotine. So we're just addressing the fact that they could buy a device that didn't include nicotine, go out and vape some other product in it that we don't feel is healthy for them. And so this only affects those under 19 years of age. And so I would hope that you would support this and vote this on to final. So thank you.
Thanks, Senator Quick. Senator Groney?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was against this bill originally, and I still am. Vaping, because of it, done legally in the shops that have filled the empty storefronts in North Platte and other communities, does not cause cancer. There's no evidence of any of the research over the billions of dollars, probably, I'm not exaggerating, of research on cigarette smoking. The tar and the other carcinogens in a cigarette is what cause cancer, not nicotine. But somehow we can't get that through understood. Had a 50% drop in teenage smoking since vaping became popular with teenagers. If the schools don't want it in school, then don't allow it in school. Simple as that. But I don't want teenagers doing it, but 18's a reasonable age, and we've all debated that so many times here, why 18 is, if you can go to war, you can vape. But other comment I stood for is, thank you, Senator Wayne. I have the same situation you have on 147. Worked with committee members, had an amendment accepted as the bill 7-1, and then they turned on me and didn't take their agreement. That is why I'm pulling 147. And I will continue to pursue that. But thank you, Senator Wayne. I understand as a committee chair, it's hard, and you work hard. You work with people. You work with stakeholders. You think you came to an agreement, and then something goes awry, which I still don't understand what happened on 147. But when you agree to something and you shake hands it should follow through, and it's not easy being a chairman, and sometimes you got to stand up as an individual senator, as the rules say, with pulling. Any senator can pull a bill, and they can pull anybody's bill, and you can pull a committee priority bill. But I agree 100% with you, Senator Wayne. When an agreement's made, it should be held. It's an honor of this and integrity of this body. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groening. Senator Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I've been good all day, most of the day, but in view of what Senator Wayne mentioned about he's going to play by the rules that this body shows to be in place, gives me an opportunity to read this rhyme I wrote when the Catholic Church and its minions were talking about censoring me for things that I said. There are some verses at the end that will apply to Senator Wayne in terms of how he needs to defend himself. And by the way, this does not refer as such to the Catholic Church, but it was written about them. Into the ring, with boxing gear on, the Catholic Church doth jump, deeming itself Muhammad Ali, the virtual champion of thump. Dancing and prancing while flailing the air, the church doth glower, such guile, clutching the top rope and doing knee bends and glaring at me all the while. Flurries of punches the church wants to throw, while I am supposed to just take it. That is plain crazy. The church is a pie, and I am the oven to bake it. Terribly silly the church is to think a fight-hardened man will be hit and pummeled and battered with fists at his sides, defenselessly swallowing spit. This is advice for Senator Wayne. The church had best get a grip of the rules. Whenever the bell rings or chimes, let it advance with dukes at the ready, protecting itself at all times. Once it determines to get in the ring and chooses by fighting to live, let me advise the church to expect to get back as good as it gives. Ofttimes a poem is written in code, employing words, not clicks. Ring in this rhyme means not boxing ring, but rather denotes politics. If the religious want not to be punched, there's a solution quite simple. Never in boxing gear get in the ring. Instead, just remain in the temple. My young brother, Senator Wayne, in this place, you need to protect yourself at all times. He's deep in consultation now and didn't hear that. But I was addressing something to Senator Wayne. I was giving a rule for you to apply in this legislature, and the referee gives it when two guys approach to the middle of the ring. Protect yourself at all times. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Wayne.
Okay, thank you. And this is my last time speaking on this issue, and I think, maybe Senator Quick has the votes to move this forward. And again, at the time, I actually had a meeting with corrections regarding some issues there that are happening in my district at OCC, so I wasn't here for Senator Breezy's bill. I think the definition is broad. And why that matters is every definition that we have in statute applies everywhere. So it isn't just that they buy it at 19. It's always going to be referenced and always going to be regulated, even though at the end of the day, there's no nicotine in the product. I mean, at the end of the day, I've had some heartburn from the beginning of this bill about moving it to 19. When somebody can go over and die in a war but come back here, if they want to smoke a cigarette at 18, so be it. Just don't smoke it next to me. Because I know the data behind that. There's no data behind secondary vaping. So that's why we fought to take it out of the Clean Door Air Act. And we sat here and had a compromise on the bill that I thought everybody agreed with. And then Senator Breezy's bill had a definition, so I know this is trying to line up with Senator Breezy's bill, but they're broad. They're broad. They're overly broad. If schools want to deal with this issue, they can. If schools are relying on us to deal with the issue, fine. If we got to get to 19, we got to get to 19. But what I don't understand, and what I'll never understand, is if you had 25 or 28, you negotiate something not keeping everybody informed, you probably lose 3 or 4. Doesn't make sense to me right now. But I'm done speaking on this issue. I just want, and I've always said this from day one, I want the body to uphold some kind of processes, to have some kind of conscience that we act in some way. And what I found out and what I'm finding out is it depends on the issue and it depends on where we are. But for me, a green vote here is telling me that when we negotiate, I don't necessarily have to keep my word round to round. That's what this vote means to me, because I've informed everybody of the process, and many people on my committee know how the bill got out in a negotiation process, then almost went back somehow on the general file, negotiate again to get here, and now we're here with another definition in the bill that the Attorney General wanted, I guess. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know the Attorney General had a problem with it during all my negotiations. So that's my issue, and that's where I'm at, and I will ask for a record vote, because when people negotiate with me, I'm gonna bring it back up. Are we good all the way through 3 rounds, or is this round number 1? Because you voted green on this amendment, saying that we can just go round to round. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. I see no further discussion. Senator Quick, you recognize to close on your amendment. He waives close, and the question for the body is the adoption of AM 1679. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. There's been a request to place House on a call. The question is, shall the House go on a call? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
20 yeas, 8 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to place the House under call.
House on a call. All senators, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All senators, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. Senator Groen, if you can check in, please. Senator Stinner, Senator Williams can check in. Senator Williams and Senator McDonald, please return to the chamber and check in. Senator Quick, we're lacking Senator McDonald at this point. We can either wait or proceed. Senator McDonald, please return to the chamber. All unexcused members are now present. Senator Quick, how did you want to proceed in this vote? Roll call in regular order. Question for the body is the adoption of AM 1679.
Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, not voting. Senator Blood. I'm sorry, Senator. Not voting. Senator Bowles. Voting yes. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Not voting. Senator Breese. Voting yes. Senator Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Chambers. Not voting. Senator Clements. Not voting, Sir Crawford. Voting yes, Sir DeBoer. Voting yes, Sir Dorn. Not voting, Sir Erdman. Not voting, Sir Friesen. Sir Geist. Not voting, Sir Gregert. Not voting, Sir Groney. Voting no, Sir Holleran. Not voting, Sir Ben Hansen. Not voting, Sir Matt Hansen. Voting yes, Sir Hilders. Not voting, Sir Hickelman. Not voting, Sir Howard. Voting yes, Sir Hughes. Sir Hunt. Voting yes, Sir Klosky. Voting yes, Sir Coulterman. Voting yes, Sir Legrone. Voting no, Sir Lathrop. Voting yes, Sir Lindstrom. Not voting, Sir Linehan. Not voting, Sir Lowe. Not voting, Sir McAllister. Voting yes, Sir McDonald. Not voting, Sir Moorfeld. Voting yes, Sir Moser. Voting yes, Sir Merman. Voting yes, Sir Pansy Brooks. Voting yes, Sir Quick. Voting yes, Sir Shear. Voting no, Sir Slama. Voting no, Sir Stinner. Voting yes, Sir Vargas. Not voting, Sir Walls. Voting yes, Sir Wayne. Not voting, Sir Williams. Voting yes, Sir Wishart. Not voting. 23 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President, on the amendment.
The amendment is not successful. I raise the call.
I have nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Slama.
Mr. President, I move that LB 149 be advanced to now for engrossing.
That's a debatable motion. Senator Chambers, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the legislature, I haven't voted on this bill. I think some people, due to a lack of breeding, a lack of consideration for others, will do that vaping around other people. I think it's a nasty, unsanitary activity. To me, it's like sneezing on people and not covering your mouth. It should not be allowed as far as I'm concerned. I think it is just like cigarettes. Cigarettes are nasty. They're unhealthful. They're not something our children should see and think is cool to do it. And I will not get involved in this discussion because it's going in a direction that I think is apart from just what this vaping and the smoking are. I think smoking is vaping on steroids, as they say. And I am not interested in what you do with this bill because everybody now is tap dancing to try to accommodate this person, that entity, this industry. But for my part, and I'm not a germaphobe, I don't want people sneezing on me. I don't want them coughing on me. I don't want them blowing smoke on me. I don't want them blowing vapors on me, whatever they call it, whatever they contain, whatever this mist is that comes out of people's mouth when they vape, it first went into their body. And I don't consume anything, if I can help it, that comes out of somebody's body. You know why I say if I can help it? Because they breathe and their breath comes out. And in a room where you are present, where other people are breathing, obviously, unavoidably, there will be some inhaling of some exhalants that come from other people. So I'm going to let you all run around the mulberry bush. I'm going to let you all spin down and down I go, round and round I go. It's not worth it to me. I have other things on my mind, but as I see this thing spiraling, I wanted to make it clear what my view is. I don't see vaping as something which is harmless. I don't see the sense of what Senator Groney keeps talking about, nicotine. He's not a scientist. He's not a doctor. He's not a chemist. He's not a physicist. And people make these statements on the floor that others may not want to correct, but I'm not going to correct all this nonsense. The Bible says, answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou be like unto him. But knowing how human beings are, that same one who wrote that statement, Solomon, said, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he break thy head. Meaning that you have to weigh what the circumstances are. If it's somebody who will listen even if they don't agree with you and they are foolish, then don't go along with a fool just to get along. But on the other hand, if somebody's got a pistol and they stick it against your nose and they say one more word and I'll blow your brains out, then you answer that fool according to his folly, which is to answer by saying nothing. You have to reason. You have to rightly divide the word of truth. You have to use logic, and that's something which is not in great demand on this floor. So, having unburdened myself about vaping, which I think is horrendous, I think it's nasty, I think it's as unsanitary as somebody hawking and spitting on my shoe. You know, that phlegm. That's the way I see it. And obviously you all don't see it the way I see it. So I'll let you all run around the mulberry bush, and wherever you come up or wind up, that's for you all to decide, not me. Thank you, Mr. President, and I feel so much better.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I too have a concern and am now stopping as we all run around the mulberry bush. You know, we had talked with Senator Quick, and Senator Albright and I actually were going to work together on an amendment to try to make it compliant with the Clean Air Act. All sorts of people said, oh my gosh, there's no way that you can make this compliant with the Clean Air Act. Well, take a peek at the Clean Air Act. It's pretty simple. And included with cigar shops could be vaping shops. It's not a very difficult amendment at all. And I would agree with Senator Chambers. I have asked a number of people, and you know, here we are, the old fogey stogies. I know that that's going to be the tenor of the talk here, but I do not want to sit in a theater in those lounge chairs with somebody spewing vape all over me. And I've talked to a number of people who also do not want to have that. And people have said, oh, well, you know, the restaurants can put up a sign. Yep, we can put up a no gun sign. We can put up a no vaping sign. We can just have a giant billboard in front of every public institution that says, don't do this, don't do that. And I am totally, I do not feel comfortable about this. And again, I've stayed back because I feel it's important that a number of people do feel this is something good. Just this weekend, there was a show on CNN. I know that makes some of you shut your ears, but I actually had it on. And a doctor came on and said, the problem with vaping is nicotine changes the teenage and the child's brain to become accustomed to becoming addicted to things, much more susceptible to addiction. So, you know, if this is what everybody thinks is the cool thing and needs to move forward on it, again, I don't want to sit at the Dish restaurant here in downtown Lincoln and have 5 people spewing this vapor all over. And to act as if it's nothing, at least the smoke is dry, the vapor is wet. And I just don't want that. So I wanted to stand since Senator Chambers took that time and expressed my concern. It should be part of the Clean Indoor Act. Senator Albright and I have talked about doing something about this in the interim. So again, thank you for this moment.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Wayne.
Thank you, colleagues. I just talked to Senator Quick. We're going to try to figure out something here. And so I hopefully will bring Senator Breezy into this and figure out we can get something resolved on the definition. I'm not saying whether you should be for or against vaping. If Senator Chambers feel that strong against it, I understand. Senator Pansy Brooks feel that strong against it, I understand. But the same ones who stand up and talk about data should drive decisions, that we have a bill that many people spoke out against that Senator Albright is carrying, saying the data doesn't support it. But then we turn around and say we want to outlaw vaping when the data doesn't support it. I'm just asking for us to be consistent. There are a lot of things personally I want to change about the state of Nebraska. But just because it's personally for me, it may not be the best thing across the state of Nebraska. So if the data is there and there's data to support banning vaping indoor clean act and having an exemption for vaping stores, if the data is there, I'm all in. That's what happened with tobacco. The data was there. Years upon years of study, after cancer upon cancer, after people dying upon dying, it was there. What I'm saying right now is 80 to 90% of the tests that I see coming out around vaping is water vapor. There's no chemical in it. I'm just saying let's make decisions based off of some type of data. And if it's a pilot program, we want to try to do some economic development, I get it. But if we're talking broad policy changes or regulatory schemes, let's have data to support it. So if Senator Albright and Senator Pansy Brooks has data in their interim and have an interim study, you will have a co-sponsor here. But the research that I found this year doesn't support that. That's just where I'm at on that particular issue. And again, I respect the fact that people don't want it around them. I respect the fact that individuals may not want to vape themselves. But a policy decision like that and a regulatory scheme like that should be caught up with some type of data. That's just my personal belief. So with that, I will yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Although you don't have to do that when you say you're done, it automatically goes back to the chair.
I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
Senator. Thank you. Senator Chambers, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the legislature, I have to put one more nail in this coffin. If there is some place where things are going on that I don't like, I don't go there. I don't go to any lobbyist functions. I don't care where they are. I don't care what they're for. I don't go where there are crowds of people. Unless I've obliged myself to be there, I don't go around crowds of people. I'm basically a loner. That's the way I am. But on this floor, we express likes and dislikes. I don't like to eat in restaurants. I don't know what goes on in the kitchen. People can spit in your food. You might say, why do you think that? Well, the fact that I think it, and it might be possible, I just don't like to eat in restaurants. I don't go where I'm not comfortable. Now all these lobbyists and the ones who call, all the senators will say, most of them, Senator, I know you don't accept invitations, but I'm to call everybody. I say, well, we understand each other. Thanks for making the call, and that terminates the discussion. I don't need a lot of people. I think one of the dumbest songs that was ever sung, and it got popular because dumb people like dumb songs. People who need people are the luckiest people in the world. You need people? For what? You see what people say on this floor. You lie, you enter compromises, and you back out. What do you need that for? What do you need people for? The Beatles had a song about how when I was young and didn't need anybody's help in any way, but now that I'm older, I'm not so self-assured. Now I find I change my mind and I'll open up the door. That doesn't apply to everybody. The Beatles, like anybody who performs, are interested in making money. So they figure lyrics that will cause people to buy their songs. So they sing what they think will buy. People will buy. They want to sell, and you are willing to buy. There should be, at some point in our life, those of us who are in the legislature talk about education, criticize the schools for not teaching what they ought to teach, then our conduct does not conform to what we say ought to be taught to children, and we certainly do not provide an example. When my children were growing up, I didn't tell them they could go to church. I didn't tell them they couldn't go to church. Their mother went to church on occasion, and they could go if they wanted to. I never told them they had to go into politics, never told them they had to be a barber. What I told them is that when you grow up, you're going to have to live your life, not me. You may not like anything that I do for yourself, even if you're glad that I do it. But I'm not going to tell you that because this is the way life appears to me, I'm going to force you into that path. And as a result, my children did what they wanted to do. But when you're in a gathering like this,
1 minute.
you better be crystal clear in your understanding of what people are. And I will quote again that verse said about Jesus, he had no need that anybody should speak to him of man, for he knew what was in man, and woe man. And when women wake up and start using the majority numbers they have, then the word will be broken into two parts. Woe man, either W-H-O-A, stop, or woe, W-O-E. If you don't W-H-O-A, then woe is upon you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chambers. Senator Matt Hattinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, it's my understanding, talking with Senator Wayne and Senator Quick a minute ago, that part of that amendment offered by Senator Quick was a cleanup language, or at least it was intended as cleanup language to reference some definitions to be the same. I understand they're kind of quickly discussing to see if there's an option to revive part of that amendment and move forward. So with that, I would yield my time to Senator Chambers if he would have anything else to say on this issue.
Senator Chambers, 420.
Mr. President, having earlier mentioned breeding and manners, all that I will say in response to the offering that Senator Hansen, B. Hansen, M. Hansen made is no, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Chambers and Senator Hansen. Senator Quick, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to make it clear that all this, the amendment that I originally had proposed was just to more or less keep the products out of hands of children. So I know I've been talking to Senator Wayne about some issues. I know that he maybe feels like I went back on a deal, but I don't feel like I did, because actually we took the Nebraska Clean Indoor Act out of the bill. And with that, I didn't put that back in. So that part is still out of the bill. All we did was try to address some of the issues that the Attorney General had, trying to line it up with Senator Breezy's bill so that they kind of went together and had the same type of language in them. And then we also, maybe, with the expansion of the definitions, we were just trying to address the issues where a child could buy a nicotine device that didn't have, or a vaping device that didn't contain nicotine, but they could put nicotine in it and still vape that in school, or vape it wherever they wanted to. We're trying to remove that from their hands. So, there are vaping devices out there and vaping products that children could still purchase because of the fact that they didn't contain nicotine. So that was the main thing we were trying to do, and I don't know if we do have an amendment. Okay, okay, so I have to figure out how to do this. So, if we can introduce this amendment, I think we can maybe reconsider this and pass this on. It would more or less, I believe, maybe take out the expansion of the definitions of some of these products. So, I'm good. All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Quick. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
I was just putting my light on in case Senator Quick needed more time, but it looks like he doesn't, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator, we have a motion, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Matt Hansen would move to amend.
Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment which I just turned in and I believe will be on the board and have copies of is a definitional amendment provided by Senator Quick's staff that aligns it with the Senator Breezy's 397. And with that, I would yield the balance of my time to Senator Quick, should he like to talk on the amendment.
Senator Quick, 9:30.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so this would just be a technical amendment to address some of the concerns with the bill and to address some of the Attorney General's issues with the bill as it was before. And then we took out the portion for the expansion of the definitions. So with that, I would ask for a green vote, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Quick. Senator Chambers, you're recognized.
Just so I understand where we are, is there an amendment on the desk?
There is an amendment on the desk, correct.
I will make a comment now. Members of the legislature, the Attorney General, the prosecutors have no respect for this body. We can hash things out in a committee, provide amendments to a bill. We get here, then the Attorney General or his flunkies will call people out, prosecutors, and say, we don't like this, and then they do the legislating. And people will change because of what the Attorney General said. There are some competent people in his office, but he is not the most reliable person. There are some principled prosecutors, but there are a lot of them who reach the level of being unscrupulous. Nothing is beneath them. A point is going to be reached where, as thick-headed as this legislature is collectively, it's going to break through to our consciousness that ours is the job of legislating. We don't do all of this work, combine our minds, give our time, then all the Attorney General has to do is say, I don't like it, and it's off the table. I've had bills I can't get out of the Judiciary Committee because the Attorney General and the prosecutors don't like what I'm trying to do. But I know that's the way the legislature operates. And these people are canny, they are wily, and they know how the legislature works. So they give you what they want you to have. That's why I don't push the Judiciary Committee to put anything that I bring on their Christmas tree. You know what goes on Christmas tree? Baubles, bangles, and beads. The tree itself now is artificial. It's there for the appearance. It's garish. There's a lot of sparkle, but the whole thing taken together is not worth a quarter. That's the way this legislature is viewed, like a Christmas tree where the Attorney General and the prosecutor, instead of the senators, put on that tree what they ultimately want to have there. Then we all dance to their tune. We all dance to their tune. Here's how I dance to their tune. I've told the members of the Judiciary Committee, don't put any of the things that I offer on your Christmas tree because it'll bring the whole thing down. I know that the committee members cannot stand up to the Attorney General. I know they cannot stand up to the prosecutors. They are not me. Would I, a Black Panther, expect a white laboratory mouse who has lived in a cultured and comfortable and protected environment to behave as I behave? I don't expect it. But that doesn't stop me from offering the kind of legislation that I think the problems facing this state would merit. I had a bill, I wouldn't try to pull it from committee, that would do away with mandatory minimum sentences.
1 minute.
All that mandatory minimum sentences do is give the prosecutors a hammer, and it takes away from the Department of Corrections a management tool. When you put men and women in prison and they cannot earn good time, they have no reason to behave, nothing to lose, so they don't behave. You create problems, and you won't listen to somebody, even the Koch brothers, who tried to explain to you how crazy and counterproductive those things are. But you fear what will happen to you when you run again for re-election. I've got my light on one more time, because I think now we're getting into some serious matters. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chambers. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just so colleagues can know where I'm at on this right now, I did look at the amendment. I don't think the amendment is okay with me, but in the essence of moving things forward and still being able, if we have to address it on final, we can. I think it's moving in the right direction, so I would ask you to support the underlying amendment and LB 149. I think I still have issues with Senator Breezy's definition, which is coinciding with what you're about to vote on right now. So I've committed to Senator Breezy and Senator Quick that maybe tomorrow, after hemp is up, I didn't see the speaker nod when I said that, but after hemp is up, we will have a conversation and try to get this resolved and move both of these bills forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Chambers, you're recognized.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. One of the reasons I was talking also goes to giving those who are trying to work on an amendment the time to get it done. So if something could be done at this stage, we wouldn't have to just sit silently. You all sit, I stand, but you get the point, and just let time pass. I would rather fill it with something when there is no real issue before us at the moment. I'm older than anybody here. If I were braggadocious, I'd say I'm smarter than anybody here, but I'm too modest to say that. And for Senator Groney's information, I'm too modest to say how modest I am. But the truth is the truth, and the facts are the facts, and ultimately the truth is the light. We need, as a legislature, at some point, to reach a decision as to what we are. What manner of operation are we a part of? What manner of people are we? Are you, for the short time you're in this legislature, going to throw away every principle, every shred of honesty, every shred of self-respect to get along with people who don't like you and don't respect you anyway, who are going to play you like a violin? You have the rest of your life after you get out of this place to try to jive yourself into thinking that you did a good job while you were here. But you will know inside that you're lying to yourself. You know when you're lying to yourself in this place, when you're in the process of doing it, but you're too afraid to stand up and speak. You all wish you would stand like I speak, stand like I do, because you have things that you could say also. I'm not the only one who knows these things that I'm talking about. You know them, but you're not going to say them, and you're certainly not going to act on them. How can I be expected to have great respect for you when you don't do the things that merit respect? If your child misbehaves, and you call yourself so tenderhearted that you will not point out to your child that this is not appropriate and you should not do it. I don't mean you go upside the child's head with a slap or beat the child with a stick. I never whipped my children. I never raised my voice to them. I never raised my voice to my wife when we were married. I never raised my hand to her. That is not the way that I operated. None of them physically would be a match for me. Now, why am I going to resort to my greater physical strength to dominate and mistreat some people? What have I done? I've turned myself into a brute. You have people who get into politics. I've been told that this senator called Sass is going to retire or resign and get a job with the university, then the governor is going to get the seat in the Senate that Sass had. Have you ever heard such a thing in all your life? Do you think that's possible? You all think it's possible, don't you? Because you know the nature of politics, and you can see Sass positioning himself to be the thinker, the professorial one, like Senator Moorfield is here in the legislature. They all have something relative to a step up in politics. Now, if the governor was planning to do this, if Sass was planning to do it, they may not do it, or they may do it anyway.
1 minute.
They don't have a lot of respect for the intelligence or intellect of Nebraskans. You can see the way they campaign, the way they talk down to you. They show you scary pictures and frighten you. And when that works, they know they're dealing with a bunch of pushovers, cupcakes, and stupid people, and they play to all of those things. They don't engage your mind. They don't make you look up and see something better than what you have. Is this my third time, Mr. President?
It's your second time.
I'm going to speak one more time.
You're recognized, Senator Chairman.
A lot of people were impressed by John F. Kennedy and the way he could put words together, the way he could inspire people, the way he could quote Lucifer and have people seeing those words as being highly inspirational. You know that some see things that are and ask why. I dream dreams that are not and ask why not, or whatever it is. Do you know where those words came from? George Bernard Shaw. But Kennedy had a way of appealing to something in people. He made them feel while he was speaking that they do have something better in themselves. There is something better that a government should do for the people at large. That the term common good had meaning and substance to it. He was considered one of the most inspirational of the presidents that you all had. Oh, and you see what happened to him, don't you? Abraham Lincoln was somebody who had a way with words. And you see what happened to Abraham Lincoln. Now, some of these other people who are president will live forever. And there's a period in history where you could give the names of 6 or 7 and you'd mix them up and wouldn't know which one was president when. That could be what you all would do. You all are capable of those things. Why do you think these preachers come here every morning and pray over you all? Do you think they don't know the nature of people who are here? You think they don't read the paper and see the kind of things we do? The kind of programs we ought to put in place but won't? They're not praying to any God. They know that their God told them, I know what you have need of before you ask, so go in your closet and we'll talk. And don't use vain repetitions like the heathens do, because I know what you need before you ask it. These preachers have all read that, but they think that if they come in here with a backward collar, or if they come in here with a Reverend Doctor title, or an elder, or whatever it is, that maybe they can say something that will stir you all into stars of manhood and womanhood in the finest meaning of those terms. Listen to their prayers. They are preaching to you with small sermonettes. Help these people do the good. Let them take care of the people. All those kind of nice sounding words, and you all don't pay attention to them. And the preachers know that too. Everything is a ritual. Everything is a ceremony. Everybody is pretending, and everybody goes along with the game. Everybody pretends. These preachers up there are saying something that means something. The preachers pretend that they are doing something. that is carrying out some higher order of some higher power. But they know you all are impervious to all of that. And I know it too. I'd come up here if you had Mickey Mouse up there, or Donald Duck, or Goofy, or Pluto, Porky Pig. They're real. They're what they are. Porky Pig would say, that's all, folks. And you know that's all Porky Pig can say. And Porky Pig never winds up speaking in a fluent way. And I think Porky Pig should not have been created and put out there for children. He even has a song that he sings, I'll Have a Blue Christmas. And I have to admit, it's the funniest thing I have ever heard. Porky Pig is singing, I'll have a blue, blue Christmas in a joint. And you can hear the people laughing, trying not to laugh. And why do they laugh at Porky Pig? Because he stammers. Do you know why children sometimes will bully? They see things that grown people do. They hear things that grown people say. But when a child says it to another child, it's not meant to be funny. It's meant to make fun of. You all have a lot of thinking you ought to do. And I'm wasting my time here. But sometimes I just want to take some time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Matt Hansen, you recognize closing your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your courtesy this evening, colleagues. Just a reminder, AM 965 is at the request of the Attorney General, and it corrects a few drafting errors that we caught midway through the process, mainly coordinating definitions throughout the statute. As Senator Quick said, I believe he and Senator Way and Senator Breezy have agreed to talk more about these definitions and how they interconnect with the other bill. So for the moment, I would just ask for your courtesy in adopting AM 965 at the request of the Attorney General, so we can move forward with this bill and with the agenda this evening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. The question for the body's adoption of AM 965. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted carried to? Record, please.
31 ayes, no nays on the adoption of Senator Hansen's amendment.
AM 965 is adopted. Is there anything further on the bill, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator Slama.
Mr. President, I move that LB 149 be advanced and R for engrossing.
Members, the motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The bill advances. Items to the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Series of new interim study resolutions, LR 210, 211, and 212 by Senator Stinner, 213 by Senator Vargas, 214 by Senator Wishart, 215 Senator Breezy, 216 Senator Walls, 217 Senator Vargas, 218 Senator Holleran, as well as 219 and 220 and 221 and 222. Amendments to be printed, Senator LeGrand to 470A, Senator Lindstrom to 186, Senator Lindstrom to 186A, Senator Wayne to 657. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll proceed now to LB 532.
Mr. President, on Legislative Bill 532, there are no E&R amendments. Senator Hilgers would move to amend with 1596.
Senator Hilgers is recognized to open on AM 1596. Is Senator Hilgers on the floor? Senator Hilgers. We will pass over that amendment for the moment.
Do it.
Senator Kavanaugh, would you like to open on AM 1596?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is an amendment that came out of discussion from my bill LB 532 when we discussed it on general file. Senator Hilders had talked about some concerns about the petition and affidavit for the showing cause for why the hearing is, or why they're not having a hearing. And so this was a compromise amendment that Senator Hilders worked on with both the committee and the advocacy groups that I've worked on with this bill. And I am pleased to have him bring it, and I hope that everyone will vote green.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I see none. Senator Kavanaugh, I recognize close on the amendment. She waives close, and the question for the body is the adoption of AM 1596. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
37 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1596 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1773.
Senator Kavanaugh, I recognize to open AM 1773.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is in response to a Nebraska Supreme Court ruling that was published on May 3rd, which dealt with the protection orders. This amendment is in response to the language of that ruling, clarifying in LB 532 that the respondent's right to procedural due process is protected by providing sufficient notice and an opportunity to be heard when a court changes the type of protection order. I encourage everyone to vote green on AM 1773. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Discussion on the amendment. I see none. Senator Kavanaugh, I recognize the close. She waives close. And question for the body is the adoption of AM 1773. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, please.
40 ayes, no nays on the adoption of Senator Kavanaugh's amendment.
AM 1773 is adopted. Anything further, Mr. Clerk?
Nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator Slama for motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 532 be advanced and for engrossing.
Motion is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 532 advances. LB 532A.
Mr. President, there are no ENR amendments.
Senator Slama for motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 532A be advanced and for engrossing.
That is a debatable motion. Senator Kavanaugh, you recognize.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to take a moment to say I would be remiss without thanking Senator Hilkeman for prioritizing this bill. And I just appreciate all of the work that everyone put into this very, very important piece of legislation. The family of Janet Bone has been watching us this evening, and to refresh everyone's memory, she's the woman who she and her daughter were burned by her husband, her estranged husband, when her protection order was dismissed without cause. So this is going to make a real life impact in people's lives in this state. And I know we've had a long, tiring day, but I'm just so grateful to this body for moving forward such an important and impactful piece of legislation that impacts loved ones that I have that have been through this, and that I'm sure many others have as well. So thank you, Senator Hilkeman, and thank you to my colleagues today.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. The motion before the body is to advance the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 532A advances. Speaker Scheer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, they have passed out a list of the queue that was intact when we left 147. This is the format we will use. This will give us essentially 2 more hours of debate on this bill. That will be a total of 3. I think that's more than appropriate for a pull motion. At the end of the queue, we will go to a vote on the pull motion itself. The President will be using this
If you have time, if you want to yield it to somebody, certainly you can. It's like any other debate, but we're just closing the queue off because this is the amount of time we've got left is 2 hours, and that's how many people are in the queue. So you're welcome to share your time if you wish, but this will fulfill the time obligation on the bill itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First in the queue, Senator Slama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the poll motion. Like Senator Walls, I'm one of the few people in this body who actually has in-classroom experience. You all may not know this, but I was a substitute paraprofessional in my hometown last spring. It was an eye-opening and wonderful experience. But through that experience, too, I've seen some of the issues that Senator Groney attempts to address in this bill, and thus I believe that LB 147 deserves discussion on this floor. And with that, I'd like to yield my time to Senator Groney.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Groney, 4 minutes 20.
Thank you. I'd like to remind people, a poll motion is not out of the abnormal in this body. I talked to a lobbyist that I knew had been here a long time, and he said 1 to 2 times a year over the last 35 years that he'd been here in instances like this. Not often does the chairman have to pull a committee priority bill out, but it just happened to be my bill too. I guess if I wanted to play the game, I could have got a friend to drop the bill and then had them pull it later, but this is serious business. This is a good legislation. We have worked on this bill for 3 years. It has evolved into Amendment 1750. We've had input from many stakeholders, including school boards, administrators, ACLU, special education interests, teachers, and parents. This bill is no longer mine. I said earlier, yes, the green copy gets pulled, but I'm a man of my word. 1750 will be the bill if it ends up this year finalized. If it doesn't and it's carried over, the priority remains. And then, as in the past, if it's on the floor, as the representative from the teachers union said, they've tried for 20 years to get something done. So when you hear claims that we're going to do studies or LRs, they've always brushed it aside. We need this bill on the floor, so if it does go over the interim, there's a rock and a hard place that we have to work on it. And I would be willing to work with anybody, but it needs to be on the floor. It's a committee priority. I would like to remind everybody about the past 3 years or 4 years. I've been chairman for going on 3 years. In 2017, we had the same 4 senators obstruct a bill coming out of committee. It was Senator Linehan's reading bill. Senator Linehan, she pulled it and she got 30 votes. And by the way, if you hear anybody say that it's against committee policy and its chairmen defend their committees, 14 committee chairs voted for Senator Linehan's pull in 2017. 14. So that's fancy if somebody tries to claim that. Because those committee chairs and 30 people knew this was important to the state of Nebraska, the reading bill. It sat over the interim, and those who opposed it were forced to work with Senator Linehan. They did. The next year, I agreed to let that reading bill be amended into the committee bill, priority bill. The system works. It works. It works there. The following year, in 2018, the same 4 senators were obstructionists and would not allow Senator Brosh's civics bill out of committee. Senator Brosh pulled it. She got 27 votes. Again, chairs voted for it, multitude of them. It had its 3 hours debate, and then we ran out of time at the end of this session, and Senator Brosh was unable to get the next 3 hours. But guess what? The following year, Senator Slama picked it up this year. The pressure was on. The people of Nebraska wanted the civics bill. It passed 44 to 2. Those 4 senators who tried to keep the Brosh's bill in committee ended up voting for it. Senator Chambers ended up voting for it, if I remember right. This is not uncommon. I have a committee that is entrenched. And I will tell you this, I probably wouldn't have pulled this, but when I was guaranteed with a 7-to-1 vote that 1450 would become the bill, And then there was retrenching again with no argument, no dispute in the committee, no talk on the bill. The next vote we took without comment was 4-4. Same as Senator Brosh's bill, same as Senator Linehan's reading bill. I don't like this. I try to work with people. We have voted a lot of bills out of that committee that were left-leaning, if you want to talk about left and right-leaning. A lot of them. Senator Kavanaugh had a bill come out of that committee. I voted for it. This is a common sense bill the people of Nebraska want. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Senator Lathrop.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good evening. I am opposed to this motion. It has nothing to do with the merits of the underlying bill. This is just a bad way to legislate. It is a bad way to do this, and Senator Groney, if there's a lobbyist out there that says this has been happening 2 or 3 times a year for 35 years, I'll disagree. I was here for 8 years, from 2007 to 2014. I think I saw a poll motion twice in 8 years. The thing about these things that almost always happens is a poll motion is something that has sort of, it sounds kind of like a good idea. It might be one of those popular things. When I was here, there was a senator that did a poll motion to pull a bill out of Health and Human Services Committee that would prohibit using the thimerosal in vaccines because she was convinced, as were a lot of parents, that there was a link between the thimerosal and autism. Completely debunked, right? Completely debunked in the meantime. People in the health committee knew it, but it was a popular notion. If you knew somebody with autism, they suspected thimerosal caused this. And so now we have another bill. What are we going to do with physical contact with students? It has sort of an appeal to it, right? It's one of those things that sound good. We think we know enough about it, but the committee's been working on it, and they can't come to an agreement. Now, the idea that we're going to do a poll motion, I'm going to tell you that before term limits, there were people that understood that poll motions are bad for the institution. We can, in the rules, do a poll motion. We can also do a motion to set the agenda. So we can take the speaker's agenda on a motion and change it if we like, and if you can get enough votes, but it's going to create chaos. These are short-sighted procedural maneuvers, colleagues, because here's the question I have for you. Are we just going to do this with somebody's priority bill, or is it going to be anything? What's stopping us from doing any bill? There's some Senator Pansing Brooks would like to have out of Judiciary Committee. She just reminded me this morning. What if she throws a few poll motions up on the Judiciary Committee bills she wants out on the floor? They're not priorities. Are we going to do this just for priorities? We're going to do it for anything? What happens when we get 35 of these in 1 year? And throw in a couple motions to change the speaker's agenda. And then you see the chaos that's going to ensue. And the reason we only see 1 or 2 of these is everybody else has this notion that it will be chaos, and it will. So Senator Groney hasn't been successful in bringing the parties together to a place where they can get 5 votes for a bill. That's no reason to pull it. It's a reason to go back, get people together, and work through it. This is a really bad idea, And I look across the room at the chairman, and I think, well, Senator Brewer chairs the Government Committee. What about a bunch of that voting stuff that maybe the left would like to see come out of there? How about we take up 5 motions to pull those bills? Or we go over to the exec board and pull out the redistricting bill that's not coming out. Every committee has bills that they're working on. They're trying to develop some consensus. And by the way, those committees are where people took testimony, where they have vetted, where they have distilled, where they have found compromise, and then they come to the floor. And that's the committee process. We should respect that. It's the important part of respecting our institution. But I can tell you, If you want to go down this road, we're going to have a whole bunch of poll motions. This is going to be water going over the dam, and you will be sorry you voted for a poll motion, because you will have a lot of them next year. You will have a lot of them next year. And we will be deprived as a floor, as senators taking up a bill on the floor. Why would we prepare for a committee hearing? Why don't we just introduce a bill, and who worries about if there's testifiers? If anybody comes with any expertise, whether legal counsel vets it in the committee?
That's time, Senator. Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Senator Gregor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Standing here and just keeping eye out and ear out for all the debate, and I want to yield my time to Senator Groney if he needs.
Thanks, Senator Gregor. Senator Groney, 4 minutes 45.
Thank you. That's why the debate. Thank you, Senator Gregor. Senator Lathrop throws some scares out there, scare tactics. When I did the poll motion, the first thing the speaker asked me was, do you have 25 votes? I had to show him a voter card. I had more than 25. I hope those people are still in attendance. I hope they keep their word, because the debate, I think, is civil here, and it's going in our favor. So this idea that everybody's going to pull I have a bill in natural resources. I'm not trying to pull it, because I, right now, think I can get something done next year, or I don't want to bother the body with it, because I have been working with the interest, the Attorney General Office and the Nebraska Natural Resources. I worked with everybody here. The work is done. All the special interests sat around a table for 4 hours and hammered out Amendment 1750. I was told by members of the committee that if I did that and I kept my fingers out of it and I accepted their results, they would support it. One of them even told me that if the administrators were not going to not cooperate, then by God, they had their chance and they would support it. The amendment was accepted 7-1 in exec. I had 5 votes on another amendment, folks. Games were played. Senator Klowski agreed to vote on the administrator's amendment, but then Senator Pansing Brooks said, no, let's do 1750 because you'll have 7 votes. So we replaced the amendment. I said, as long as we get something done. Children are waiting. Teachers are anxiously waiting for this legislation. Parents are worried about their kids in schools. I'm willing to do it. So we did it. The vote was 7-1. When it came to get it out of committee, it was 4-4. Same thing that happened with the civics bill in 2017. With the reading bill. Same thing that happened with the civics bill in 2018. Same scenario. The people in Nebraska wanted those bills. They heard the debate. That is why we have a poll motion in our rules. When you have obstructionists who will not cooperate. I have cooperated. Senator Linehan, Senator Brewer, Senator Merman, we worked hard. We cooperated. We brought bills out. We were willing to bring other bills out. So we could have this debate on the floor on a very, very important issue. The safety of our children, and it's deteriorating fast, and we all know it. I wasn't going to say this, but I will. I never have nightmares of dreaming that someday I'll stand on this floor and say, I told you so. Some teacher, some employee at the school didn't react in time to stop some violence. I did research. You know who gets shot? You know who dies? It's children and teachers. It's not administrators. They're not in the room. That is why this is so important at that moment in time, that violence is happening in the school. When a child is gearing up to disrupt the class, that a teacher has control of their classroom. This is important to education. This is important to Nebraska. I don't have time for politics. I don't. I didn't come down here for it. I voted across the line with senators who we went toe-to-toe with. Senator Wayne would tell you that. Butted chest, and then the next time we're together. I can get cooperation in my committee from certain individuals on bills that are important to Nebraska. I do not know why. I do know why. And I won't say it here. But this isn't about them. This is about the state of Nebraska. This is about children. This is about the safety of our schools and what we allow and what we want parents. This isn't about mental health, folks. The reason the child is threatening Susie or beating her up, or Susie's beating up Johnny and threatening his life, has nothing to do with the reason. It has to do that it is happening at this time, and we have to protect those kids in the classroom. That's what LB 147 is about. It is a lot milder version than I brought last year. It is not written by me.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Senator LeGrone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the poll motion and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of 147. I think this bill is important to give our teachers clarity as well as keep kids safe. But so we can go more in depth on what he was saying, I'll yield the remainder of my time, Senator Groney.
Thank you, Senator LeGrone. Senator Groney, 4 minutes 42.
I was going to read some of the comments. You guys got the emails from teachers. I got lots of them over the last 3 years. It's almost like their obituaries of being a teacher. And it's sad. I'm quitting after 30 years. I'm quitting after 25 years. I no longer have control of the classroom. I have no support from the administration. I no longer have authority in my classroom. I'm currently a teacher who will be a principal next year. I'm writing to tell you about 3 things I have witnessed in the last 3 weeks. 2 occurred in my urban district and 1 occurred in my small town. 3 weeks ago in my school, a student was in the hallway and a counselor walked by a student. The student sucker punched the counselor and then proceeded to bite him on the arm, breaking the skin. This occurred because the counselor had tried to help him earlier in the day, but the student did not want to talk to him. A few hours later, the student saw the counselor just walking in the hall and attacked him. The second incident I witnessed was in a small town middle school, less than 200 students. During that time, a student came into the office to meet with the administrator. I was in an adjacent room and heard the student yelling obscenities at the administrator. Then I heard things being thrown against the wall. Finally, after the fact, the principal told me that the student threw his glasses at him, breaking them and giving him a bruised lip. That same day, back in my school, a fight broke out between 2 students. The teachers hesitantly jumped in to help break up the fight. There is no clear procedure on what a teacher should do in my district when a fight breaks out, and this is by design, so the district is not liable. What is best for the students and the staff is a secondary concern. The fight drew a lot of blood. 1 student spit in the face of one of the teachers, breaking up the fight, and another was contaminated by blood as well. My understanding is that at least 3 staff members had blood sprayed on them, 2 teachers and 1 administrator. One of the teachers had elected to have their blood tested for the next 6 months to screen for any kind of disease that may be connected to this incident. And you're worried about vape? These teachers have a bigger concern. The other called in sick the next day. My point is this: parents are failing kids. And he goes on, teachers and administrators are being bombarded by incidents that did not sign up for, and as a result, fewer people are choosing the profession. It's not pay, folks, why they're getting out and not taking the profession. They wanted to be teachers, not bouncers or security guards. I wish every teacher in the state would sit down and write you a small summary of what they have seen in this year in their schools. This message contained only what I have seen in the last 3 weeks. You want to waste time talking about procedure, or you want to help this do something that needs to be done? That needs to be done. That's why I pulled LB 147. You can talk about procedure as much as you want, but I didn't come here to do that. I came here, and I'm education chair because I truly believe in education. And I truly believe every child needs the opportunity to receive it. And those 12 or 13 that are not causing trouble should not be denied every minute they seek to absorb knowledge because somebody has decided to disrupt the classroom. That is why LB 147 is critical to the state of Nebraska, it's critical to public education, and it needs to be passed. And it needs to be done this year because things are changing fast.
1 minute.
It's a good bill. It's been vetted. It's been talked through by all the special interests. and it needs to become law. If you want to do something on mental health, fine, bring the bills next year. We still have them in committee that we can consider, but this has nothing to do with that. Nothing. This has to do with behavior and the lack of boundaries that are going on in our schools. The reason is manyfold, but our teachers always were the backstop because we allowed them to treat every child equally, to teach them their boundaries that the parents did not. We have taken that away from our schools and from our public servants in our schools. And by the way, I'll talk about it later. I think we're going to run out of time if somebody else yields me time.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Senator Walls.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to LB 147. I have never supported this bill. I think Senator Groney realizes that. I've been pretty consistent in not supporting this bill for so many reasons. And I am so disappointed in the Education Committee. And I didn't want to mention this, but Senator Groney, since you started talking about scare tactics, a lot of people on the committee have been threatened that if they did not vote for this, they would not be reelected. Senator Patty Pansing Brooks was threatened when you said that you will personally hold her responsible if there's a shooting in the school and she didn't pass your bill. I'm so disappointed in the fact that instead of trying to bring our education committee and our education community together, that there's a purposeful wedge that's being drawn between teachers and administrators. That is not going to solve the problem. This bill has been worked on as much as possible. We have had 5 amendments on this bill, and we have yet to find one that works. That tells me roadblock after roadblock after roadblock after roadblock that this is not a good bill. And this is not just about a win. This is about kids, and this is about really supporting our educators. This does nothing to help that educator who is in that situation to be educated and trained and know what to do. Nothing. I do feel that we've been able to raise awareness between teachers and parents and advocacy groups and administrators. And we will not stop working on ways to find solutions that include education and training for our teachers, and resources and services for our kids who need mental and behavioral health. We have had so many good bills in our committee that have been brought that were not able to even be discussed this year. And I don't feel that any of them deserve the consideration that they should have had. This is what disappoints me the most. This bill was held in committee for a reason. It's a perfect example of why we have the process that we do. Rushing to pass a bill like this is dangerous. We are talking about the appropriateness of using a restraint on a child by teachers or other school personnel. This is a serious situation, and we cannot rush to pass a law like this. With that, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator McAllister.
Thanks, Senator Wallace. Senator McAllister, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Although I sympathize with Senator Groney, I have to oppose this bill. I have a bill stuck in the HHS committee right now, a very good SNAP bill, and it's stuck 4-4. I understand the way the process works, so I'm out of luck because that bill apparently isn't going to move forward. I trust the process, and I think we all need to do that as well with this bill. So don't advance LB 147. Let the committee process work and develop a bill that truly merits discussion by this fall legislature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator McAllister. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. And I rise in opposition to the poll motion and in opposition to the underlying bill as well, although our discussion right now is on the poll motion. Senator Groney said this is serious business, and I absolutely agree with that. This is serious business. Considering not following an established process that we rely on in this body is serious business. Trust, my friends, is at a premium in this body. We need to be able to trust each other. That has been challenged over the last few years in here by people that want to stand up on the microphone and say they tell the truth all the time, and then you know that there are bargains being made in the background. But trusting our process is ultimately important, especially for those senators that have not experienced this experience for very many years. There is a reason to have the ability to pull a bill from committee. That's when you have a situation that you have a chairman that refuses to schedule an executive session to bring a bill out. That's when it is normally used, not in a situation where there just simply aren't enough votes to put forward the bill. Again, we had 739 bills introduced this year. We can't watch and monitor all of them. We have to trust our committees. I expect that of all the committees, including the Education Committee. You know, we make tough decisions in here, and we can't allow ourselves to make those decisions because they're popular or because they're easy. We make them because they're right. I have 13 school districts in my legislative district. I've heard from almost all of them, and they are opposed to this. I have also heard from teachers in my district, and not one of them has told me that they have a need for this legislation. So with that, I would yield the balance of my time to Senator Pansing Brooks.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Pansing Brooks, 2 minutes 20.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Senator Williams. I rise with some angst. The past couple days, we've heard some comments levied at people saying, oh, you promised this, or you went back on your agreement. I don't agree with it. It happened to Senator Quick, and I happen to know that friend of mine, and I do not believe it. And I don't like this whimsical way that we just levy this. I never agreed with Senator Groney. Somebody just came up to me and said, what was the 7-7 that you agreed to? No, we tried to get groups together. One group pulled off, another group pulled off. We could not get total agreement. That's why I wanted to go forward with the interim study. And so to say that there was some sort of agreement, there was never an agreement. And that really does pretty much infuriate me when you question my integrity. And I will stand up against that. Senator Groney continues to mention the Linehan bill that was pulled. It failed, but guess what? That one passed. Yes, that one passed. Sorry, that one passed, but I did not vote for it. But we also went forward and worked on an interim study to look at reading across the state. The Brash bill on civics was pulled. I believe that one failed. Is that correct? Yes. So Senator Brosh's bill failed, But guess what? The two of the people that worked and helped make things good and stronger and work together across the aisle were two of the obstructionists that Senator Groney's talking about. Senator Moorfeld ultimately helped Senator Slama, and they worked together and pulled together a stronger civics bill than had been done before. And I would arguably say that Senator Linehan and I she helped on my dyslexia bill, and we worked at looking at reading across the state. That was a positive bipartisan and multi-partisan effort that ended up passing good law, and that's what can happen. I said at the beginning of my statement last time on the mic that I appreciate Senator Groney. I appreciate the passion he has on this, but we have to work on a study. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, the deck is stacked as far as bringing this bill out. I don't know how many votes the chair or the speaker said that Senator Groney has to have, but ultimately it's going to take 33, and other bills are going to take 33. I'm tired of hearing Senator Groney. He's something like the president when he says things that are not completely true. We'd have 10 days if we were going to go to the 90, but subtract 4 from that. And I can take some time. One thing sure, you'll not have another consent calendar. That's over for this session. Now, Senator Groney can play on you all and talk about you being a conservative and you need to do this and that. Sometimes you need to count up the possible cost of what you're doing. Rules are guidelines. When there are people who do not respect those rules and then want to have others adhere rigidly to the rules, that's not the way it goes. I've always operated under the rules of this legislature. I think one of the most contemptible acts that can happen, one of the greatest breaches of confidence and trust, is when a chairperson tries to pull a bill from his own committee and in the process demeans, degrades, and condemns other members of that committee. It shows me the nature of person that chairperson is, and he should not be the chair. But he got it at a time when the Republican Party wanted to punish Democrats and wayward Republicans and wanted to lock all the positions up. And they did it, and they created a bitterness, some of which lingers to this day. You can bring this thing out here. You're tired now. You think it'll be over if you vote to bring it out here. It's not over. That, I assure you, will be the beginning. There have been a number of occasions when I was prepared to take the rest of the day, and your speaker was able to prevail on me to do differently. It won't work anymore. You all are going to see that I can take the time that I say I will take. I don't care if we stay till midnight tonight. I don't care. I'll be here, and I won't be leaving this floor to go hide out in wherever these senators go to hide out. And I will take time. I've written complaints on judges that I think I need to read to everybody. Lengthy complaints. I've got much material that I will just spend the time reading, and that is a way for me to make them matters of official record, because everything said on this floor is recorded and transcribed. I have some folders. This is just a tiny bit that I was going to make use of, and then I saw what was happening on the agenda.
1 minute.
And I had a discussion with the speaker, and I was good. Do this if you want to. Let Senator Groney lead you down a primrose path. And I see Senator Brewer on here. If he votes with Senator Groney, he's got a bill of mine locked up in committee, and at one point I was told the vote is 4-4. I've got a committee in a bill in the Ag Committee. I've got one in Natural Resources. And there's no rule that says that a bill has to be a priority bill before a motion to pull it can be made. Senator Groney's correct when he says anybody can make a motion like that on any bill. Well, get ready for some more of those motions. And if the Speaker refuses to schedule them,
It's time, Senator.
then that gives me additional freedom. You said time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Albright.
Thank you, President Foley, and I would like to yield my time to Senator Groney.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Senator Groney, 4 minutes 50.
Thank you. I want to clarify something that Senator Walz said. In the 3 years I have been chair, if a senator brought me that they wanted to exec on a bill, I have execed on it. The committee has execed on it. No bill has been denied an exec session. So Senator Walz is in error. The normal for the time, consuming the time, is most chairs do show me that you have 5 votes. Actually, when we execed on 147, we execed on 4 other bills. Senator Vargas's bill came out on a 7-1 vote. The other 4 were 4-4 locked. One of them was Senator Walz's. If Senator Walz wants to pull her bill from the committee, I will support her. If Senator Pansy Brooks wants to pull a bill because it's important to her, it is in the rules, I will not fight her. The reason we had 59 bills, we had 700 and some bills, I guess. Just think if every one of those came out of committee. I would think 18 out of 59 that were exec on was a pretty average number of bills in a committee. I have always held an exec when a senator brought me a request. And Senator Walz, I told you in a polite conversation that this is an important issue to people in your district. I grew up in that area, and it could hurt you if you were against it. I did not threaten you. That was a comment as a friend, as the person who I asked to be vice chair of the committee. That was not a threat. That was a friend giving you political advice. You could take it or not, but we have idle conversations in this body all the time. And I did not tell Senator Pansy Brooks. I said the same thing to her if she overheard it as I said a little bit on the floor. I do not want to stand on this floor and say I told you so. That's not a threat. That is an instance I do not want to live through, that somebody didn't react when violence occurred in the classroom. This is serious business, folks. By the way, 23 other states, and a few more, I believe, I'll have to check with my staff, they've been researching it, have bills similar to this. A lot of the language came from those other states, California, New York. Those are not conservative states that we would think of, have statutes similar to this. This is not some wild-eyed bill that came out of Oklahoma. It's good legislation, and the state of Nebraska needs it. We need to protect our teachers. We need to protect our children. I've been in error when I've told you the vote was 7-1. It wasn't 7-1. It was 7-0, 1 abstaining because they didn't want to vote against it but didn't vote. That was for the amendment. Yes, it was. The amendment, a white copy amendment, that would become the bill. All of you sit in committees, all of you. What would be the assumption you would make if you sat in exec and a white copy amendment was voted on to a bill, and it was voted on 7-0-1. What would be your conclusion?
1 minute.
That bill would be on the floor, wouldn't it? The next vote would be 7-0-1. I don't know what happened. I do know what the facts happened, and therefore I am standing here with a poll motion because this is important to Nebraska. Now, who plays politics? It wasn't 4 of us who kept our vote the same. We voted for the amendment and we voted to bring it to the floor. I won't make an accusation what happened. I'm just telling you this bill needs to be on the floor, it needs to be voted on, and it needs to be passed. Politics need to disappear on this one and a lot of bills. This is about protecting children. This is about protecting your grandchildren. This is about giving teachers authority of their classroom, something that is normal, and we all think it's happening, but it is not.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Senator Urban.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Good evening. I listened to the comments about this being extraordinary or different or unusual. I wasn't here when Senator Lathrop was here before, but I did watch some of the legislature back in 2001 through 2009. My son was here, and the first year that he was here, his priority bill was pulled from committee. They did a poll motion and brought his priority bill to the floor. As I talk to people who've been here for a long time, their information they've shared is that in the 80s and thereabouts, it was more common than it was as the process moved forward. So we're talking about an opportunity to bring this bill to the floor for discussion. I had a call from a superintendent this last week, and the comment was, I don't want to be the one to sit across the table from a set of parents and say your son or your daughter was removed from the classroom. I also heard there was an instructor, a teacher, who had asked little Johnny in the 5th grade to do reading, and she went back to take the book out of his desk, and he slammed the desk on her hand and broke her hand. And she called the principal, and the principal said, it took him 10 minutes to get there, and the principal said, it's only 45 minutes left in the class. You can go to the doctor after the class dismisses. There are issues that we need to deal with. Senator Groney has worked on this bill for 3 years. What he's trying to do is make the classroom safe. One day when I was doing a town hall meeting in Banner County, a little restaurant there, there were 8 or 10 of us in the corner, and we were talking about education. And there was a teacher there from Lexington. And she asked me if she could make a comment. She heard we were talking about education. And I said, you can. And she said, the problem with teaching kids to read is not that they can't learn, it's that the disruption in the classrooms. And it's the instruction that she has that when a child acts up, they take the whole class into the hallway while the child is then calming down or someone comes to take care of the issue. So they lost a whole period, maybe an hour of instruction. That's the problem. And so what Senator Groney is trying to do is trying to get control of the classroom so people can learn, people can advance, and people can accomplish what they need to in education. So this is not unusual. I am for the poll motion, and I appreciate Senator Groney's work on this. He has described to you what happened on the amendment. 7-0-1 seems like a pretty significant majority. And if I have any time left, I would yield that to Senator Groney. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Senator Groney, 1 minute 45.
Thank you. My wife keeps texting me to be calm. I think I am. Senator Merman one time gave me advice when people said I talked too loud. Very wise man. He texted me, he said, did you ever think about pulling that mic about 4 inches away from your mouth? It works. So, as I said, we followed all the process. We worked as a committee, and we, as Senator Pansy Brooks said, we got all of she did, and I didn't, got all of the stakeholders together. But I do disagree with her on one thing. We would not get anything done in this body on major legislation if every single stakeholder had to be on board. I will remind you that there was a bill, I think the amendment was 1803, one of those amendments. And by the way, I need to correct Senator Walz too. We only exec on this bill once. And we only did it for like a half hour. We did not spend a lot of time on it in exec. We did it once. We came up with, you know, the results. I spent time on it like we all do. If we really care about our bills, we spend a lot of time on it. And the committee was involved on it. As we said, with a 7-0-1 vote, you think the committee would be involved on the amendment. So don't let them scare you, folks. This is just normal business in the legislative process, as they say, of making sausage. The pull motion is part of it. There's a reason when you read the rule book, it's there. And the reason we stand here tonight at 8 o'clock is because of that. It's to make sure the process works, that the people's work is done.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Senator Matt Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Colleagues, I rise in opposition of the poll motion to LB 147. I have concerns with LB 147, but I'll focus on the poll motion for now. In terms of process, I just want to be clear, because we've been touching about it. Poll motions, yes, poll motions do exist, but I would hardly characterize them as normal. They're an option, of course. I'm not denying it's in a rule book, but as it's been kind of done to death in this evening already, there have been, in my 5 years here, there have been 3 poll motions that I remember. They've all come from Education Committee, and with the first 2 bills, a year later, either with the same bill or with a new senator introducing a similar bill, that issue has been passed with compromise, and with compromise that was based on the concerns that was raised on the poll debate, and I presume in Education Committee, although I don't serve there. There's a path forward for all of these bills, and there's been a path forward in the past, and it's just for some reason we have not been able to do the work to actually get to the compromise and to the understanding. Senator Groney might very well have the votes to do his poll motion tonight. I presume that doesn't give him but I presume not with the votes to overcome all the continuing objections in LB 147. So we're going through this whole process to do a poll motion to I go into what I'm sure is a filibuster. So what's the point? Why not just take the concerns and actually build to something in committee? I feel strongly about poll motions. I understand why we have them. If you all remember, I actually have proposed rules in the past to raise the vote threshold for poll motions. If they continue to be this common, and 1 a year is uncommonly common, if they continue to be this common, that might be something I look at introducing again with the Rules Committee. We can have a discussion kind of regardless of the bill on how we feel on poll motions. But we have this whole process as a legislature. Everything we do is based upon years of experience and understanding and recommendations. That's why we have committees. That's why we have these specific 14 committees with this subject matters. I have an old, I think it's from the 1980s, committee roster taped to my desk drawer, and we've completely changed committees since then. There used to be the Committee on Miscellaneous Subjects and the Constitutional Revision Committee, and we've decided, no, we want to have these committees with these subject areas so that those members on those committees can build up subject matter expertise and use that subject matter expertise on bills in that committee with that subject matter, and we're going to stick with that. And so when there's a committee that's divided on a bill where there seems to be opportunities at least to move forward, but we haven't gotten there yet, pulling it out as opposed to just continuing to discuss and rely on our committee process seems like a misstep. And for that reason, I'd ask you to oppose regardless of how you feel on 147, I would ask you to oppose the motion on 93, and I would yield the balance of my time to Senator Pansing-Brooks.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Pansing-Brooks, 1 minute 45.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Senator Hansen. I just wanted to clarify that the reason the vote was 7-0 and 1 didn't ever indicate that we were going to vote for the bill. What we were doing was voting for the better amendment to replace the green, to become the white copy of the bill. So I think that's done quite often. There was no indication that by voting for that amendment, that meant we were going on. In a number of committees and even on the floor, people will vote for the amendment because they think that makes the bill better, and then not. So again, I'm sorry that this is going on in this factor and in this way and becoming semi-personal. That was not the intention. The intention is to move forward with all the education members, with the advocates who are fighting for children, and to have a study this summer, because I do agree that Senator Groney has a lot of passion in what he's doing, and that there can be some solutions to all of this. And we have had this placed on our doorstep every single year, and I, for one, am tired of it, and I think others are too. And this needs to be solved by the educators and the Department of Education and others. And that's what that study is for, that I placed into, that I filed today, and 40 senators have signed before I got too tired to keep going around. And again, I'm happy to work with Senator Groney. I think we can work together and with others on the Education Committee to make strong policy happen. So thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I guess I have a slight different take. I've been going back and forth, but I want to talk about the issue. So part of you guys understand that I'll vote for a filibuster because I think this body has to have a big conversation. And here's the reality when it comes to discipline in at least the school district that I used to represent. One, it is discriminatory, and two, our teachers are fighting for their lives. So I'm not going to go into all the stats on everything, but at the end of the day, I was on the school board with Senator Vargas when we were notified that OPS received a sanction from the department because we suspended more African-American males, particularly African-American special ed males, to 4 to 5 times the rate of everyone else. I've introduced bill after bill regarding discipline in the Education Committee, and it hasn't came out. And how I view this as a topic is, if this bill is on the floor, I don't think it has 33. But it gives me an opportunity to have a bigger discussion about discipline within our public school system, and the fact that it has a true prison to connection pipeline that we don't talk about because we don't get to hear about it. It's stuck in the Education Committee. But the fact of the matter is, when I was on the school board, Omaha Public Schools and Omaha Police Department ticketed and committed filed charges against over 800 middle school and high schools on school ground, talking about prison pipeline. 2015, Senator Vargas, myself, and President Mark Snow rewrote the entire discipline manual. And you know what we found out in 2016 after we left? That reassignments in Omaha Public Schools only occurred if you were a minority. Every reassignment in 2016 was a minority. Not one Caucasian got reassigned. So to me, I look at this poll motion, this bill. If it were on the floor, I wouldn't probably support it as it is. I would try to amend it. I would try to make things better. But there are issues around our discipline. I got a text message from a relative who has gotten 2 black eyes from a first grader. And that kid is still in her classroom. They can't remove them. Teachers are afraid if they haven't went through training to even be able to do anything. Why does that bother me? Because there's 23 other kids in that classroom who can't learn. And we have to force this conversation. And I don't necessarily, again, if the bill was on the floor, would I support it as is? No. But I have to force the conversation. To me, I understand that the teachers' organization supports this, but the administrators backed off, and maybe this bill will die here and still be stuck in committee. But we have to force something, because the fact of the matter is we can't continue to segregate our schools by discipline. And if you don't believe me, walk down to the pretty Central High School in Omaha and ask where all their honor courses are. Yeah, they're on the top floor. So they can separate kids out because they don't want to deal with the discipline issues. So yeah, I'm a little passionate about this because it affects directly my community to the prison pipeline. Do I agree with the current case law and this codification of current law? And that's what this is, codification of current law? Maybe not. But just like property taxes, just like some of these other big issues, I'll put it on the floor, and if I have to kill it on the floor, I will. But there has got to be a conversation in this body about our prison pipeline and about our discipline in the school system. I have bills in education. Should I put a poll motion in? Maybe. But what I do know is my colleague, Senator Chambers, over the years has put poll motions in, and I didn't see a flood open up. And to Senator Lathrop's point, this is short-sighted. Well, that happened when our state decided to go after Senator Chambers and put term limits in. Because I only have 8 years on a good day, 4 years on the best day to get things done. That doesn't mean I'm trying to destroy the institution, but at some point, we have got to have a conversation about our data and our suspension rates and our discipline. And if I have to maybe hijack a bill in the process in year 4, because this ain't coming to the floor this year, I will. So I keep going back and forth because I'm tired of this body not having conversations about big issues because they're bottled up in committee because we're afraid to have the debate on the floor. I'm ready for the debate, and I'm ready to kill the bill if I need to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Brewer is next in the queue, but he's indicated he's going to waive his opportunity, which takes us to Senator Ben Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in favor of the poll motion that Senator Groney is putting forth for his bill. And I'd like to talk a little bit about poll motions. I know I'm new here, and so I know I got some stuff to learn about motions and how things work and what's kosher and what's not. But I think to hammer Senator Groney for doing something that's within our rule book, when I think recommitting or bracketing seems like an unusual motion to put forth as well, but we seem to use that quite a bit in the body, and nobody really says anything. And so now Senator Groney goes ahead and does a motion that he's putting forth, and we hammer him nonstop about it's unusual and we shouldn't be doing it, and nobody ever does it. But just like he said, if somebody else decided to do it, it was important to them and they thought it was necessary, I think it's worthwhile to listen to them and have them put forth an amendment like this. So again, maybe it's because I'm new here. I think there are lots of unusual motions that we seem to take advantage of all the time and nobody says anything. And so with that, I do like the discussion that we are having about school discipline, some of the discussion that we are having anyway. And so I appreciate what everyone is saying. And so with that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Groney. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Groney, 3 minutes, 25.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hansen. My staff gave me the final report. 34 states have similar legislation. 34. Some have both. Some have either they can physically intervene with immunity, or they can remove a student from the classroom. This is not an abnormal request. 34 states have it. To Senator Wayne's comment, if he would have brings me 5 votes, we'll exec on his bill. I think I mentioned to him that one of his bills would fit very well into 147, and I agree with him. No young people should be denied an education because one student acts up. But read the amendment, folks. Senator Walz said about training, they have no training. The administrators fought us on this. This in 1750. Each school district shall adopt a policy regarding the use of physical contact pursuant to this section, including training requirements relating to the use of reasonable physical contact. We put training. That's something that isn't happening in a lot of schools. Senator Chambers mentioned in my district a very prominent individual who taught for 32 years got fired, and then the administrator got fired. I'd heard he got frustrated. and the child was running around and causing a lot of problems and hitting on other kids. And child threw himself on the ground, and he grabbed him by the ankles and pulled him to detention. He had no training. He had to react. Our bill says you need training. Senator Moorfield said, the Supreme Court in the Daley case said reasonable, but what's reasonable? This amendment says you can use discipline to be held liable for harm. No administrator, teacher, or other school personnel shall be subject to professional administrative discipline or be held liable for harm caused by an act or omission by an administrator, teacher, or other school personnel relating to the use of reasonable physical contact. Then it has a whole list of what is not reasonable. It's not in statute now. Number 1, gross negligence, a conscious, flagrant indifference to the rights of safety of the individual who was harmed, or willful criminal or reckless misconduct, including misconduct, that constitutes a crime or violence, or as defined in 18 U.S.C. 16 as such section existed on January 1st, 2019. That involves a sexual offense listed in subdivision 1A of section 29403, for which the defendant has been found to have violated a federal, state, civil rights law. There you go, Senator Wayne. It's in this bill. Do not discriminate in your discipline. That occurs while the defendant was under the influence of alcohol, liquor, or drugs. This is not in statute now, folks. It will be when 1750 is passed. And to Senator Hansen's comment, Nat Hansen's, that 2 bills were pulled before, yes. But Senator Linehan's was not a new bill the next year. That was amended onto the committee priority. She worked hard, and so did Senator Pansing Brooks, to make it better over the interim. That bill was still there the next year, like this one will be, and we can work on it on the interim, Senator Wayne and I. That bill was amended and passed the next year.
Thank you, Senator Groney. Senator Kolowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this poll motion. The unicameral has a long history of respecting the committee process. A poll motion of a committee priority bill by the chairman of the committee is highly unusual. If a majority of the committee couldn't advance the bill, why does it even have a committee priority? There could have been plans to add other bills into it and to use it as a committee bill. There could have been hope that compromise language could be worked out, which it almost was, but in the end, the agreement was broken. Think about why the chairman would attempt to pull a poll motion when a majority of the committee voted against the bill. It is certainly not respectful to the committee process. It is a tactic that indicates an abuse of power of the committee process by the chairman. Clearly, the topic of the bill needs to be reviewed and a solution found. However, the proper place for that discussion is not the legislative floor. The proper place for this discussion is in a school board meeting or the Department of Education, not here. You do not want this in state statute. It doesn't belong there. It can be dealt with outside of legislation. I personally think the reason for this bill is a breakdown in the communication between school administrators and teachers. There are several avenues to address this issue outside of the legislature. There is also a safety issue that would be created by using the language of this bill. Teachers and administrators need better training on restraining students. De-escalation techniques and consideration of the mental state or the disability of individual students are topics that come into this discussion. When a student acts out, it is not because they are inherently bad. It's a cry for help. They are overwhelmed and in distress. Don't make the school a place that adds to the problem instead of solving it. Two things Senator Groney said that I would like to get corrected. You mentioned people were obstructionists, getting in the way of the success of this particular bill. If my 41 years in education at multiple levels, including a building principalship for 15 years, is an obstructionist behavior, then you have no clue of my career and what we were able to accomplish in the Millard Public Schools during that time. Secondly, you said, and we're very sure of yourself in saying this, that the teachers in the classrooms are the ones who are being hurt or injured or anything worse than that. I would remind you that in the late 10 years ago, there was a teacher, an assistant principal, shot and murdered at her desk at Millard South High School, and the principal right next door took 3 slugs before the person ran out of the building. He was wounded, she was dead.
1 minute.
If you think it only happens in certain situations, you're the one that's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klowski. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the question that people ask me most is, what is most surprising to you about your first year? And yeah, everything I hear from behind me is a fair response. But the thing that I think is actually the most surprising to me is just how much the committee structure really makes a difference in this body. How little time we have to really dig into each and every bill that doesn't come through our committee, and how much time the committees really spend, the committee councils, and everyone trying to figure out how to make the best bills possible. So that's been pleasantly surprising to me. The part about not having as much time on every bill that doesn't come in through your committee is a little sad, but that part has been pleasantly surprising to me. So we hear poll motions are regular, and maybe that's true, but this is my first year, and so for me, poll motions aren't regular. This is the first one. And I can see a very strong rationale to prevent poll motions from being a regular thing. Now, I don't know what happened in the committee. It seems that there is a disagreement about whether or not 7 votes were here or not there or what. I don't really have any basis for evaluating those claims. So I guess that can't weigh into one of the factors that I consider. I also don't get to the merits of this question. I think that there are a lot of really important things that need to be discussed around school discipline. I'm from a long family of teachers. We say it's the family business. And I have been in the classroom for, I think it's 16 years myself. It's a college classroom, so it's a little different. Nevertheless, it seems to me that the poll motion itself is the issue that we're debating right now, not the underlying merits of the bill, regardless of the fact that I could be sympathetic to some of the underlying merits. So for me, this is about the poll motion, and I intend, not just in this instance, but in every instance, to be very, 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 very cautious about ever using that. There are, of course, rules for it. It is an option, but I imagine that the use of this option comes in extreme circumstances, not in the circumstance where someone's in the room, right? not just that the committee chair, but other members of the committee are there. They have the opportunity to make their case heard, not for a 4-4 vote. I understand maybe it's very frustrating in education. I don't actually totally get it, but because I'm not there. So I'm not trying to say I understand anyone else's experience, but it may be very, very frustrating. It's frustrating for me. I have a bill that I care very much about that's also stuck 4-4, and I understand that, and gosh, I wish it wasn't, but that doesn't mean that there's anything I can do about it. I mean, I suppose I could do a poll motion too, but I think that that leads to chaos. We have to respect this committee structure, the diligence of the people who work to make our bills better, to make sure that we are thinking very, very carefully. I mean, if we just passed everything through without the committees, I don't know how we would do any kind of diligence in determining whether or not a bill is appropriately vetted, is appropriately talked to all the different folks. This is important work they do, and I understand the frustration of not getting something that you care very much about. I understand the frustration of wanting to do something now. I think we should work on this issue. I absolutely do. I just don't think this is the way. Any remaining time, I yield to Senator Walz.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Oh, Senator Walz, you have 25 seconds. And she waives the 25 seconds, so thank you both. Senator Bowles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the dialogue this evening has been thoughtful and thorough, but we will be debating this for a period of time, and so I wanted to add a few additional thoughts just from my experience being one of the more senior members of the body at this point. I do think it's worth noting, and it's on page 22 of your rule book, that any senator may move that a bill be placed on general file 20 calendar days or more after the committee hearing if the committee has not taken final action of the bill. So one question I think we should all ask ourselves is this bill more important than my priority bill? Is it more important than the bill that was second in line as my priority? And is a bill that we haven't developed compromise on more important than my priority bill or my second priority bill or my third priority bill? And I think it's a fair question to ask in terms of weighing this decision. I think a bill that, to Senator Hansen's point, probably does not have a pathway to passage, does not take priority over the other things that I have chosen for this body to debate this year. The second thing I think is worth thinking through is we have changed the debate rules this year, at least from my first couple of years in the body, and we have 6 hours on general file and fewer on select and final. That is far less than the first few years I had in the body of debate in order to get to a cloture vote. And we did that in the name of efficiency and in time and in the effort to get bills across the finish line. So is debating this bill more important than getting all the other bills on our agenda across the finish line? It certainly is not, in my opinion, worth stepping in front of the other bills that I have worked on and developed compromise on and are on track to get across the finish line this year. The third question I would say is that we've made two bills this year Speaker's major priorities, the budget and now LB 720. So we have given the Speaker more authority to order amendments. We've added that authority to his authority to order the agenda. And so the thing that we do when we allow poll motions to move forward or get into the habit of allowing poll motions to move forward is that we usurp the Speaker's agenda. We step in front of the Speaker's authority. And is that how we want to run this body? We've put our faith in the Speaker. I think he was unopposed and unanimously supported. And so is this a motion that we should consider given the faith that we've put in the Speaker, not only in the way that we're running the legislature, but also in the efforts that we've made to even add to his authority this year? Why would we question his agenda-setting abilities at this point in time? So at the end of the day, I think it is perfectly within Senator Groney's rights within the rule book to pursue this poll motion. I sound a little bit like my mother when I say this, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. I don't know that poll motions are in the body's best interest. I don't know that they are the most diplomatic strategy to move forward. I don't know that they illustrate the respect and the integrity that I think is so important to making this body represent the state and move forward with good policy decisions. You know, I think when we use the rules to move forward things that are in the best interest of the state, we respect this institution and we respect each other. I think if we spent some time on it, you know, if we spent some time dialoguing with Senator Chambers, we could come up with a lot of different ways in which the rules could be used under the rule book that wouldn't necessarily contribute to efficiency, wouldn't necessarily contribute to diplomacy, wouldn't necessarily contribute to the best interest of this state. For example, I could rise on a point of personal privilege and talk about my new shoes for the rest, you know, for a period of time. That's not necessarily the best use of the rules. Is it allowed? Yes. Is it appropriate? Is it constructive? Is it diplomatic? No. So I arise in opposition to this poll motion because I think it is not more important than my priority bill. It is not more important than the other things that are on the agenda. It's not necessarily good strategy to try to get in front of the speaker's agenda, and I don't think that it contributes to diplomacy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Bowles. Senator Groening.
Thank you, Mr. President. To correct the record, Senator DeBoer, I did not say it was common. I said it was common, a poll motion was historically on an annual session basis, then 1 to 2 poll motions, and to correct Senator Lathrop too. I did not say 3 or 4. I said 1 or 2. It is common historically on an annual basis for poll motions to happen. That's why the poll motion exists. Senator McCollister stood up and explained why he would never support a poll motion. I have the record here on Senator Brosh Bill 218 on the civics bill for a poll motion. McCollister, yes. Senator Klowski said the bill failed in committee, did not have a majority of the votes. The vote was 4-4. After a 7-0-1 vote was taken on the amendment to replace the white copy of the amendment. So, where are we? Why a poll motion? Because it's good for Nebraska. This is not just some bill that somebody has for a priority. This is about children's safety, teacher safety, personnel. And by the way, it's no longer just teachers. The interest and the stakeholders said, no, we want to make sure it's school personnel. That if the janitor seen a kid walk into the room, into the hallway with a gun, that he could react and know that he would be, the people in Nebraska had his back. Or the cook. And yes, they need training. We put that in the statute, in the amendment. So it's school personnel is what it covers. As I said, 34 states do something very similar to this. We are an outlier. And it needs to be corrected. Also, there's no animosity in our committee. We differ on this issue. We differ on some other issues like every committee does. And anybody is welcome to pull their bill if they can show the speaker 25 votes. I did. I hope they're all here, and a few extras. This could sit here towards the end of the session, just like LB 651 did the reading bill. And it could sit, and we could have maybe 3 hours, and I won't try to get the 33 votes, but the public will hear a good, strong debate, better and longer than this one. And then we will work over this session, because now we have a deadline, just like the reading bill. As we look back on that bill, we say, really, there was never in statute that the #1 requirement of a public school is that a child can read by the 3rd grade. Now it's accepted. I hear administrators tell me we're working really hard on reading programs. Once you give them direction, they will follow it. It is the same here. It needs to be done. I will make an assumption why, as we all do on this floor, why the pull motion exists by our forefathers in this body. I don't think it had anything to do with a chairman, because in the pull motion it says if the committee acts on it prior to the pull motion being here, well, the chairman is still in charge. He can hurry up and have a exec session and pass it out or not. It's not about, as Senator Williams said, as his assumption was, that it was about a committee chair not having a hearing. My presumption is it had to do that we are a nonpartisan body, and the body never wanted a clique of a partisan group to control a committee. I think that's why the pull motion exists.
1 minute.
That's why I think it exists. That you have a political group through the legislative process, through the Committee on Committees, control the committee, because it is important to their political philosophy. I think the pull motion exists to make sure this body stays nonpartisan. And a small partisan group banded together cannot disrupt the committee process. That's my theory. I think it's more fitting to the truth than worrying about one individual on a committee called the committee chair, because there are checks and balances on that committee chair. As I said, read the pull motion. The committee chair is still in charge right up to the very minute this hearing, the pull motion was heard on the floor. So that's nonsense.
That's time.
Thank you.
Senator Howard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the poll motion. I kind of don't know where to start. I think one of my biggest fears in taking on a leadership role in this body is that the tenor of leadership has really changed since I started, since my mom was here. It was not sort of a committee leader rule that you needed to show 5 votes. That is new. That's new for the past couple of years. In my committee, we sort of do it this old traditional way, which is we exec on every bill about a week after we hear it. If we have questions, we fix them. And just to be really clear on the numbers in Health and Human Services, because Senator Gurney, I know that you're going to be curious about this. In the Health and Human Services Committee, we heard 64 bills, and we only have 27 that are still in committee. 64 bills, we discussed every single one of them. I know we discussed every single one of them because we execed on every single one of them. And the ones that could be fixed came out. The ones that couldn't be fixed stayed in. We actually have one for Senator Chambers. He keeps forgetting that he has a bill in my committee, and we're hoping, we've fixed it, and we're hoping that it will be able to come out. But we do this to make quality bills for this floor. We don't do this because, oh, you had 5 votes. You could have a crummy bill and have 5 votes, and then it comes to the floor and you only have 5 votes on the floor. The work of the committee is really to fix the bills, to make them work within our statutes and work within the things that we're trying to accomplish. I also am concerned about setting a precedent on committee priorities. I didn't name a committee priority that wasn't a unanimous vote, that we didn't talk about in my committee as being something that was important for the state to accomplish in regards to Health and Human Services. We agreed on those collectively. It wasn't just me sort of being a dictator and deciding which ones we'll be doing, because we're a team. My committee is a team. I actually have the best committee in the building. I did ask my mom if she remembered a poll motion. She worked here for 8 years. She only remembered one, and it was about vaccines, and it came out, but then it wasn't successful. Like, the bill was sort of just a bust after that. And then I do want to clarify, Senator Gurney, I have asked you to exec on my Holocaust bill, and when we discussed it, you said, okay, the next time we exec, we'll exec on your Holocaust bill. And I believe you had an exec session on this very bill, and I don't think that you had the opportunity to exec on my bill, on my Holocaust bill. And so just to be very clear, I have asked you to exec on it. I do believe that I have the votes, and I would hope that you would consider it, because it is quite a good bill, and it's something that we should be thoughtfully considering on the floor. And with that, I will happily yield the balance of my time to Senator Walz.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Walz, 1 minute 45.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Merman talked a little bit on the floor a while ago, and I know that he is a person who is very concerned about kids, especially kids with disabilities. And I heard Senator Merman say earlier that this bill will allow a teacher to intervene, that teachers feel helpless and vulnerable because they are not equipped to deal with problems in the classroom. I want to know how this bill helps equip our teachers to deal with the problems in the classroom. In fact, I don't feel this bill equips our teachers at all. And I want to talk about that moment in the classroom, that moment when something happens. This bill allows a teacher to intervene in any way they need to, but this bill does not train or equip a teacher on how to intervene. I love our public education system, and I love our teachers, and I will do whatever I can to support them. But this bill does not support positive behavior intervention whatsoever. Again, I feel that this bill...
That's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wells. Senator Geis is next in the queue. She waives her opportunity. Senator Wishart. Senator Wishart? She waives the opportunity. Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe somebody can correct me, come over and put a note in front of me if I'm wrong here, but my recollection from our committee meeting was almost everyone was on board. The disability rights group agreed. They weren't going to be for it, but they weren't going to push against it, but the administrators walked out. So this is about the administrators not supporting the bill. It's not about teachers not supporting the bill. Teachers are very much aboard on this bill. And my understanding, again, maybe I misunderstood this, the reason the administrators don't want to support the bill, because if you look at page 3, section 5, number 1, an administrator or administrator's designee shall immediately remove a student from a class upon request by a teacher or other school personnel if such teacher or other school personnel has A, followed school policy in requesting the removal of such student, and B, such student's behavior is so unruly, disruptive, or abusive that it seriously interferes with the learning environment and the opportunity for other students in class to learn. This is about teachers having students who are disruptive and unruly or seriously endangering other students, and the administrators aren't helping the teachers. That's why they're for this. They feel like they're not getting help and support they need. The reason we need to pull this bill is once it's on the floor, everybody will get very serious and we'll find an answer to this. I've heard 2 or 3 times that there's nothing about training in here. There is. It's on page 2, section 3. It states, and this is pretty scary, this isn't that we have to put this in law. I agree, this is scary. But it states, each school district shall adopt a policy regarding the use of physical contact pursuant to this section. And it will include training and requirements relating to the use of reasonable physical contact. And it goes on to very explicitly say what they cannot do. This is to help the people in the classroom, the teachers, the paras, the janitors, whoever's in the classroom there, help give them the training and the guidance they need to keep themselves safe, their colleagues safe, and their students safe. We have, and it's both Senator Pansy Brooks and Senator Groney have worked very hard on this. There have been multiple meetings over months, ever since we came into session, going back last year. This is not a subject that we haven't talked to all the stakeholders. It's not a subject that people don't understand is a problem. There was another amendment that was in this hearing. That was what the administrators said they would live with. But the teachers did not agree with it, nor did the other stakeholders. So what we did in the committee, substitute the white copy for the green copy, was what everyone agreed to except for the administrators. And I'm not even sure how many administrators we're talking about, frankly, because other bills I've worked on this year, it seems like there only needs to be 2 or 3. And if those 2 or 3 administrators are from big schools and they have enough people that they have, they represent enough people that therefore represent, that's all they need. You need like 2 or 3 people in the whole state, the thousands of people that work in public education in state Nebraska. 2 or 3 are able to stop this and other stuff because they don't agree. The bill needs to come to the floor. If we're serious about helping teachers, we need to get it to the floor to show that we're going to do something, and then everybody will get serious and figure out how we can help our educators. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator Mervin.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. And I'd like to thank, being a member of the committee, I'd like to thank Senator Groney and all the members of the committee for their hard work on this bill. I do feel this is an important enough piece of legislation, and as has been mentioned many times, it's been around a long time and for several years, and I think it's time that we have this broader discussion on the floor. So for that reason, I do speak in favor of the pull motion and the underlying bill. I think we need this legislation, as I mentioned before, to allow teachers the opportunity to do something immediately when a serious enough problem happens or a serious enough disruption in the class occurs that they need to react immediately. From some of my emails from teachers, I feel that there is definitely pressure on the teachers to do nothing sometimes in these situations, or quite often in these situations. Teachers are hesitant to react because for one thing, they're afraid of lawsuits. So just by doing nothing, they don't have as big of risk of a lawsuit as if they do react immediately. So I do think for that reason alone, it's very important that we have this legislation that will allow them to react immediately and do what is necessary to respond to the disruption in the classroom. And I'd like to say the thing that really convinced me in the committee to back this bill is there was a testifier in committee that said when a 3-year-old is hitting other kids and continually disrupting the class, it was better not to pull them out of the class because that is a mental health problem. A 3-year-old being disruptive in the class, they're assuming that's a mental health problem. And they said by pulling the student out of the class, you would be lessening the chance that that student would graduate, and you would be increasing the chance that that student would be in our prison system later in life. Well, I'd like to submit that ignoring the child, ignoring what's happening in the class, decreases the chances for that child to graduate and increases the chance that that problem will only get bigger, will increase as that child gets older. I think we're doing that child a tremendous disservice by doing nothing and showing that child, and not only that child, but other children in the class, that this type of behavior is acceptable. And as was mentioned many times in the debate, an IEP, by having this, having language in an IEP, that would prevent problems with special needs children being specifically taken out more often than other children. So thank you. I would also say that the amendment was replacing the green copy of the bill, so I assumed also in committee that since the amendment was replacing the bill, that it would be passed out of committee also. I would like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Groney. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Merman. Senator Groney, half minute. I think he stepped. Oh. $15 seconds.
I think we had a good, honest debate on this, and it remained civil, and I'd appreciate a green vote on motion 93. Let's have a longer debate on the floor on general file. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Groney. Speaker Scheer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just a heads up in relationship to what to expect tomorrow, looking at what we have to finish. I don't see any way that we will be done probably before 10:30 tomorrow evening. So if you are thinking about if you're wanting to have a room here tomorrow night, it will be later than today without question. So just a heads up that you can expect a relatively long day tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I just want to quickly say that my friend Senator Linehan talked about everyone except the administrators were on board this second amendment, or this amendment that's been put forward, but also all the child advocates that worked on it were also neutral. So that's a little bit hard in that regard to come out and say, okay, well, all these people that voted on it, part of them left, part of them could only give us a little wink and a nod that it's better than how bad it could be. But I really want to thank all the people that worked on this. Again, I want to thank legal counsel, Amara Block. I want to thank Senator Groney for his passion. I want to thank the administrators, the teachers, all the people on all sides, the advocates, the Voices for Children, Disability Nebraska. Everyone came together in good faith, and I think that's what can happen this summer with a study. The other last thing I want to say quickly is that I'm learning a really good lesson today. Pull motions. So you have 3 hours to discuss what you want to do, and you only have to have 25 votes to pull out that motion. So we've had 3 hours, and then we get 3 hours more on the floor, so then you get 33. So this is the way we can get to 6 hours, my friends. And then you get 3 more after that, so it's actually 9 hours if you can show 33. So again, if we want to continue to do this, 3 hours, show a vote of 25, then you get 3 more hours and show your 33, and then you get 3 more. This is bad precedent, except in extreme circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. With that, I'd like to give the rest of my time to Senator Chambers.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Chambers, 3 minutes, 15.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it's appropriate that I be the last one to speak because you all are going to hear a lot from me, and I'm going to tell you how you're being played. This bill is going nowhere. It has nowhere near 33 votes. Senator Groney is thinking only of himself and what he wants to tell people back home. Some of you have more skin in the game than he has. Some of you, your integrity is at stake. You think by supporting him, he can deliver some bills to your votes to your bill. He might lose you some votes if you vote with him. This is crazy. This bill is not going anywhere. He knows it's not going anywhere. It won't appear on the agenda if it comes out here. Senator Linehan knows better. She's a chairperson. They stand up here and talk this stuff that makes no sense whatsoever, and it casts doubt on their wisdom on other matters. Now, this is delivering the rest of the session into my hands if I want to take it, and Senator Groney can't stop me. Let him deliver you all from me. Let him tell you that's what he can do. He's playing you all for the suckers. It's his committee. He's undermined his own committee. What kind of integrity is that? You're on a ship about to go into combat, and your captain degrades all of you. Makes you look like a bunch of Keystone cops. That's what he's doing. He doesn't have any respect for you, and then he has the nerve to say there's no animosity on the committee. He has sown animosity by the way he has called out specific committee members and attacked them. Then, like President Trump, he wants to say there's no animosity. He forgets what he said. He is not an example to bring a bill like this. He's the kind of person you didn't need a bill like this against. Look what he thinks of your own rules. Many things can be done under the rules. There are things that I could have done in the past that I didn't do, and I always function under the rules. So the rest of the session, whatever I do, I'll just say this is under the rules.
1 minute.
Now, those of you who have something that means something to you, you can talk about discussing something like a debate if you want to, but it's going to go beyond this evening. Count up the cost. What are you risking to support something that's going nowhere? It won't appear on the agenda. Why are you going to bring it out here? Because you're foolish and you're silly. And I'm saying it as strongly as I can, so whatever I do the rest of the session, you had warning. Don't talk to me about what you can't get done. Property tax means nothing to me. Nothing the rest of this session do I have a stake in. You all are demeaning the integrity of this body as an institution. You are turning it into a laughing stock. Well, I'm going to play the game the way you all are setting the rule tonight. Give him the votes to bring it out here, and I'll bet anybody 10-1 you won't see it again. Did you say time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Groney.
The question.
Question's been called. I see 5 hands. I do. The question is, shall debate cease? Those in favor of ceasing debate, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted, care to? Record, please.
25 ayes, 10 nays, Mr. President. On
Record vote's been requested. Please, Senator Chambers, ask for a record vote.
Go ahead and do the record. Did you raise it?
I cleared it.
Senator Chambers, the machine's been, it's not recorded in front of the clerk at this point. We can't read off those names for it. Senator Chambers, you had asked for a record vote, but the clerk has already recorded the vote in the machine, so he does not have that in front of him. Senator Groney, you recognize to close on your motion.
I think we've had enough debate and we all want to go home. Minds are made up, but I do want to, one thing, Senator Howard, I did talk to you about executing on your bill, and I did forget to put it on the agenda because it was a 4-4 vote. And I was talking to you about we need to bring it next year after the civics bill is in place because it really needs to be in that section of law. And so we'll work with you next year. But that said, that corrected, put the last period on and dotted the I's. I want a call of the House. Thank you.
It's Been a request to place House on a call. The question is, shall the House go into call? Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, please.
Thirty-one ayes, 2 nays, Mr. President.
House is under call. All senators, please check in. The House is under call. When we get to a vote, it will be a roll call vote in regular order pursuant to Senator Groney's request. All members, please return to the chamber and check in so we can vote. Senator Blood, check in, please. Senator Vargas, check in, please. She's checking. Senator Vargas, check in, please. All unexcused members are now present. The question for the body is the motion 93 to pull the bill. A roll call vote has been requested in regular order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Not voting? Senator Bowles. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Chambers. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Crawford. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Friesen. Not voting. Senator Geist. Voting yes. Senator Gregert. Voting yes. Senator Groney. Voting yes. Senator Halloran. Voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hilgers. Voting yes. Senator Hilkeman. Voting yes. Senator Howard. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Not voting. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Kolowski. Senator Colderman. Voting no. Senator LeGrone. Voting yes. Senator Lathrop. Voting no. Senator Lindstrom. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McAllister. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator Moorfeld. Voting no. Senator Moser. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Penzing Brooks. Voting no. Senator Quick. Not voting. Senator Scheer. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Stinner. Senator Vargas. Not voting. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Williams. Voting no. Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 25 ayes, 14 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to place the bill in general file.
The motion is successful. I raise the call. Items to the record, please.
Mr. President, your committee on the Executive Board reports Legislative Resolution 104 to the full legislature for further consideration. New interim study resolutions, LR 223 by Senator Kavanaugh, 224 by Senator Moorfeld. Name adds, Senator McDonald to LB 481 and 481A. And Senator Lindstrom would move to adjourn until Wednesday, May 21st, 2019 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Members, you heard the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.